Okay, good morning, everybody. We're here back at the EFRA 10th Buggy Euros for 2023 at the Reco 2000 facility in Utrecht in the Netherlands. We're RC Racing TV. I'm Matt Guppy, your host for the rest of the week. And over on the camera over there is Wonder Jim, giving us some awesome pictures and video of these cars going around today. Over in the UK, we've got Matt McCallum. Say hi, Matt. There you go. Hi from Matt.
Hello. I'm just trying to get your levels right.
Somewhere else we've got James Parry in doing some other wonderful technical bits and bobs that the rest of us seem to struggle to pull together. So we are now looking at the last, because it hasn't rained, group of timed practice going around. So this is heat 11 out of the 11 heats that we've got today. And there are because we're expecting a bit of rain at some point. They've had a team managers meeting this morning and said that basically if they can get through this round of controlled and timed practice, they're going to cancel the next round of timed practice and go straight into qualifying. Now, I'm not too sure if that's actually still the plan or not. I think it is, so we might be just seeing these cars come across the line and finish off for the last bit of practice. And then I believe there's possibly a couple of minutes of break whilst they just reorganise the heats. They're not going to reorganise the actual heats because we've already done that. We've already re-qualified in our positions for the rest of the tournament. So we're just going to see now, once we come to the end of this one, exactly what the score is. I'm sure Paul Worsley will give us an update. We should have some timings and bits and bobs updated like that. As we get them, we will let you know. We'll let you know. It's a bit playing as it kind of unfolds in front of us today, which is generally the way anyway. How are you doing anyway, Matt? Good evening last night?
Fantastic. Yes, fantastic.
Good.
I worked on setting up the large-scale on-road European Championships, which is happening just 2 hours down the road from where you are right now.
It is.
So they're also live on RC Racing TV and on EFRA. So yeah, they're also going live thanks to Paul Start TV, and Frank's obviously left and he's over there as well.
Yes, I didn't realise he was just 2 hours away. We could have met him for tea last night.
You could have met him halfway maybe. Bit of a commute though.
It's a little
bit of a commute.
It is. By the time we were out of here yesterday, to be honest, it was. I think me and Jim were quite ready just to get back to the hotel and go to sleep again. It was meant to be an early night. We ended up getting pizza, and then I sat up until 11 o'clock anyway. So hey, early night, schmerly night. That's what I say.
Yeah.
So you can see there on the camera, these guys have put the wall ride in. We know that from the little bit of footage that we did for you all yesterday with the static cam and just the timings that are on. So that is the only bit of the track that's changed. There's been a couple of barriers put in so that the bottom hairpin before the bridge has had a extra layer of pipe screwed to the top of it, just to make it a bit more difficult for these four-wheel drives just to bump over and cut that corner, I guess. I'm assuming that's what was happening before. So that one there that you've just seen them go around with the red stripes on, that's the one that's been thickened up. You can see all the rest of them are pretty much double thickness, and I think for the most of the two-wheel drive, that one was a single. So they've just thickened that up, just to be a bit more annoying to the four-wheel drive crowds. So we're with I think that's Michael Orlowski at the moment. He's running around second in this one as we speak. So remember, this is controlled practice. It is timed practice as well. So what we're doing now is reseeding in heat order. So if you're in heat 11, the position you finish in this one, I'm not sure whether it's the 2 laps to count or whether it's a 5-minute run to count or which way they're doing it. It seems to be here, there and everywhere with how they're doing these things at the moment, but we'll get there. So basically what's happening is where you finish in this controlled timed practice will then give you your starting position in the first round of actual qualifying, which should be coming up next. So if you finish first here in your heat, you're going to be going off first in your qualifying heat. There we go. And then we're into the absolute madness of qualifying. These four-wheel drives really do seem to be loving this track out there. everybody I spoke to yesterday, when we get the pit walk up for you guys, you'll see that they were much, much more positive about the four-wheel drives going around than they were the two-wheel drives. I think the British camp has had a bit of a rough start to this tournament. Obviously, after 25 years of A-finals, it's almost expected that the UK guys would have a car, at least one, if not two, in the A-final. But unfortunately, with the two-wheel drive, they did miss out on it. And I think the morale in the UK camp has been hampered somewhat coming into this four-wheel drive portion of the event. But, I've just seen Orlowski catch the corner at the start of the straight there, which is and he's pulled off, so I'm guessing he's got an issue after that. That is the way things go, unfortunately. And plenty of time for him to fix the car, because the first round of qualifying is starting in heat order from 1 to 11. So he's got about an hour to fix whatever has happened there. I think that is Bruno Coelho we're with now. I'll follow Bruno around for a little bit. Bruno not doing too well in this one, running around 7th as we look at it. Is he finished now? Yeah, I think he's finished anyway. So these guys just coming up to the line and pulling in. Pretty strict on the extra laps and stuff that are being done at the end of these heats. So they're really calling them in and pushing them to come in. So there you go. You can see Kerup's done 11 in a 5:11. Orlowski an 11 in 5:19. Kobovic an 11 in 5:14. Killick 11 in a 5:15. Gotzel 11 in a 5:90. Newman 11 in a 5:17. So all the usual suspects are well up there. So lapping in the sort of mid to low 27s. A few of them into the 28s. But now we're going to see a little bit of a change on track. So we're just going to keep an eye on what happens here. I'm going to just pop the mic down and see if I can find Paul Worsley. Unless you can see him over there, Jim. Just double check whether we're just going to go straight into the qualifying heats now. I think we are. Just they're trying to save time before the rain comes down this afternoon. So we're predicted some fairly heavy rain showers to come over at about 12, and then another patch at about 3 looking at the radar. That's going to really throw things off. So they want to get as many rounds in as they can this morning before the rain comes down. So if it does come down and it's torrential and we can't finish the day off, we would have had at least 2 rounds of qualifying, to which these guys can then pull a score from. So I think we need a minimum of 2 clear rounds of qualifying for the competition to stand. I'm not sure whether they can do it off of just one, or whether that's different for Euros, or how the rules take place. If you are listening out there, please let us know if you know how it all works, because it's always good to pass that information over. But I've got enough time to tell you that you're watching the stream today, and it's brought to you by Schumacher X-Ray, S-Works, Rudog.eu and Hobbywing. We're RC Racing TV. Don't forget to like and subscribe on the YouTube channel. Click the little bell for notifications to come up, and you will always be notified when we put some content out there, or when the main team puts some content out there anyway. It's just up to me to talk. It's all the rest of the guys that do all the stuff that really matters. Because without them, it would just be me talking in a box, and then you would hear me. And possibly just a box at home in my back garden whilst I watch the feed.
Let's be honest, it was almost that anyway.
It was, to be fair. We got close. It was touch and go. I almost said touch and cloth. It was almost touch and go. It was a bit touch and go this morning anyway. But we got there. We got there. And that's the main thing, is getting there. The journey's the story. Getting there is the result of it. Is the punchline, if you like. So, it is going to be Heat 1 out next. Now, I am assuming here that they're going to go straight into qualifying, but do you mind filling for a sec whilst I just go and annoy Paul Worsley, Matt?
I'd love to.
Oh, good. Right, I'm going to fade out.
So let's get your menu for today. We can talk planned. We can talk about the planned schedule. It may not end up being that, but it's worth focusing on what might happen. We're supposed to have 3 rounds of qualifying today. with qualifying round 1's kicking off now. Which is, what time is it? It's 10:33 local time, so we're already way off schedule. No, we're not. That's exactly where it should be. Well, there you go. We're on schedule. It's been updated already. So qualifying round 1 starting now. We're running from heat 1 all the way to heat 11. So that's the grassroots guys all the way up to the pros out in the top couple of heats. And then at 12:33 local time, qualifying round 2 is going to kick off, and that's going to start with heat 3 all the way up to 11, and then 1 and 2 running at the end. And then 17 minutes past 2 local time, we'll have the final round of the day, which will kick off with heat 5 up to 11, and then 1 to 4. And then in theory, it's looking like being all done by 3:52 local time. Not so sure. But we'll see. There's going to be some stops and starts if there's rain. There might be declared a wet round. There might be rounds cancelled. Everything can happen and always does in this class. But there's one man who can manage a schedule. And that's Paul Worsley. He can make it happen. He's got spreadsheets for days. So you can see our drivers on the driver's stand now. Thank you to S-Works, Rudog.eu, X-Ray, Hobbywing and Schumacher for supporting this stream and helping us raise the level of quality year on year. Thank you to EFRA for this event. This is an EFRA event. EFRA, the European Federation of Radio Operated Automobiles. So they are the governing body of the sport of radio control racing, radio control car racing in Europe. We're RC Racing TV. I'm Matt McCallum. The other voice you hear is Matt Guppy, who's trackside. Jim's on camera. Appear to have lost camera 1, so we'll be figuring out what's going on with that. Yeah, it seems like we just have a little bit of a brief pause while we wait for qualifying round 1 to kick off. So, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go to a quick break. So here we are. Sorry about the little delay there. A few technical issues, but qualifying round 1, heat 1 are on track. Don't know if Matt's there, but we're just figuring out a few issues.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Ha ha! I knew it was going to be something easy.
What was it?
It was a button. It was one button that hadn't been pressed. So I'm terribly, terribly sorry, viewers. I take full responsibility for that extended break there. We are with Heat 1 in the four-wheel drive portion of this event, doing their first round of qualifying. I'll tell you what, if we can pick up car number 4 of Robert Scar, that would be wonderful. So let's have a look. Robert leading this one out. Should be coming to the end of his lap around now. Super. So there we go. Leading this one round. Robert Scar at the moment. We do have... okay, so Oliver Rutia in car number 1, Paul Wood in car 2, Peter Frillingsdorf in car 3, Robert Scar car 4, as we know, we're following him, Stephen Martins in car 5, Tim Donk in car number 6, Bruno Vea in car 7, Mike Moyes in car 8, and rounding this one out is Brian Preddy in the number 9 car. Okay, let's see how these guys get on. Doubles seem to be much easier in four-wheel drive than they were in two-wheel drive. I'll see what the lap times are like. So still nothing really doing on the lap times to bring them down. 32s, 33s, 34s. 37 for Tim Donk, who seems to have pulled off. We're with the 4 car of Robert Scar at the moment. The blue one there that's just trying to get past a few of the back markers. Okay, so if you are out there listening in, do make sure you let us know you're listening to the feed. It's always nice to hear from you guys. Let us know where you're from, what you're doing, and if you're skiving work to watch the feed, which is what everybody should be doing this week. Nobody works on Euros week, do they really? I know I don't. Okay, Robert comes round the off-camber corner. Not too sure if there's a back marker he's caught up with there. We'll just see how quickly he goes up onto the back of them. So along the kinky straight. Kinky straight. I like it. Round the madness of the giant wall ride, over the double doubles, through the bridge, and over the line he goes. Now, oh no, he's still up there. So time has finished. 9 in a 5:11 for Robert Scar. 9 in a 5:11.3 for Bruno Vea. 9 in a 5:11.4 for Oliver Ruta. Wow, so all of those guys, all of those top 3 there, all finishing in a 9 in a 5:11. What's that, 0.3 between them, 0.2.5? Pretty tight out there. Well, there you go. There's your overalls. Robert Scar from Norway taking this one. We should go top of the pile. And I did actually find out, after all my whinging and moaning about timing systems, of course, nothing to do with the track, anything like that. Nobody here has done anything wrong or made any mistakes. It's purely that the timing system just gives us the overalls for the end of round scores. But don't worry about that. We will bring you updates as we go through. We'll find it. We'll find the information we need and bring you the good stuff. So, you all ready for the pit walk later, Matt?
Not really, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Why are you not ready? What's to not be ready? You're a perfectionist, aren't you? That's what it is.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't
it's so
seen
huge. It's so huge It wasn't able to upload overnight, so I've not been able to see it.
Is it like an ant looking at a mountain that it's so big it just can't comprehend it?
That's what the internet is thinking, yes. The internet's... Oh, hi, Paul. Well, there's Paul.
Where's
yeah.
Paul? Oh, up on the top, is he?
Yeah.
I didn't see
he was looking into our camera.
Always getting his face in, is Paul.
Whispering, smouldering, giving a smouldering look to the viewers at home.
So there you
go.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to lock the cabin door here today.
What? So Jim can't come in?
So Jim can't come in, and he can't send Paul over to me either. We got Paul over here who trapped Frank. Frank just didn't have the what it takes to shift him on. We love Paul, though. We do love Paul. So we've got Heat 2 coming up next.
We have to hear from him. We have to hear from
Of course we have to.
The great man. Several times.
Yes, yeah, we do. I'll do an hour with him today at some point. So, in this one, we have car number 1, Brent de Niels from Belgium. Jim and Lena Hertgen in car number 2, Loic Didier from France in the 3. Alexandra Dabrosis from France in the 4. Chris Bowden, GT podcast presenter from the UK in car number 5. Now, I know Chris is especially happy with the track and the way things have been going this week. Nothing but compliments and raves about the place is Chris. And then we've got Miklos Sablados in car number 6, Kenny Arts in 7, Danny Clays in 8, and Sebastian Fensk in 9. Follow the first one off if you can, please. Wonder Jim. So, car 7, Kenny Arts leads us round. Looks like an X-ray to me. Been wrong before though. Very similarly, these four-wheel drive cars. With the aftermarket shells you can get for all of them, they do look even more samey. So, punches it down the back straight. And I call it the back straight rather than the kinky straight. That's better, isn't it? Double doubles for the first time. Makes it nice and cleanly over there. So these guys now telling me that as they come off the wall ride, although it's a faster run into the double doubles, which is what you needed for the two-wheel drives to get them over, for the four-wheel drives, what they're having to do is come out of the wall ride, hit the brakes a little bit before the sort of roller, and then punch it again to get the first double out the way. So it's an interesting line. If you just watch there, so just come down, brakes there, rolls it over, and then punches it again. So it's a complicated little sequence of jumps here. And getting that rhythm right is proving pretty difficult for these guys. I'll tell you what, let's find car number 5 now. We've done a minute with Kenny. Car number 5 of Chris Bowden. He was up in second there, so I don't know whether he's had a little bit of a shot. I know it's just because some others have gone through. But we'll find car number 5 of Chris Bowden anyway. So Chris is going to be about halfway through his lap. Yeah, somewhere around there. That's not Chris, though. Maybe that one behind. One back. That one, I think, is Bowden's colours. Ooh! Bowden. Come on. Okay, so. Taking it carefully over the double doubles this time. Punches it down through the straight. Around the bottom corner. On he comes. Let's see how Bowden takes these ones. Single, double. Now, there's a few of them through practice have been doing the double single. And obviously we've heard it's a bit of a gentleman's agreement between all of the races so that when they come into the single double or the double single, they all just single double. And the reason for that is because they've all said, look, if we all start doing different things over this jump in the finals, it's going to be mayhem. And on the first lap, it's just going to be utter chaos. So they've all had a sort of a gentleman's racers agreement, if you like, not to do the double on that first set of single doubles. Now, if it was me, I wouldn't be too worried about that when it came to a final, especially if I only had one leg of a final to worry about. I'd just be going for the double single and trying to cause chaos behind me, because, man, it's a final. I want to win. But hey, that's me. That's me. That's what I'd be doing. I'm not suggesting that these guys go outside of their gentleman's agreement, but, you know, if you want to win, you either want to win or you don't. Bowden up to the step up. Flicks it round that top corner, drops down. Not too bad there around the off-camber corner. His car's looking pretty good, actually. Pushes a little bit there as he fingers the accelerator. Back straight. A little bit up on two wheels as he went around the right-hander. The little kink at the end of the back straight sort of throwing him off a little bit in these four-wheel drives. Okay, so... let's see, timing on screen seems to have... oh, there you go, it's caught up a little bit. So about a minute and a half left in this one. We'll wait for a few more of them to cross the line, and then we're just going to probably take it out with car 4, which is Alexandre de Brosis from France, who's leading us around now. So just finished the lap. Oh dear, that Bowden over again, yes. So Bowden's struggling a little bit this time round. All right, let's see if we can find car number 4 of De Brosis. About halfway through the lap, maybe just over halfway. Might be that one that's going around the... one of those two there, possibly. Is that 4, the green one? I'm going to trust you, Jim. I'm going to trust you. Yes! See, I knew that. Jim knew that. We were all over it. You've little faith, Matt. I knew you didn't trust me to get it right this time. Anyway, with De Brosis, who's leading us round. Fastest lap of a 31.3. So, you know, we're seeing probably laps about 4 seconds quicker than that. We'll see if we can spot some places where the time is being lost. And nicely around the end of the straight. Not too bad there. Nice lines. Okay, jumping over. Missed the down slope, so there's a little bit of time gone. Not too bad around the old off-camber. So let's see the bobbles. Now, Lee Martin, yesterday, we saw Lee Martin just singling the ripples there. Going into it and just punching it over all 4 of them. So, yeah, there is 4. So there's a set of 3, a little space, and then the last one. But, yeah, Lee Martin, and I think some of the other guys were doing it as well. Just not messing about. They also, what I noticed Lee Martin doing was trying to triple the first set of jumps. Now, that's a tough ask. But I think by the end of today, we are going to be seeing more drivers than not doing the triple on the first set of jumps and the quad on the ripples. So, we'll see how that pans out as we go through the rest of the day. But that's Heat 2 done. That is Heat 2 done. You can see the times up on the screen there. It was Alexandre de Brosis that took that one. 10 in a 5:22. So, that, I mean, we're talking about most of these not getting, like 90% of these girls not getting into the 10 laps. So I think there was a couple in the Heat before that managed it, which is a bit of an odd one. Heat 3 up next, though. I'm going to tell you who's in Heat 3. Cedric Ricard from France is car number 1. Martin Owen is car number 2 from Great Britain, obviously Emperor of Everything, or Emperor of Donuts as we like to call him. Harriet Thames from Great Britain in the 3 car. And then we've got Daniel Tønnesen from Norway in the 4. Freddie Russell in the 5 from Great Britain. Lee Charnock in the 6 from Great Britain. Koen Middelkoop from the Netherlands in number 7. Vladimir Fedorenko from the Ukraine in number 8. And our good friend from Raceway 1, William White, in the 9 car. And there's Bowden. How'd you get on, Chris? How'd you get on, all right? Too many mistakes, he's saying. We followed you around for a bit. The car looked pretty good. I'm not going to say that on air. He said it was driver error, we'll put it down to. Okay. So these guys now just going round for the... Oh, everyone's caught up on the off-camber corner after the step up there. These guys just going round for the warm-up. They'll come round come round to the line. That's Freddie Russell that's just gone past me there. Looking pretty sharp is Freddie. So we've got a couple of them. No, we've got two of them over in the double doubles. So 6138 sounds like. We're going to go off in the order of that. So let's just follow the first one off the line. Jim, if we can.
We got a request to follow Cone Middle Coupe in car 7.
Okay, we'll do that in a moment. Go off with the first one for a moment.
Miklos as well, but yeah.
Miklos was in the one before.
Too late.
But I will put a little thing next to a little star next to Miklos and we'll follow him on the next one round. There you go. Okay, so car 2 of Martin Owen leads us out in this one. Martin seemed pretty happy yesterday with how the car was going. We'll see how he gets on for these first few laps today. I had a bit of a trouble setting up our wall of death cam. We had it at the other side of the fence yesterday, and because these guys weren't quite used to coming off that wall of death, it got a little bit battered, shall we say. So it's now strapped to the opposite side of the fence with a bucket of sand, 2 cones, and a chair in front of it as well, for good measure. Hopefully keeping all the equipment safe for you, Matt. Should be in one piece when you get it back. Oh, you're a superstar, Paul. Thank you very much. So, new timings there from the main man himself. He's given us an updated timing sheet. We'll go through that with you. We're obviously straight into qualifying at this point. So, we are now still with Martin Owen. He is going to be taking us around for another until the end of this lap. And then once we've done that, we will swap over onto Miklos. That'd be a good idea, actually. Just whilst we've got Paul here, we'll just get a quick update with him, just whilst he's here. And then we'll let him get on with his duties for the rest of the day. So if you pick that one up, Paul, I will fade you in. That's the one. Yep, stick him on. Okay, Paul Worsley joins us for this one. Just before we get Paul there, just flick on to Miklos in car 7 if you can. Cone Middle Coupe in car 7 if you can, please, bud. He will be probably about quarter of the way through his lap, unless you've already got him there. Yeah, lovely. Well done, mate. All right, so stick with him for the minute. We'll just have a quick chat with Paul, and then we will head back to the action. How's it going then, Paul? Some changes this morning in the team managers meeting?
Yes, we decided to bring things forward a bit because we're still uncertain of the weather. We could still get weather this lunchtime today that might slow us down. We may have to halt. We don't know. It's still forecast for some problems with the rain tomorrow. Yeah. So you have to act well in advance because you can't catch back time at a later time. No, so we dropped a control practice round this morning so that we could gain over 1.5 hours this morning to give us some extra time if needed.
Excellent.
And if there's no problems today, we could even run the qualifying 4 this afternoon to give more time for stoppages tomorrow.
Yeah, and that sounds like a sensible thing because I'll tell you what, once we get to the... Where is it? 17:25. So 5:25 tomorrow, the last A final should finish. And by 5:26, our cameras will be off because we've got to get to the airport. So let's gain ourselves as much time today as we possibly can.
Yeah. You have to do these things. You have to look a day in advance all the time.
Yeah.
You always have to look a day in advance, because you've got to imagine what could happen in the following day or the day after that. And you may need some extra time to guarantee your best chances. You can't do it if you start doing the rechanges on the day when you've got the problem. You've already lost the time.
Yeah, of course. Once it's gone, it's gone. That's what we always say when they crash out on the track. There's no point trying to regain that time. The time's already gone.
You can't gain time. You can only lose it.
If only we all had a time machine, eh?
We're actually running a little bit ahead of schedule at the moment, but the referees on the rostrum are making sure that everybody is there. So if everybody's there, stood on the rostrum, it's not a problem. If one person needs his time, then they'll just wait.
Yeah, indeed.
But I guess during the round they'll probably lose a few minutes and it'll be back.
I'm sure. How have you found the morale then today, Paul? Because obviously through the two-wheel drive, there was a lot of people that struggled. And people that we didn't necessarily expect to struggle have struggled in the two-wheel drive. I know they had a bit of good fun on the on-road track, of course. They had some great fun out there, and drivers going around and, Destruction Derby or whatever it ended up being. But now coming into the four-wheel drive, a chance to reset for them. So are you finding they're a bit more confident with these cars?
I'm finding it very mixed. I'm speaking to quite a lot of people. I'm expecting them to say four-wheel drive is easier. Some are. Some are saying two-wheel drive is easier. So it's really a mixture. And what in actual fact is the true facts, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's time for the guys to maybe strap on some big boy pants and just get on with it, don't you?
Definitely.
Let's not worry about what it was. Let's just worry about what it can be.
Can be. Yep. I mean, it's off-road racing. You expect anything and everything.
Exactly.
It may not suit some, may not suit many, but that's the nature of the sport, isn't it?
You can't please all the people all the time, Paul. No. That is for sure.
No.
That's for sure. And I think any decision you make is probably going to be ticking half the boxes for a yes and the other half for a no. So, hey, you just got to do what's right, haven't you?
Yeah.
Or what you think is right at the time. So there we go. That's heat number 3 done. And what a heat it was. What a heat it was, with William White taking that one with a 10-lapper in a 5:21. Where's he come from? Obviously much better in a four-wheel drive than he is at 2. And he said yesterday on the pit walk, well, I'm not going to tell you what he said on the pit walk. You can watch it when it comes on later on today. Heat 4's up next, Paul. I'm going to tell you who's in Heat 4, Paul, before we go on. Car 1 from the Ukraine. One of our very few Ukraine drivers here this week. Dmitry Chubb. And then the Great Britain driver, Manny Pansar, very, very popular driver from the UK. Lots and lots of requests for Manny during the two-wheel drive. I'm sure we'll get some time today. Sylvain Gallo Selva from France in the 3. Cyril Castaldo from France in the 4. Sven Ruddick, of course, one of the sponsors of our feed here, from Austria in the 5. Joey Cockhill from Great Britain in the 6. My dear. Oh, so a switch round there. So Joey is out-qualified for qualifying. Outseeded. There you go. Seeded. That's the word I was looking. Thank you, Paul. Outseeded Martin Owen. Ooh, that's one to the guts for Martin. I'll tell you, he's not going to be happy about that. So the Austrian of Christian Waconic in the 7, René Levetzo from Austria in the 8, and Eugene Galley, which we've heard plenty about this week, from Great Britain in the 9. Who's your hot tip for this one, Paul? Ooh, it's a tough choice.
Yeah, it is. I would have thought on normal form, Eugene.
I'd have to agree. I would actually have to agree. Over 5 minutes, yeah, I'd have to agree. So I'll tell you what, let's keep an eye on car 9 of Eugene Galley when we kick this one off, Jim. We'll just keep an eye on Eugene for a minute. And Matt, if you can let us know if we've got any other requests out there, that would be super, super duper. If there is anyone out on the feed, do remember to tune in and let us know you're out there. It'd be great to hear from you guys. And of course, like and subscribe to the channel if you want to make sure that you're getting all of the notifications when we bring you these excellent EFRA events throughout the rest of the year. Okay, so yeah, it's lovely.
Request for car number 5, please.
Paul just saying it's been a lot of work to make sure that we can get everyone here. Are you good there? Sorry, Paul. Are you all right there? Okay, cool. So we'll go with Eugene, car 9 for a minute. Is that Eugene you with now? Jim's pretty good at going off with the car we direct him to go off with. So this should be Eugene Galley. Doesn't look like Eugene's colours, unless he's changed it for his four-wheel drive. Had a bit of a stinker there going over the second doubles. Okay, so Eugene is just finished his lap and gone on to a new one. So that's possibly him in the white car up there that's going around the step off, if that's the number 9. So yeah, hopefully we will see that as it comes past. Is that definitely the 9, Jim? Okay, I can't see the number, so we'll trust that is the 9 that we are on of Eugene Galley for a mo. We'll see Eugene through to the end of this one, and then we will pop over onto car 5 of Sven Ruddig after that. So I'll just get through the back end of this one. Actually, I think Eugene was actually that one there. I think that was Eugene, wasn't it? Yeah, that one's Eugene. So then I'll tell you what, as we haven't followed Eugene, we're going to stick with Eugene now and just give him a few laps of love, and then we'll find Sven after that. So any changes for the rest of the day, Paul, or is it just this timing? Anything else in the managers' meeting that we should know about?
Yes, we make a decision late lunchtime as to what we may be able to do extra today, because if no rain comes in today and it still looks like being bad tomorrow, it's possible that we could move qualifying 4 to the end of today to give us more time for stoppages tomorrow.
Yeah, of course.
But of course, if it rains at lunchtime today, as it's still forecast on many programmes, we might have to stop today, in which case we need the free time that we've gained this morning today.
Yeah.
So we can't tell until we get to, should we say, a late lunchtime as to what exactly we're going to do.
Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, so we're with Eugene Galley. I think that was a bit weird that he'd have a white shell on. So we'll go up to the end of this one with Eugene. He's where is he running 4th at the moment? We'll see what his lap time is. About 30 seconds is his quickest lap, but that was the last one that he did. So we'll see as he comes through now. 31.6 that time round. So these guys, not many of them getting sub 30-second laps at the moment. I was kind of expecting a few of these in this heat to be a little bit more on the pace than that, but you know, you never really can tell. Oh, Eugene, a bit of a nightmare there for him. Okay, so Sven, we're going to wait for Sven to come around to finish his lap. So just stick with Eugene for a minute, and I'll tell you when Sven is... Oh, he's gone. Oh, dear. So stick around there, because Sven's going to be coming through any second now. Should be one, and I think it's possibly the greeny car. The number 5 we're looking for. There you go. So there we go with Sven now. As per your request. I knew I'd get him in there for you. I told you I'd get him in. A little bit of faith, eh? We'll find them all for you guys. So we've done Sven, we've had a little bit of time with Eugene. I'm just going to mark these guys off that we've followed just so that we know who we've done and who we haven't. So possibility of 4 qualifying rounds today, everyone. We'll keep an eye on the weather. We'll make sure that you guys are updated throughout the day as we're seeing that come in. We're just seeing these all go into their finishing times now. I'd imagine Sven crossing the line next time. He's certainly not going to get through for another one, that's for sure. Not unless he finds a bit of a shortcut, a bit of a Mario Kart shortcut is what he's going to be looking for. Oh, mind you. Let's have a look. Nope, done. Okay. Okay, so timings on the screen seem to be just a touch out by the looks of things.
You can remember that time is the 5 minute starts when the last car has crossed the road.
So, that one goes when the last... okay, that makes more sense. So, basically, what happens with the timing on the screen... Oh, Sven got a nosedive into the last of the doubles there. Crikey, I hope his car's all right. So, that timing on the screen you see there, top right, that will start when the last car goes off the line, not the first one, which is my mistake, of course. It was the first one. So Christian McConaughey takes that one from Sylvan. Back to Castaldo, Galley, Panesar, Dimitri Chubb, Sven Ruddig, Levetzo and Joey Cockgill at the bottom. So 3-4 of them on 10 lappers that time round. So Paul just reminding me that we've got a couple of countries here, Estonia and Ukraine, that have never, ever, 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 ever been to a Euros before. Wonderful to have some new countries at these events joining us and all of the other racers. Put their hats in the ring, try and bring home a trophy or three. And then we've got five of each, I think, haven't we, Paul?
It was originally 5 of each. Unfortunately, one from Estonia dropped out 2 weeks ago, I think, and one from Ukraine couldn't come. I think he's ill, I think. But like you say, really good to see new countries coming and joining us.
It certainly is. Certainly is. So Heat 5 is the next one out. I'm going to run you through these guys. Car number 1 from France, Thomas Lepat, Netherlands. Nigel van Katwijk in car number 2. Peter Stein from Norway in car number 3. And then we've got Simon Stegmaier from Germany in the 4. Elias Jordan from Germany in the 5. Remy Bertrand from France in the 6. Another Frenchman, Cedric Didier, car number 7. Victor Asak from Norway is in the 8 car. And then we got the from the Netherlands, it's Dick Dawn in the 9, and one of our Estonian drivers, Carl Volter, in the 10. You see those guys up on the rostrum, poised, ready to get out for round 1 of qualifying. So, of course, is heat number 5, as I say. Any requests out there, Matt? If not, I'm going to go with Carl Volter of car 10 from Estonia.
Yeah. Lots of comments. But they are not requests. But people saying it's great to have a moving camera at this event. Good afternoon from Finland. I have a great racing day. Have a great racing day and good luck for all the drivers. That's from Tara Ivanen. Mark Bruton Young is saying wonderful to have Ukraine. And it is, actually. It's fantastic to have Ukraine joining us at this event. No requests for this one, though.
No requests at all? Oh, okay. Okay. So Carl Volter is car 10. Car 10 of Carl Volter we're going with. Sorry, Paul, what was that? No, go on, you're right.
It took me a month to get that organised from Ukraine.
Crikey.
I met Victor, who's here, at the World's for Touring Cars in Gubbio.
Yeah.
When I came back, I thought, I could do something for these guys in Ukraine. They're not members of EFRA, so I got quite a lot of work to do. So I contacted them first, and anybody interested in off-road Euros? Wow, yeah, maybe. Came back to me 2 days later. Yeah, 3 drivers want to come. So I said, he said to me, but we're not a member of EFRA. I said, okay, I will organise that. So I organised it with Willie, secretary. We'd let them be a member of EFRA. We'll sort out all the financial things at a later time. Let them get themselves together as a bunch of clubs to form a federation. And we did all that over December, January. And I got 5 in the end.
Brilliant.
Yep.
Brilliant. Can't moan at that. That's what you call putting the effort in and getting the results. And that is what we want to see the guys do today. Put that effort in and the results will follow. We're still with Carl Volter at the moment. We're going to follow round till the end of this lap, and then we'll have a look at Elias Jordan, who's leading us out in this one, but we'll stick with Volter for a mo. So round the wall of death. Doubles, really easy for these four-wheel drives. Okay, so if we... Oh, hang on, it's Van Catwick. Let's just, let's see.
I'm doing some typing.
Go for it. Thank you for joining us, Paul. Lovely to hear from you. You take care and have a good day.
Thank you.
So, Paul Worsley, everyone, off to do his duties. Okay, so let's have a look for Nigel Van Catwick in car 2. Should have just finished his lap. He'd be over the line by now. So, yeah, probably one of that gaggle up there. Car number 2, Van Catwick. I had a funny feeling it might be the blue one, the last one of those 3, but double check, because I've been wrong before. Okay, so Nigel should be about quarter of the way round the lap now, coming up to about halfway round. Number 2. I reckon it... I don't know. Difficult to see these numbers as they're coming through. I think Jim might have just picked him up there. Yeah, there we go. I knew we'd get him in the end, Jim. Just had to wait for all of the cars to come past us so we could see them. Okay. So Van Catwick now is leading this one out, lapping at about 30-second pace. So last lap was a 31.8. So, I mean, these guys are a little bit off where they want to be. 7 laps in, though. 3:40. Nobody really sort of challenging Van Catwick at the moment. 7 seconds back. We've seen how quickly a 7-second lead can drop off. Oh, there you go. A few of them into the 7s in the 43. So Jordan and Lepap, sorry. Doubles. Yeah, they're not struggling with the jump sections as far as getting the power down is concerned now. It's it's all the sort of cornering with the four-wheel drives because these things are a little bit more lively, a little bit more aggressive. So there we go, not doing the quad on that one. I'd expect once we get another couple of heats out the way, we'll probably see the quad being done a bit more often on the ripples. See if Lee Martin's got it in him to push it over the triple today as well. That'd be good to see some big jumps coming through. A lot of people moan that complain. Ooh, that was a good one. Let's have a go on that. And comes up the step up. Little bit of a wall ride, skateboarding that thing. And then does a quadruple somersault to finish off. Now, coming into the last lap. So crossing the line and will be done, will Van Catwick. Over the bridge. There you go. So that is 10 in a 5:17 for Van Catwick. 10 in a 5:23 for Stein. Oh, Elias Jordan comes through. 10 in a 5:16 to take this one. Okay, scores on the doors. There we have it. So, Jordan from Catwick, from Lepap. Back to Stein, Assack, Stegmaier, Volta, Didier, Bertrand, and Dawn. Just enough time. Just enough time to let you guys know that the stream today is brought to you in association with Schumacher X-Ray S-Works, Hobbywing, and Redoc.eu. Fantastic sponsors out there. Do go and check them out on their respective Facebook, Twitter, social media pages, Instagrams, and of course their own websites. Purchase some things off of them because they're
LinkedIn.
all top quality. LinkedIn, of course, one of my favourites for sharing stuff. Just gets so worky on LinkedIn, isn't it? Everything's so worky, and then I go and post buggy racing. I'm a sensible man and work in an office racing toy cars. Scale model motor vehicles, as I'm told.
I'd just like to say that this gentleman in the X-ray T-shirt is not supposed to be standing on that step. Oh, I think he's going to he's going to do it.
He's definitely not under 1.6 metres tall, is he?
When Bjorn spots them, I have seen him taking people off the steps if they're too tall.
Let's keep an eye on it, because this is more exciting than what's going to go on the track. Is he going to stay on the stand gate?
Oh.
Oh, he looked. He saw him, bottled it. He bottled it. Oh. I would have told him. Link me up to the PA, Matt. I'll get him off that box.
Maybe he'll just yank the box away mid qualifying heat.
Like a sheet on a table with a load of cups and stuff on it. Do you reckon he'd still be standing afterwards if he did it quick enough? All right, in this one, Kai Koenig from Germany in the 1, Randolph Alt in the 2 from Estonia. One of our 4 Estonian drivers, Kim Sitensky, from Germany in the 3. Ukrainian driver Marian Baresh in the 4. Laszlo Phillips from Belgium in the 5. Eric Michels from Belgium in the 6. Another Belgian driver. Jonas Martins in the 7. Archie Bowman from the UK in the 8. Ukrainian driver, Viktor Litvenko in the 9. And Marcus Veyer in the 10 from Estonia.
Request for car number 5.
Car number 5
through.
It
Phillips.
is. So 5 off the line, please, Wonder Jim. There it is, red and white. Speed machine of Laszlo Phillips, poised, ready for the first round of qualifying. I wanted the silence there just to build a little bit of anticipation. And it worked. Okay. Oh, it's a nightmare start for Phillips. Let's see that one again. Comes into the triples, catches the pipe. There's all sorts of acrobatics and lands on his wheels. Not bad. That's what we call a champion's roll. So it comes through with an opening lap of a 32.3. I haven't got rid of the squeaky chair, so apologies. It's just the most comfortable one in here. Okay, triple singles this time. Around the switchbacks, gets down the straight with the back straight. Around the wall of death, easy enough, anchors the brakes on. Oh, and has to single out of the last double. And across, let's just see when this updates for a 31.7. Okay, so it's Kai Koenig that's leading this one out. Should be coming up to the end of the lap now for Kai. If we can flick over onto car 1. So I should have just started another lap. There we go. There's the one car of Kai. Thanks, Jim. Okay, so a bit of a crash car in front of the rostrum there, but that's been cleared out nicely. So Kai nicely round the switchbacks. I said Kai was leading this one out. Crossing the line last time is now virtually at the back of the field. So not too sure what's happened there. 31.4s is that's actually the fastest. Oh no, hang on a minute. So jumping about a little bit. That was a 30.8 that time round. Fastest of a 30.4. So lapping pretty consistently for Koenig. Lovely line through there. Punches it up onto the wall of death. Now you'll see the later heats. I hate to say the top drivers because it kind of separates out how good the rest of the field is here. It's an incredibly difficult track. These guys really are working so hard, and it's so frustrating for them out there. Any discrepancy in their driving style, it just costs them so much time on track. It's really, really frustrating for them, but hopefully they're pushing through it now. Okay, a little bit tighter over the wall of death. Oh, and then loses it on the first set of doubles. Not a lot you can do about that, but it is a big loss to time, so we'll just see 31.8 for Koenig last time round. We'll pick up Paresh in the 4 car. I'll let you know when they're crossing the line. They should be coming up to the end of the lap shortly, the number 4. And possibly one of these 3 going over the triples now. No, doubles, sorry, down the straight. So it'll be one of that gaggle of 3 cars there. For the number 4, if we can. It's not going to be that red one because that's the 5 that we first followed. So, yeah, likely that one there. I think it is. Some lovely shots of that one going around the wall of death yesterday. So, Paresh, pass for another one. Ukrainian driver, sorry. Up the step-ups, drops it down. Oh, really wide round there. You're not going to be doing that. That's a lot of time lost, really. Nicely through the switchback, though. Punches it around the wall of death. Nicely over the roller. First set of doubles done. Second done nicely. Over the bridge. Okay, so we're just going to stick this out to the end now. We know that clock is counting down the last driver's time over the line. So I think everybody into their last lap now. Laszlo Phillips has already finished, stopped on lap 8. Oh, maybe not. Maybe thought it'd stopped and just gone through for the 9th. So pretty much everybody here in for their 10th lap. Archie Bowman's finished. Kai Koenig's finished. Victor Levenko's finished. Paresh finished on 10 in a 5:12. So fastest one out there was Archie Bowman. 10 in a 5:05. Fastest lap of a 29.4 for Archie. 29.8 the last lap time. So getting under those sort of sub 30 second is going to be pretty important today. You see the times and scores on your screen there. There's our car 5 going down the bottom. So Laszlo, the one we followed out first, obviously suffered there. Okay. 8-7 coming up. Jens Becker leads this one out from Germany in the 1. We've got Harry Mears from the UK in the 2. Austrian Nino Altmanger in the 3. Marco Stallman from the Netherlands in the 4. Michael Katzmeyer from Austria in the 5. Julian Ferrandis from France in the 6. And then we've got Martin Scar from Norway in the 7. Roman Lepage in the 8 from France. Halvor Gran from Norway in the 9. And Wouter Wijnen, from Belgium. Rounds out the pack.
There's a few who definitely do qualify for stalls there. No issues with what we're seeing on screen now. I think we can let that ride.
Are you sure? Because that guy there, who's on the stall, looks like trouble, if you ask me.
I think we can trust him.
You reckon? I might get a tape measure out.
John Sneakers says, I'm at work. On a third screen, the live is on, and the sound is on the headphones. Sneaky, but we like it. Scott Rawlings
Sneaker being sneaky.
I know, right? Good for you. Scott Rawlings, good day from Australia.
Good day.
Sander de Graaf, hello from Thailand. So yes, great to have you with us, Sander. Thai, well, Sander's Dutch, so but yeah, he's in Thailand. So yeah, great to have him watching.
Lovely.
Mark Broughton Young RC, who is using the L1R shock towers? Seen all the pics on Raceway 1. I'll be honest, I don't know. But it's a good question.
Orlowski's had a towel over the front of his car for the whole event.
Okay.
Got some zoom-in shots on that when I was up doing the live yesterday with Trish stood underneath me, so I had to do them reasonably quietly. So we've been told off before for posting pictures of Schumacher's cars. I think it was the MKGP. I posted a few pictures, and within about 30 seconds of them being online, Schumacher were on the phone. I think it was Muzz, actually. Muzz Schumacher was on the phone. You're taking those photos down, Matt. It's fine. Fine, Muzz, fine.
Well, thank you to Schumacher for sponsoring this coverage. Joining them are S-Works, Hobbywing, Rudog.eu and X-Ray. Thank you so much to these fantastic brands, fantastic RC brands sponsoring this EFRA event.
Indeed. Go check them out. Go buy some stuff from them because they're that fantastic. Why wouldn't you just buy all of their stuff? What we could do with Matt is one of those little things that you just point your phone at and go, oh, there you go, there's the link. Can't remember what they're called now. They're little like weird
a QR code.
They could just have
a sea of
sticker.
A sea of QR codes across the screen.
Yeah,
people just scan.
That's what you need. That's what you need. I was genuinely thinking, white noise sticker. What are they called?
White noise sticker. It's a good description.
That's what they look
good
like.
Description.
The fuzzy screen on the TV.
That's
right.
Right. Yeah.
White noise.
Tommy Tansley says, "Morning, Matt and the team. Looking forward to watching the show today." Yeah,
Tommy Tansley's joined us. That means it's a show. That's what it means, because we're on Tommy time right now, if Tommy's here. So, Tommy, welcome to the show. Stay with us. We'd love to hear a bit more from you.
So, some requests coming in. Car 5, Martin Bayer. I'd like to see a bit of Martin Bayer.
I mean, he's not in Car 5 in this one. Car 5 is Michael Katzman.
Oh.
So let's have a look.
What am I looking at?
Where's Martin Bayer? Martin Bayer, Car 5, no. Martin Bayer. Oh, he's Car 5 in Heat 11. So that is an early request. Nice. Those are the requests we like.
Okay.
Why am 4 or 5 heats ahead?
There is an issue with our timing then. Because on the screen it does say Heat 11, which is clearly not right. Let me try and fix that. No, that's not right, is it now?
Oh, dear.
Oh, there you go.
Hey.
Oh, okay. There you go.
There we are. I knew it was something simple. Is that button I didn't push earlier, right?
It was you.
What
Connie
I didn't tell
is
you
saying
was
hi from Sweden. Well, go on.
Oh, no, I'm not going to tell you now.
Huh.
I wasn't going to tell you. I lost confidence, and then I built myself up, and then you just cut me off dead. So I'm not going to tell you that I almost dragged the whole sound desk onto the floor when I went for a natural break earlier.
Yeah. It's easily
Nothing
done.
happened. Nothing came unplugged. I got my foot caught in the lead. I wish I'd known there was this break and I could have gone for a natural break in between this one. I'm going to have to sprint in the next one, and I do not run. I haven't run since I was in school.
I think this break is linked to the fact that the wrong heat was showing on the screen. I think the two issues are connected.
Yes, that seems like a possibility to me too.
So, still would like car 5, Michael.
Katzmann
Yeah,
from Austria.
please. Yes, please.
So car 5 when they go off the line, wonder Jim.
Connie Svensson says, well, I think he's saying hey from Sweden. But hey to Connie, thanks for watching. Great to have you along. Looking forward to working with you at the large scale off-road Euros in a few weeks. Also, Nino Altmaninger. Do we have... Yes, car number 3, please. How's it, guys, from South Africa, says Ian Cloud.
All good, Ian. All good in the hood right here. This one's going to be going in a second, so Katzmeyer off the line, number 5, please, Jim. Jim hopefully not being eaten by the hordes of mosquitoes around the track. He might have cleared off today, but we were pretty bad up on that stand yesterday. It was hard work up there. There you go. Katzmeyer off. Got a few laps in. Triple single for the first jump. And whether that was playing it safe or just a poorly executed takeoff. Punches it down the main straight, on the back straight. Not really a main straight on this one. Other than this bit, which is the kind of broken main straight, if you like, with a hairpin in the middle. There you go. Makes the double this time. Drops down. Oh, catches a horrible bump on the way down there. I don't know where that one is. We've had a few of the drivers, possibly, maybe not the guys in the A final, but some of the guys from, the rest of the heats worried about the track not being particularly consistent, so sort of saying, well, if I hit the jump here, it's a bit different. If I hit it there, it's fine. If I come down the hill here, it's okay. But if I come down that side, it's not. This is it's not a touring car track, so you're going to expect differences in the way the track runs. The jumps and everything, yeah, of course there's going to be, lumps and bumps and dips on them. That's the nature of the beast in an off-road track. Okay, so we're going to pop over onto car number 3. Nina Altmaninger. So should be coming up towards the end of the lap, Jim, actually. Not far off. Just going past. Yeah, there we go. Oh, back end a bit lively on that one. See that breakaway, Matt? Oh, and into the post. Not too bad, though. Got to bounce back, so I didn't need to be marshalled on that. Oh, no. Let's have that one back there. Comes into the ripples. Catches a nasty bobble. Just manages to get back on the wheel and then gets clammed over by the 5. So down the straight. Single double. Oh, that's not how you want to do the double. A little bit more punch required there, please, sir. Flicks it back onto the... Oh, man, again there. That is not going well. Altmanger's certainly struggling to get the four-wheel drive round. Takes a really big line. Oh, there you go. And that's why we put the cones there. Let's see. Round, down, and this is what happens. See, this we have the camera exactly can see where the camera is. That's exactly where it was, and that's why we've put the horribleness there to keep everybody away from our equipment. Did you see my deadly chair that's on its side? So don't crash it near our camera. It's not a good plan. Okay, round we go again through the switchbacks up to the wall of death. Lovely little slide into the wall of death there. It's good. Like that sort of stuff. Over the bridge. And then straight for another one. So running around at the back of the pack. Yeah, not the best run for Outminger this time. So if we got no more requests out there, Matt, I think we're going to pop up to car number 8. Just to finish this one out. Car number 8 should have just finished the lap now. That one probably just maybe the one back from that, possibly, unless that's it. No, I think you're on it, aren't you? Oh, man, of course you're on it, because it's gone into the barrier. What else happens when we're filming cars go round?
Late request for Harry Mears. I don't know if it's too late.
We've got we've literally got 30 seconds left on the
next time.
We'll try and get in.
Next time.
I'll sounds good. So Harry Mears, and put a little star next to Harry, so that we know.
As for Matt Hodges, we'll do that for you on the next round. Hopefully,
we will do. So 30 seconds left in this one, and of course, that's 30 seconds for the last driver that crossed the loop at the start. So, during qualifying, all of these guys and girls are running off their own clock. So, as their number gets called out and they cross the start-finish line for the first time, a fictitious 5-minute clock starts counting down. It is there, but you just can't see that clock. So, they all get their own 5-minute clock, and that ticks down, and once the 5 minutes are up, that's it. And they just try and put as many laps in as they possibly can in those 5 minutes. Most amount of laps in the shortest amount of time, of course, takes the round. So these all now finishing as they cross the line. It looks like it's the 5 of Katzmeyer that took this one. And with that, I'm going to leave you in the capable voice of Matt with 1T whilst I take a very quick natural break.
So there we have it. That heat in the bag. We are working our way up to seeing the top guys out. Won't be long now until we get the top guys on track. Not that they matter anymore. Everyone's equally important on this track. So it's going to be good to see everyone out there. Bjorn Bjorn is just policing the stalls, but I'm not sure if he's sent him away. Not at all. But anyway, yes, the height is being policed according to that yellow piece of tape you can see on the vertical. If you're taller than that, then you don't stand on a stool, and that's how it works here. Hello to everybody watching this EFRA event. It's the EFRA 4-wheel drive 1/10th Off-Road European Championships. There in front of you, you can see the next heat about to go out. Valentin Puziat will be leading out heat 8. Request already in for car 3 from EBC87. Yep, car number 3. We'll do our best to get that. On social media, yay, back to another quality broadcast. Well, you see, on social media, some people want to see cars going around and timing. They just like to have it on. Do you allow them to have it, or do you say, no, we're not having it? We're having nothing until we're doing the full coverage. I don't know. We don't live in an ideal world, but this is pretty ideal. No rain so far here in Utrecht. If you're a fan of large scale, you can watch our large scale coverage together with Polestar TV. Just 2 hours down the road is where Frank is, watching the big cars on the flat.
Big cars on the flat sounds good to me.
Alan O'Brien's moaning about the lack of change to the track compared to two-wheel drive. And you know what? You can moan. That's fine. You're welcome to moan. But
yeah, it's terrible.
There's sometimes, over the last, we've covered this for 13 years. Very often there's no change at all. So the fact that they've introduced a wall ride, I think is pretty cool.
That's super, super cool. Super cool. And it's not easy for these guys to change around these tracks either. So I think they've done a cracking job myself. So I've just come out from the toilet there. Out from a natural break. And there was a bit of a discussion being had between Paul Worsley, one of the team managers, and one of the team drivers there about reactions to how other drivers speak to you on the rostrum. Yes, that was an interesting one to walk through. So we will keep an eye on the rostrum as we go through. We're in Heat 8 now. Follow the last one off if you can, please, Jim.
We had request for car 3 and the 3 GB drivers, please. Oh, and car 4.
Okay, so
can we see Dan Pole for a bit in this heat?
Okay.
Oh, the requests are coming thick and fast. I don't know if we're going to be able to keep up with them all.
Yeah, probably you want to get these requests in before rather than during, because we aren't too... once we're in kind of thing. So we'll stick with Lucas Didier for a minute, and then we'll swap through. We'll get Dan Pole. Who else have we got in here? Harley Eldridge is in there. As far as Harley Eldridge is there, not a bit further up. Hey ho. Okay, so we've got a couple of other of the drivers that you guys in. Matt Peters is in there as well. So do a couple of laps here with Lucas Didier, and then we will swap on through for you guys on the requests. So don't forget that what you're seeing at home is obviously a little bit delayed to what's really going on here at the track. So preempt that with your requests by sort of getting them in about a minute early, and then we're much more likely to see them in time to get them through. We'll follow Didier up to the end of this one, though. And then we'll find Dan Pole, who should only really be a few cars back from there, because he's coming up to the end of his lap now. So, let's have a look if I can spot Dan. Dan Pole in the 6th car, just so that you know. Doesn't look like Dan Shell. Sorry, let's find out where he is on the track again. So about halfway around the track now. We're probably coming somewhere close to the wall ride. There we go. That looks like a Dan Pole shell. Lovely. Okay, so we'll stick with Dan for a lap or so. I was doing pretty well a minute ago and has dropped right the way down the field. A 35-second lap on his last one. Yeesh. Nobody wants a 35, so Dan going to be pushing pretty hard. A good conversation with him in the pits. I was going to message you about this last night, Matt, and then I decided I wasn't going to, and I was just going to talk about it today. But we had a good chat with Dan Pole in the pits yesterday. And in the two-wheel drive, Dan did what I called an inspired overtake over the double-doubles of Antonio Kowalski. And I said to Dan, did you look like you really lined that one up? Like really, really carefully lined that up as if you knew what you were going to do. Oh, and he's over the end of the straight. Let's get a... He catches a little bit of a sideways and then just grips it, flips it, trips it, over he goes. So I said to Dan, how did you do that, Dan? Did you line that up? Were you prepared for it? Looks like you'd set it up the lap before, etc., etc. And he went, no. I just sent it. Oh, legend. Saw the gap and he just sent it. What more do you want from a racer? Okay. Car number 4, please, Harley Eldridge, if we can, just for the last little bit of this one. Harley will be finishing the lap now. There you go. Well done. Right on it. No messing. That's Harley going round through the off camber. Flicks it back on itself, triple single. Nobody going for the quad on that one just yet. I expect we're going to wait and see Lee Martin do that one, to be fair. Seems to be leading the way in lines on the track for these four-wheel drives. So Harley through for another one. 9 in a 4:30. So possibly looking at Harley's lap times, which are sort of averaging the sort of mid-29s. On the most part. Likely to get through for this one and one more. So is Harley going to be on for an 11? Because last time round predicted a 10 in a 5 dead. So just caught the line. Just caught the line. 10 in a 5. 9.35. Man, so only Moritz, not Mortis, Moritz Lautenbach has gone through for an 11. So we'll wait for Moritz. Mortis. That's what I called him last year at Robin Hood, was Mortis. All the way, literally all the way through the event. Sorry about that, Moritz. I'll get it right this year. Year after year, I'll get more and more of these right. And then we'll get some new names, and I won't know how to say them either. Okay, everybody done there. Lautenbach takes this in an 11 in a 5:29. So a long 11, but the first of our 11 lappers, I believe. So going to see the Moritz go top of the pack. And then we got Harley, Antonia Kowalski, the one I was saying about Dan Pole doing the overtake on. And everybody else. Heat number 9 is up left next. And you guys are going to know who's in this, but I'm going to give you a reminder. So, car number 1, Hubert Honigel from Austria. And then we've got the man I've been talking about, Lee Martin. So we're going to follow Lee Martin off. I don't care about the request right now because I want to see Lee Martin do the triple and the quad. So we're going to follow Lee Martin off the line and give you plenty of warning. And then we'll have your requests after that. So, Lee Martin in the 2. Florent Gallup from France in the 3. Luke Holdsworth in the 4 from Great Britain. And we got the Finn, Jamil Gabrielsen in 5. Ben Smith from Great Britain in the 6. Elias Johansson in the 7 from Sweden. German of Tim Gibel in the 8. Josh Holdsworth from Great Britain in the 9. And Sen Powells from Belgium in the 10. Oh, look at that. Lee's going to be leading us out. So leading the way. Lee leading the way. Who's that on a step? Oh, definitely not less than 1.6 metres tall. Actually, there's loads of on steps in there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them in this one on steps. Matt, come and lay the smack down. Whew. Yeah.
Are they right?
You telling me? Telling me, mate. Bruv, I should say. Now, Jim told me to say a race was... Oh, I can't even remember the word. It's so... so new to me, so new and modern, this word for being a good race.
All right.
Saying
Well,
P-O... Oh, wait, let me put my glasses on and I'll be able to see you, Jim. Hang on a minute. Go on, spell it out. So P-O-R...
hang on. Well, where are we going with this?
Poor? No. Okay, let's get back to it. We'll work this one out in a minute. Let's follow Lee Martin off.
I think you've been led down an alley there.
What was I going to spell? At least it didn't start with P-E-N, eh? Lee Martin takes us off. Here we go. Come on, Lee. Triple. Let down. We still love him, though.
4, 8, 10, 9.
Triple singles. Oh, man. After all of that build-up all morning so far for the quad that we really wanted to see. There you go. Maybe this time around. Go on, Mitchell. No, not this time. Single, double. Up the step up he goes. Drops it down. Let's see if he's got the confidence in him for a quad. Come on, Lee. Oh, I thought he was going for it. He didn't do it though, but never mind. Okay, round the wall of death he goes. Where's Lee doing as far as lap times are concerned? 29.2 for Lee. 28.8 for Johansson. Nice. So Lee, single doubles again. Taking us round in this one so far. Only 2 laps down though, so still plenty of time to go. Lee past the first of the back markers he's come across. Oh, wow, that was how you just punch the throttle and see what happens, eh, Lee? Okay, so let's see if we can pick up Ben Smith, who shouldn't be far off. Just started his lap. Well, a few forward from there. I'd imagine they're probably the second of that group of 4, I think. First or second anyway. So Ben is the 6th car, just to... It's got to be one of these. Ben was running around in second, so... Is that the 6th there? Yeah, of course it is. So Ben was running around in second. He's dropped down into 3rd now. 4th as Powell's crossed the line. So Ben's going to want some... Oh no, 5th now for Ben. So about halfway through the pack with Ben at the moment. He's going to want to tidy things up if he possibly can. Yeah, so round he comes. We'll follow Ben up to the end of this one, and then we'll try and find our second place of Florent Gallet from France. That's going to be in the 3 car. And keep an eye on where these are. So Florent now should be just behind Ben, actually. So the number 3 car. There we go. So Florent pushing hard now. Come out running in 4th, but then I say that, and Ben Smith must have had a blinder of a couple of laps because he's popped himself back into 2nd spot overall. But we're gonna stick with this one. Oh, nightmare off the track. So just put the car back behind him. Oh, there you go. Lovely to get through there. Right on the inside. Okay, nicely through the switchbacks. Car looks nice and settled. Doesn't look too bad. I never got the view of how thick that Astro was for you guys on the wall ride. But it is really thick, so if it rains, that is going to stay wet for a long, long time. And it's on quite a steep slope. Oh, I had a little bit of a tumble there. Champions roll back onto the wheels. But yeah, it's going to stay for a long time. I know it's fairly steep, so the water's obviously going to run off it, and the sun's going to bake it because it's kind of sort of facing southish. Oh dear. Let's have a quick replay on that one. So off, too much over to the left, catches the barrier, ding donk, and onto your wing. A little bit of a wheelie wiggle just to get the marshal's attention. Does a step up, drops it down into the off camber again. So only 30 seconds left in this one. We'll stick with this to the end. So Lee Martin definitely in for an 11. Predicted a 5.19 for this 11. So let's see. No, Florence caught the line. So that one we're on is finished. 10 and a 5.04. So unfortunate not to get through for the 11th. We'll just see what Lee does as he comes through. 10 and a 5.21. So Lee lost a couple of seconds on his predicted time. Ben Smith 11 in a 5.22. Elias Johansson 11 in a 5.23. Hubert Honegal 11 in a 5.27. And we're just waiting for a couple more of the others to finish. So Powell's 11.5.30. Oh, and Gabrielson just comes through 11 in a 5.29. There you go, confirmation up on screen for you. And that's your heat number 9. Heat 10's coming up next. And you know who we've got in Heat 10? You know who these guys and girls are. There's no need for me to tell you, but I'm going to. Car 1, Wesley van Helmond from the Netherlands. Clement Boda in the 2 from France. Davide Ongaro, ex-European champion from Italy. Tommy Hall in the 4. Jamie Hall in the 5, both from the UK. And then we've got 2 Finnish drivers. Una Hattonen in the 6. Pekko Ivanen in the 7. Alexander Landon, our hotel buddy from Sweden, in the 8. And then we've got the People's Champ, Neil Craig, from Great Britain in the 9. And rounding us out, Jesper Rasmussen in the 10 from Denmark. Okay, warm-up laps going on. Marshall's just getting themselves into position. Got one on the stand there, Matt. Stand gate continues. So there's your start order. Rasmussen's going to lead us off. We'll go with Jesper. Car 10 off the line. Thank you to everybody out there listening in and watching on the streams. Really appreciate you guys and girls joining us today. And for the whole event, please remember to like and share on the YouTube channel. Click that bell. You'll get the subscription to get notified whenever we go live. Oh, it's number 3. No, okay, so we're going. I thought that was the start order they put up there. We want car number 10. So that was really weird. Why that came up on the screen then? Very strange why they've got it in that order there, and then ran them off in a different one. Hey. Okay, first time over the ripples. Rasmussen not taking any chances with the quad and just went for the triple single. First time into the double doubles. Bit of a flat landing. Got a bounce on that one in the centre. So Rasmussen 28.9 as an opener. Oh, I can smell that chicken cooking now. Ooh. Okay. Over the double doubles for the second time in this one through the bridge. Let's see where Rasmussen ends up. Second overall now. Chasing down Tommy Hall. Tommy Hall is leading this one at the moment. Neil Craig's put himself up into contention. Everybody other than Pecco and Una on to 11 lap pace. So some changes, I think, at the top of the pack after we've come out of this one. Okay, so Rasmussen after lap 3 is leading us round in this one. So obviously on around a bit of form since the two-wheel drive event. Wasn't too pleased with his results there, but you know, these things happen. Like we said, the reset button's been hit for this one. Rasmussen looking strong at the moment. Davide Ongaro crosses. Oh, Rasmussen's gone over. Let's have a quick look at that. Comes over, hits the top of that. Oh, look at that, nasty. Shows you how well these cars are built, though. If you can land on your wing backwards as you're going over a jump and then just be put down and carried on. Man. That's not bad. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to find Tommy... Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, let's go with Tommy Hall. So car number 4. And Tommy probably just coming off the step up, so probably over the bobbles there. So one of those. Be that. I'll tell you which one's Tommy's car. No, not that one. Back, go back, and again. That's Landon that's just come over there. I think this next one, I think that's Tommy there. Yeah, there you go. There's Tommy, the red and sort of black at the front. That is Tommy Hall's car for sure. So Tommy catches the second hairpin on the end of the straights, the small straights. I'd imagine, considering how tight it is at the very top, that's going to drop Tommy back behind Alexander Landon. So we'll see as Tommy crosses the line where he goes. Should go probably just jump up now. No, he's second. So Tommy's dropped himself down behind Ongaro at the moment on the 7th lap. We'll wait for everybody else to do the 7th. So Craggy's gone up in front of Tommy. Oh no, not quite. It's Clement Boda at the top. So Boda, Ongaro, Cragg, Hall, Landon, Rasmussen, Hatton, and then Jamie Hall, Pecco, and it looks like Wesley's pulled off. Okay, Davide Ongaro seems like the man at the moment in the 3 car. Let's flick on to Davide about halfway through his lap. Just be a blue shell for Davide. Probably coming up very end of his... there he is. So Davide running the blue shells. His shell painter had an issue with the liquid mask used on his car shells. And it had a little bit too much solvent in it. I'm not sure whether it just destroyed the shell or whether it ruined the paintwork, but either way he's ended up with two 1-can shells. The double doubles not having any issue in the 4-wheel drive at all. Ongaro really looking strong out there. So on to his last lap. That was a 27.9. Wow, 27.9. That is a quick lap from Ongaro there. I'm going to write that down, you know. 27.9. Ongaro. There we go. See if anybody can do better than that. Not see anybody else into the 27. So Ongaro finishes an 11 and a 5.15. Now, I think previously we saw an 11 in a 5.14. So I don't think Ongaro's going top of the pack in this one. despite having a pretty awesome run. So just waiting for Craig and Pecco to finish. Van Helmond obviously out on lap 6. Everyone there into the 11 laps. So you need 11 laps. That's the key. And there you go, confirmation on screen. Ongaro, Boda, Hall, Landon, Rasmussen, Neil Craig, Jamie Hall, Hatton, Ivanen and Van Helmond rounding out the listings. So up next, Heat 11. Top of the pile. These are the guys who seeded on their 2 fastest laps into the top heat, the last heat. Car 1 in this one, Max Gotzel. 2 is Michael Orlowski from Poland. Gotzel, obviously, the Czech driver. We've got Marcus Kerup from Denmark. Norway is Daniel Kobovic. Another Czech driver is Martin Beyer. Leon Newman from Germany. And we've got Noah Ben Mohamed from France. The Austrian of Mika Widmeyer in the 8s. German driver Barrett Killick in the 9. And Bruno Coelho from Portugal. Rounds us out in the 10 spot. We're going to go with Beyer, though, because we've already had a request. That'll be car number 5. Please, Jim. Now, looking at that, you'd think Bayer's going to go off first. But as this makes no sense at all, we'll just see who goes off the line when. Who's that stood on a stool there? That is Noah Ben Mohamed, and rightly so, because he's a rather not the tallest chap out there.
A young gun.
He is a young gun. He is a young gun. We're going to follow him round, as well. I'm going to put a little mark next to his name. We're going to follow him round, right? Any requests out there, Matt, in request land?
Yeah. Car 8 and car 3, please.
Okay, so that is Widmeyer and Kerup, of course. Kerup defending four-wheel drive European champion.
You know, it's Marcus Kerup. Well, Jonas Kerup, Papa Kerup, put a comment on our stream saying fantastic coverage.
Joe, they are good.
That's good, isn't it? That's good.
People. They're staying in our
We'll
hotel.
take that.
You know.
I heard you were staying in their hotel, but
we got
yeah.
there first.
Request for Orlowski as well to be followed.
Of course. I'll try and get through as many of them as I possibly can, because obviously this is a top heat, so everybody here's got fans. But we'll go off with Beyer first, because that was the first one. So car 5, please. It's the orange one at the back there. 3 orange cars in this one, just to make it easy. Okay, so off we go with Martin Beyer. We'll get a lap down with Martin, and then we are literally going to flick onto another car. So we're just going to go pretty much as the requests. Okay, Beyer looking quick out the back straight. Nice tight line through the wall of death. Double doubles, of course. So an opener for Beyer of a 28.2, some 27s coming in this one. I'm going to give these guys time to settle down, and we'll go for some fastest laps later on. So don't change for a minute, stick with Beyer. And we will go to... let's have a look at Orlowski, car number 2, about halfway through the lap at the moment. There we go, there's Orlowski. So stick with Orlowski, I'll let you know when to go on to another one. Double, around the end, over the bridge he goes. So Orlowski comes through, front of the pack on car 3, third lap at the moment. And the drop off. Around the off camber, car looking pretty settled out there, a little bit bumpy around there, so throw him up a bit, but these guys still not punching over to do the quad. So that's our lap with Orlowski. Let's see if we can find Carup. So Carup's the 3 car, should be right with him there. Maybe back a little bit, maybe. No, there you are. Lovely, well done. Okay, so Carup down the back straight. Oh, those guys are tight round there on the wall of death. So let's see as he crosses the line. Top of the pack. Orlowski takes it back. Okay, let's see if we can find the 8 car of Widmeyer. So Widmeyer should be coming up towards the end of the lap about now. The 8 car. So, yeah, just gone. There you go. Lovely job, Jim. Oh, there you go. That is Killick that's just gone past. But we'll stick with the 8 for the moment. That's Mika. Mika struggling a bit in this one, rounding it out at the back. Only predicted a 10 for Mika in this one. So, end of the lap, and then just jump forward onto Killick. There you go. So that's Killick. Killick sort of has a really quick car, but just tends to throw it off the track every now and then, which I think is really hampering his progress. Because if I look at the lap times, like where has he gone? A 27.8, and then last lap was a 32. 5 seconds difference, a big old gap. All right, let's see if we can pick up Yawn. Car number 6 should just be coming up towards the end of the lap. Just finished one. There you go. Lovely. Camber done for Yawn. So the S-Works there. Goes for a triple single. Back straight done. Oh, God, they're getting tight on there. And there's a few of them yesterday coming up. Bit of a cropper going too tight and catching those inside markers. So let's have a look. Newman, and yeah, see, Newman's not really, as much as he's really, really quick, he's not really getting that run in at the moment. So Carup's just done a 27.1. There's got to be a sub 27 lap out there. So 27.1 for Marcus. That is a quick lap. So Marcus Carup, 11 in a 5.04. Orlowski, 11 in a 5.08. Kobovic, 11, 5.10. Those three easily going top of the pile right now. Uh, 5.14 for Newman. 5.15 for Coelho and Gotzel. And Noah Ben Mohammed, actually. All on 5.15s. Wow, nothing between anybody there. Bayer's on a 5.18. Killick on a 5.20. And Widmeyer finishes 10 in a 5.02. Ooh, man, that was your opener for the Heat 11. Round 1 of qualifying. Done. Let me see if I can find Paul Worsley's magic sheet that he gave me. Which is... Okay, so we're going to be starting this next one with Heat 3. We know how these staggered starts work by now. Actually, we might have a few minutes here. Whether these guys are just going to press on or whether we are going to have a little 5-minute break, I do not know. Okay. Yeah, I think we've got a little bit of a break coming up. 10-minute break. So I'm going to leave you guys for 10 minutes and we will be back. I'm sure Matt will play some VT, some bits and bobs like that in between. So enjoy it. See you all soon. So last couple of corners, Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks, and your European four-wheel drive champion Marcus Carup takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
Okay then. Thank you all for bearing with us. Not bearing with us, but bearing with us. We've had a discussion on the differences between bear and bear. Heat 3 is what we're going to be starting with in this second round of qualifying. I don't know if we can put the overalls up from the first round, Matt, can we? Just for top 10 or something? Have we got that somewhere handy that we can pop on screen? There we go. So it is confirmation that Carup has taken the first round. Back to Michael Orlowski, Daniel Kovac, Jorn Newman, Quaylo, Noah Ben Mohammed, well up there, David Leongaro, Max Gotzel, Clement Boda, and Tommy Hall round out your top 10 for round number 1. 11 in a 5:04. Woohoo! Smoking. Alrighty, so this is Heat 3. We've got Cedric Ricard, Martin Owen, Harriet Thames, Daniel Thompson, Freddie Russell, Lee Chandler, Cone Middle Cooper, Vladimir Fedorenko, and William White. So we'll go with the first one off.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start on car 9.
So William White
Car 2.
leads us off.
Car 3.
See what Will has got in the tank.
Car 8. Car
Oh dear. Oh, makes it, just manages to get back out in front of that car that came out behind him. I'm not going to want too many there. Oh, but he can't help it. Can't help it. First lap nightmares for Will White. See him come into the bobbles. Catches it funny. Didn't have enough power on there. Oh, and it was just trying to accelerate through and it did not pay off. So over the line he goes for the first time round. Punches it over the double, just makes it over the double. Maybe not quite got the punch in that one that he thinks he has. Either that or he's holding back to be a bit cautious. Either way, not getting where he needs to be, but that one's crashed out the way of him. Oh, and he's done it again on the ripples, put himself right back to where he was. In fact, even further back than where he was before. So he was top of the heat last time out. Oh, but he went for the Daniel Pole double overtake. Couldn't make it happen. Does seem to be a bit quicker than that car in front though. So let's see if he can catch up again. Not like that. Certainly not like that. So Will White struggling a bit this time round. We're going to pop on to, let's have a look for Harriet Thames if we can. Car number 3. I don't think we've followed Harriet yet. It's not ticked off my list. So car 3, let's have a look where Harriet is. Oh, you're with it. Lovely job, well done. So Harriet leading this round. Triple singles. Nicely through there. Up to the wall of death. Not the tight line we saw in the last few heats that the 10th and 11th heat were doing. Okay, Harriet through there. Into the ripples. Triple single again. So the four-wheel drives don't seem to be struggling too much with that wider line, but this is through qualifying. So you're probably going to see that during the finals, these guys and girls really tighten up on that line coming through the ripples to get as close to the cone of justice as they can. Down the hill. Oh, that didn't sound good. Who that was. Harriet brings us through, though, through the switchbacks. Punches it down the back straight. Into the wall of death. Oh, man. Let's have a replay on that one. That was pretty good. So, through the wall of death she comes. Car crashes out in front of her. cannot help but be collected by that. It's almost like a tractor beam when you've got a car crashing in front of you. Oh, and a marshal there. Oof, man. That got all kinds of crazy in a really short amount of time. Harriet, though, now struggling after getting caught in that crash. She's been pushed out of her rhythm. So we'll just see if she can bring it back through. No, unfortunately not. Really struggling to find that rhythm again now. And it's a nightmare once you've been put out of it. Your head and your hands all working together to control these cars. And once that rhythm has gone, the rhythm has gone. Oh, that was a cut through there on Will White. Wow. Shut the door. Okay, so Will's got back through. Harriet and Will just going around trying to work together. Will stuffs it into the into the pipe on top of the corner tabletop, bless him. Triple single. Now that's the line. That's that tight line they're probably going to take in the finals. So Harriet punches it round the wall of death. Nicely over the roller. Punches over the first one. Oh, nightmare on the second double. These marshals, God, they're going in between cars flying in the air. Madness, need some helmets for them. Okay, let's see if we can find car one of Cedric Ricard. Should be about halfway through his lap now. Just about finishing, there we go. So into the last lap. So Cedric's leading us out at the moment, predicted a 10 in a 5:22. So let's see how accurate this is by the time we come back round. Lapping in about the 31, so shouldn't be too far off this on a predicted time. Last time round the wall of death. Single, double, single, single. Over the line, so let's have a look. Oh, there you go, 10 and a 5:21. Harriet, the only one to squeeze through for a 10 as well, so she crosses the line, which will be any second now. There you go, 10 in a 5:33.592. So predicted a 10 in a 5:33.269. So only a couple of points of a second outside of the predicted time. Does show how accurate these timing systems can be on the guesses that they make on the laps that we've already seen from them over an average. So Cedric Ricard takes that one from Harriet Thames, both on 10 lappers. Martin Owen doesn't quite get through. Oh, stopped on a 9 in a 5 dead. Oh, he's not going to be happy about that one. But you know who we've got coming up next? It is heat number 4, and we know that Joey Cockill's in this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to save following Joey until sort of the last minute and a half. And then we're going to swap over onto Joey and see where he's doing. So we know that Martin did 9. And a 5. For Martin. There we go, just scribble that down. We know that Martin did 9 in a 5 dead. Can Joey come through for the 10? That's what I want to know. So we've got just enough time to let you know that if you have just joined the stream, you are watching the EFRA 1/10th Buggy Euros, the four-wheel drive portion of the event for 2023. I'm your host, Matt Guppy. I'm going to be here all week presenting the show for you guys. We've got Matt McCallum over in the UK doing some technical wizardry and wonderfulness, as well as James Parry over there hiding in the dark room that we keep him in. Here with me on site is Wonder Jim up on the camera doing a fantastic job, keeping you all in focus and with what's going on the track. We're here in association with Schumacher Hobbywing, X-Ray, Ruddock.eu and S-Works, top manufacturers out there supporting us and the stream you're watching. So do go and support them, which helps them support us. If you want to see more of these feeds, click like and subscribe on the YouTube channel, get that little bell, and every time we go live or post something out, you guys will get a notification. And then you can just watch along and say how awesome it is, or how awful it is, and then we can just block you from making any more comments.
It's awesome.
And there he is,
Awesome.
Martin Owen. There he is, Matt. There is the Emperor.
Is that him?
There he is.
In the blue?
In the black. In the
In the
blue
blue.
square. In the blue square, yeah.
In the Blue Lagoon.
He is. The Emperor of Donuts, we call him. The Emperor of everything, he's more affectionately known as. Right, let's flick onto the grid, follow the first one off. So that's Waconig leading us around.
Car 9, car 1, car 5, car 8.
Okay, let's see what Waconig's got in the tank for a opening lap. Oh. Got one of these for you, that's what he has got. Whoops. Catches the top, sticks the nose in, and there you go. Sympathy crash from the car behind as well, so he's still got track position. So round for the first one in a 33. That's going to drop Waconig right down the pack for a moment. See how everybody else gets on as they cross the line. So yeah, Waconig now, the only one slower than Waconig on that opening lap was Eugene Galley, and I've got a funny feeling he's the white car right behind him. It might not be, but I've got a funny feeling it is. No, it's not. We know Eugene's not in the white car. What are you talking about, you madman? Okay. So back with Waconig at the moment. Goes top. That was a... Well, that was a 31.3, so maybe not as quick as I thought Waconig was going to be. Catches on the inside of the off-camber corner, which is a bit of a rarity, but struggling with the ripples. Can't quite make the ripples work this time. Rollers, double. No, double, single. Okay, so Waconig across the line. That time round was a 32.2, so not getting the laps in that we would expect, really. I think probably what we'll do is we'll swap on to... Let's get some time with Manny Pansar, because I had lots of requests for Manny yesterday, on the day before. So Manny, currently about halfway through the lap, car number 2. And I think that's Eugene Galley. And possibly the other one there, so Manny should be crossing the line now. So yeah, it should be that one, I think. Yes, of course. Of course, so we'll follow Manny round for a mo. Curse of the commentator, catches the top of the first double. Goes through, triple single. Oh, Cone of Justice takes another victim. Let's have a look at the Cone of Justice coming into play. And there you go. Cone of Justice. Across the line. So let's have a look when this one updates. So Pansar still at the bottom of the pack at the moment. And second from bottom is only Eugene that's further back. Couple of minutes left, so we'll follow Manny up to the end of this, and then we're going to find Joey Cockhill in car 6. So I'll try and find out where Joey is. Not far off the end of the lap, actually. So if you go back a couple of cars, I think that one's Joey that's just gone past, actually. Black wing, one in front. Yeah, I think that's Joey. I think. What's the number on it? There's 6. It is Joey. There you go. Joey Brave through there. So, at the moment, Joey is predicted a 10-lapper. Now, it is a particularly long 10-lapper of a 10 in a 5:30 that's predicted for Joey. So, let's just see how he gets on the last few laps. No pressure, Joe. There he goes. Step up, done. Oh, nightmare for Joey there. That could be the moment. That could be the moment that puts him back into the 9 laps. Let's see, he's going to be pushing now. Hopefully not too hard, so he forces another mistake. Nicely round the wall of death. Double, double. Still braking on the straight as he goes round that first corner, though. Oh, forces the issue to get past. I think that's the number 2. He's just gone on Manny Palisar there, just shoved up the inside. So Joey coming through now. If he gets past the line this time, it's gonna be so tight. Has he got through? He has got through for the 10th lap. Joey's through, so there you go. There you go, Joey through. Done Martin in this round. Nothing Martin can do about it now because Martin's already been out there. Oh, dear. That is Manny Panisal that we're now with. So one back from that is Joey Cockhill, who we should be following. Just one back from that is the one we should be following. There you go. And that is that one done. So scores on the doors. Go, Joey having a good look there, seeing what the scores were. A little cheeky smile on his face knowing he's got 10 laps in. So likely that we're going to have Sven on position number 5. Right next to us where Martin's been stood. And these guys now coming up. Ooh, do we reckon we're going to see somebody on a stool? Oh, we are. Measure that, child. Both of them. All 3 of them. There's an old man going on there. What's he doing on the stand? Oh, no, he's not. He's decided that he's... Oh. Oh, dear. That one wasn't good enough. It was the blue stand. Not the white plastic stand that makes him super tall. So I've got a funny feeling on that post there, the first of the posts that you can see, there's a little bit of green tape. Now I think the bottom part of that tape is 1.6 metres tall, which is the requirement for there and below for you to be able to have one of the stalls. Well, I'm not convinced all of those people are lower than that bit of tape. Okay, it is going to be heat number 5 up next. You know who's in here. Give me 2 seconds and I'll be back with you.
I think they should be forced to crouch, personally. If they're over the height. It is an insurance issue. I think they should be made to crouch down if they are too tall. People like me would have to do it on our knees. But you know, safety first, as I always say. Bit of grey cloud coming in over Utrecht, it would appear. Rain is threatened, that's why we're qualifying earlier than we thought we would be. And we're knee deep into qualifying round 2 as well. Heat 5 of 11. So we're almost halfway there through the second round of qualifying. With the 2-wheel drive champion, the new 2-wheel drive champion, currently on pole.
Indeed, there's nothing worse than threatening rain, is there? Nobody needs
Foreboding.
to be threatened by the rain. Don't come over shaking its fist at you as it comes through. Oh, oh, I'm threatening you. Like that. That's what I imagine threatening rain like. What sort of threats do you think it makes?
I'm going to come down on you like a lot of water from the sky.
Yes. That's the threat.
Luke's just put hashtag Stoolgate. Luke, you're not wrong. Thanks for getting on board with the main story.
Yes. Yes.
Dynamite has just said, how long before the drivers are standing on top of the rostrum?
It's going to be
they're going to have up on the roof.
Those steps up.
just to be as high as possible.
It is funny to see everybody stood on those things, and there are definitely some people stood on them, and they were really strict on it yesterday. They were so strict on it here. Like I saw people thrown off the rostrum. I didn't see them thrown off the rostrum, of course, but they were definitely having stools taken away from them yesterday. So I don't know whether Paul. Oh, Matt, the rain is coming
What's
down.
happened? Oh no!
It is raining right now, right this very second. It's raining.
Not empty threats then. It wasn't an empty threat.
Definitely wasn't an empty threat. Maybe it heard me goading it. Darn, I've ruined it for everyone. Sorry.
It had to make an example of you.
It did, yeah.
I think you should stand in the middle of the track for the duration of the rainstorm,
No.
just to say sorry to the rain.
I might do. I'll run out there after this one and apologise to the rain gods and everybody here. Well, it is only spitting rain. So, you know, I mean, we're going to get away with this for, I would say, maybe about 5 minutes. It doesn't look like there's any particularly, like, big black clouds about, so it's going to be difficult, Matt. I mean, these guys are still going around pretty well at the moment. What's the lap times out there? 30s. So they're still putting 30s in after 5 laps, even with this little bit of spitting rain coming down. The track is, and obviously has been, very warm this morning with the sun on it, or when the sun's been out, so it will dry up quickly, especially with the cars going around. And I'm not seeing... Oh, we've just had one on the thing. Don't worry, stick with what you're on. We're not seeing anyone, really. I'm just trying to look at the tyres on the car, see if they're coming off any of the corners or any bits of the track, like with a bit of shine on them. And it doesn't look too bad right at the moment. It is still coming down. Like, it is still spitting out here.
No puddles.
No, I mean, the drainage is so good on this track, Matt. So good.
Mm-hmm.
When we had that sheeting rain the other day, there wasn't even the hint of a puddle starting to form. It just all went. But because this is slightly longer pile Astro than the 10th scale drivers are used to a really tight pile, etc., you know, it kind of holds it in the bottom of the pile for quite some time. Fly on me. Ugh. Anyway, it does seem to hold it for quite some time. So once it has rained, it doesn't tend to dry up like instantly. Like you know, we've been to Robin Hood before, and the Astro there, if it rains and it's still warm, will dry out by the end of the round. Literally, you're back on a dry track by the end of that round. So here, it's not like that. This rain, it's kind of just gone again. You know, like I'm just seeing. It is still coming down, but it's not coming down. I don't think it's coming down enough to affect anything. I don't think at this point we've got enough water coming down for the grip to have really gone out of the track, and it has stopped. We do have a breeze. It is warm. I can't tell you what the temperature is because Frank selfishly has taken his minimum maximum temperature doodah away with him.
Oh, Frank.
I was enjoying that.
Well, he's taken it to Groningen.
Who cares about the temperature there? God. Not us. Not us, Matt. We don't care. We want to know here. You've been telling these guys the minimum and maximums all week. There you go.
Yeah.
If you're disappointed by not being able to know what the temperature is here, Frank McKinney find him on Facebook or Instagram. We'll happily answer your complaints. It's
Luke says,
FRANK.
damn you, Frank. We've got some estimates coming in that it's about 20 degrees, 68 Fahrenheit is an estimate from Rimfire.
Thanks, Rimfire.
Yeah.
Well, in amongst that,
overcast.
it's still coming down, Matt. It is still coming down. We had a little break then where I thought it was going to stop, but it's not. It is not stopping. So 31s we're starting to see on the timing sheets now. This could be pretty interesting for the top heats. When they come out, could be pretty interesting for those guys. Oh, it's coming down now. Now it's coming down. You should be able to see that on the camera now. I can see it on the camera on my screen, let alone if you guys can't see it. So this is the issue with outdoor racing, is that now this track has probably lost about 2 seconds a lap out of it. So I reckon we're going to be seeing times of about 33 in this one, even though it's the heat above the one before. So car 1, Kai Koenig, Randolph Alt in 2, Kim Sitensky in 3, Marion Baresh in 4, Laszlo Phillips in 5, Eric Michels in 6, Jonas Martins in 7, Archie Bowman in the 8th car, Victor Litvenko in the 9, Marcus Vare in the 10. Did we have a request for Archie?
We did.
Let's get it on then. Archie Bowman it is, number 8, out of the blocks, please, Wonder Jim.
Is Nigel in this one?
Oh, I think we've got something special going on. Nigel Van Katwijk.
And Eric.
Eric is, Eric we can do. Van Katwijk, I don't think we can. So we'll flick on to Eric in a minute. We've got a guest coming in with us, though.
What?
I know, the madness does not stop. The madness does not stop, but regular listeners will know this voice. Welcome to the show, Joey C-Cup Cockle.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Enjoy your heat?
Yeah, it was alright actually.
Yeah, I know it was, because you beat Martin, right?
I think so.
By a lap?
Possibly.
And Martin got 9 and a 5 dead.
I got 10 and a something or other.
That's one more than 9.
That is.
And now look, you might have TQ'd the round with that.
And now it's raining. Pretty heavy.
It's coming down pretty bad.
We love it.
How is it out there in 4-wheel drive then, mate? Because obviously 2-wheel drive was hard, right?
It's still tough.
Mm-hmm.
I found it tougher in 4-wheel drive than it has been 2-wheel drive, but I think that's because we've got more power in the cars.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going alright.
Good.
I found a sweet spot with the car, and I've just got to stop hitting things.
You do, really. Stop going upside down and hitting things that don't move.
The cones especially. Cones and the markers that are made of concrete.
And the wall of death's doing you alright, though?
Yeah, I've got the hang of it now, the entrance and the exit, so...
Okay. What's the line going through then? How are you kind of approaching it?
I'm kind of aiming for middle, coming as low as I possibly can, and then just sort of letting it roll off for the first little step up, and then hitting the quad.
Okay. We got that. Well, it seems like a difficult section as you come into the wall of death, fire it down, and then brake for that little roller, and then the 2 doubles.
Yeah.
It's a difficult section by the looks of it. Very entertaining to watch, but I'm sure for you guys out there, it's a bit of a headache, right?
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, you can see it better from your angle, but it's kind of unbalanced coming into it. Obviously, we can't see it very well from the driver's stand, but it just sort of unsettles the car a little bit coming onto it, and then there's a little sort of ridge underneath as you come down before the little kicker.
Oh, so yeah, down here where it kind of rejoins the track, it's almost like a little lump that lifts you off the floor, isn't it?
Yeah.
And is that kind of, are you finding that's just putting so you can't, like when you come down, are you having to back off because of that lump?
Not majorly. I naturally sort of brake anyway, coming before the kicker. So I've already started my slowdown before, just as we're exiting the wall anyway.
Yeah.
And then sort of as I get closer to it, just flipping the power a little bit,
Nice.
carrying it through.
Nice. And so everybody's going to want to know, how's the podcast going at the moment?
Podcast's going well.
Which one is it you guys do?
We do the Extra Lap RC podcast.
I know that. Really.
Me and Martin. Obviously, like Aidan mentioned a couple of weeks ago, he's taken a break.
He's done a lot of years of podcasting as Aidan.
He has,
and almost completely non-stop up until that point. So he's well deserving of one.
Ours has been going for at least 5 years, maybe-ish. I mean, how long have I been with my wife? I think 6 years we've been together, and I think 5 years we've been doing that podcast. And like I say, we've done it every Tuesday for those entire 5 years. So he was bound to have a break at some point. Bless him.
Of course. Yeah, we all need it. Can you do us a favour, Jim? Can you just pop onto car number 6 of Eric Mitchell's for the last bit of this one? Should be about halfway through the lap. German driver. Not that helps you recognise the shell. Yeah, probably one of those coming around there now. So just looking for number 6. There, you got it? Yeah, well done. All right, follow that one to the end whilst we have a bit of a chat with Joey. Yeah, so a bit of a break for Aidan then. Any idea when he's coming back? I know the listeners have been keen to hear his voice again.
At the minute, he's not said anything. He's not given us a definitive answer. I say me and Martin are going to carry it on, but we're not going to do the same schedule that most of the listeners used to, because I'm going to every other week, unless something like the Euros or a Nationals in that bracket, just to sort of dilute it a little bit, as it were. Like I say, we've been doing it solidly every week for 5 years, so it's...
I mean, and let's face it, you've been carrying Aidan all that time anyway.
Standard. I carry everyone, it's fine. Absolutely fine.
Favourite guest you've had on? I would say me, but I haven't been on.
Now, this one that people won't know about, we did an episode with Jason Snyder.
Oh, yeah, I've had him on previously. Yeah, great guest.
The episode was absolutely fantastic. Jason was awesome.
Yeah.
But the recording just absolutely messed itself halfway through, and we lost the whole thing.
Gutted.
So it is in the works to possibly get him back on.
Do it. He's well worth it as a guest for sure.
Scotty Ernst is always a good one. Neil Craig, solid professional that he is. He loves coming on.
You always guaranteed a little ratings boost to Craggy, aren't you?
Always. You can always guarantee the episode goes out with Craggy. We'll have 2,000 listens in the first couple of hours, and then it'll be 5.
Yeah.
But we enjoy having Neil on. He's a good character to have.
Yeah, for sure. For sure he is. No, it's nice. And do you get Lee on much anymore? Because I know Aidan loves Lee. So will we still be seeing as much of Lee now? Aidan's having a bit of a break.
We'd like to think so. Lee's a hard one to sort of nail down weekly, because obviously he's got kids, he's got a job, and he's got RC to worry about as well. And
yeah, of course,
he's always a tough one. But I'm sure we can swing it somehow. I don't know how, but we can do it somehow. Nice. We'll get Robin to tell him he's got to do it.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
why not?
exactly.
Robin's happy. And Muzz is the one, really. Muzz puts lots of pressure on people to come on.
Yeah, Muzz is a good guy.
I wish we had him here this week, to be honest. He was great at the last Euros doing the running for us and getting guests to come on.
I tell you what, this meeting might have gone a little bit more smooth if Muzz had come over. But yeah, we'll leave that to everyone's imagination to work that one out.
I think it's been pretty good. I mean, being sat here, I've watched some of the most entertaining RC racing I've seen for many years. Those two-wheel drive finals were just bonkers. And I know really hard work for you guys up there, but as far as what we're putting out, honestly, it really was just massively entertaining to go through.
It's the stuff that you guys aren't seeing, or the guys at home aren't seeing, which is it's frustrating to say the least, because although I didn't do the Robin Hood Euros last year, obviously my old man was there, and listening to others, Robin Hood had to jump through a hell of a lot of hoops.
They did
to sort of please EFRA and stuff, but those hoops seem to have been burnt down and thrown in the bin this week. So
the Ring of Fire from Robin Hood.
well, I was involved with that one. But yeah, it's always. It's not just seems to be a British complaint. I've seen many complaints from other countries and stuff.
Okay.
So, I mean, I give credit to the ladies that are doing the catering and the guys running around. It's spot on.
They do seem to answer requests pretty quickly. To be fair, whenever we've asked something of them, they've come back and they've jumped on it pretty quick. So,
but it just seems there's a few blind eyes being turned and a few hands on ears moments. So.
Would you say that young child there is less than 1.6 metres tall? And especially the slightly taller one next to him, who's also on a box. We're having box skate today. All the people stood on boxes.
I saw a guy who's probably taller than me, and he was on a box. So another one. Rules go out the window when it suits. But
they were really strict on it yesterday.
I know,
super strict on it.
But once again, EFRA.
Have you got any questions out there that have come in for Joey at all, Matt? They'll answer in a minute. He's probably just doing something else. Don't forget to like us.
Not really.
No, nobody likes me, Matt, don't worry.
Well, no, Craig Gibson says, afternoon, Joey. Alex C.
Craig.
got a Joey Cocker with a heart emoji. Craig's also saying Muzz is great. And Sergio Prodi's asking to see car number 5.
Car number 5. So car number 5 off the line, please, Wonder Jim. We'll follow that one round. And car number 5, I believe in this one.
Track is looking greasy.
It is looking greasy.
I might be getting the top 20 at the Euros somehow. Scratch that. Neil and that lot have still got to go. Yeah, they'll still be faster than me in the
Have you seen the lap times that are coming in? 40-odd seconds.
It's good for me now. I'm doing 30s. So.
Yeah, I know. Bonkers. And we've still... Oh, no, the rain has...
It's stopped, but...
kind of stopped. It's trying to stop.
Track's still a bit...
Let's not anger it. Let's not anger the threatening rain.
No, let's, because I'm just sitting in the sweet spot.
Damn you, rain. You can't rain enough. This all you got. No, it's not coming down anymore, mate. I tried, sorry. You can see it on the camera a little bit still. It is kind of just spitting, so the track is going to stay wet for a while. So this is qualifying group number 7. We've had a request for car number 5, so Michael Katzmeyer,
From Austria.
Indeed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. So Katzmeyer takes us down. We'll keep an eye on Michael as he goes through for a few laps, and then we'll just pull back and do a few more, but stick with him for a mo, Jim. So what's next for you after this week then, Joe?
I've got a weekend off potentially.
Nice.
Unless the wife either has something to say about that or I find somewhere else to go racing, which is a bit mad after a week of racing. And then the week after that, we are at the last British National at Torch.
Okay. What, last one of the year or last one at Torch ever?
No, last one of the year.
Okay.
Round 6, so we were just about nearly done with it all.
Still a bit open in the two-wheel drive, isn't it?
Two-wheel drive still to play for. It's a bit...
I think Tommy can do it, Neil can do it.
Oh, there's so many different variables. I feel sorry for the bloke who's got to work it all out. Actually, no, I don't. It's my dad.
I thought you were going to say Paul.
No, it's John. John's got to do it all, bless him. But yeah.
Why is he not reffing this week then? What's the deal with that? I thought because he did Robin Hood.
Biased opinion or unbiased opinion?
Okay.
I think the stuff gone. But yeah, I mean, personally, for me, it would have been a lot better if he was, because I might have got some calls going my way. And I had another.
You wouldn't have got your warning or your penalty.
I had another one today.
Did you?
Yeah.
Were you on a box?
No. I got taken out, crashed over a corner,
right,
and just carried on after someone had taken me out and pushed me over that said corner. So, but referee was like, no. But I'm like. why is the referee watching me? I'm like 6 in the heat.
You know, you're trouble.
He should be watching leaders, though.
He saw our video from the, what was that race we did on the indoor one? Oh my goodness, it was up all those stairs in the docks. Or was that a dream I had about us? I don't know.
That's Maritime, isn't
Maritime, that was it. We were at the final race at Maritime.
it?
We were in the same final.
Oh, was that the
And it
British
was
Winter Open?
absolutely carnage.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, I'm in it. It's going to be carnage. Absolute carnage.
You begged me for that video for ages, and I'm sure I've got it somewhere still. I'm sure I've got that race somewhere. I will dig it out. I put Russ's race up there where I kept taking him out, so I've got to put that one up, I guess, as well.
But no, it would have been a lot easier if Dad was doing it. We might not be as disgruntled as we are if decisions have maybe been made properly, but it's just my opinion. Opinions are opinions, and everyone's got one, I suppose.
Everyone has one.
But yeah, I mean, he's still doing nationals and stuff. Maybe next year or the year after.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure if I'm venturing off to the next Euros next year. All depends how things play out. I've got a honeymoon to go on first.
We'd love to see that. I'm also going on a hopefully honeymoon next year. How is married life now? It's not been long for you, is it? And just slightly longer than me.
No, we got married back in March. But we'd already lived together for six years, so nothing really changed on that front. She's just got to change her passport, her driver licence and bank cards and all that jazz. So
yeah, holding off on that until she's sure.
She's done her bank cards, but she's. I told her she wants to go on a honeymoon. She needs to get a passport sorted because we tried to time our honeymoon in with the Worlds this year.
Oh, okay, nice.
But I didn't have enough holiday left anyway, and her passport had expired. So trying to get that done was an absolute nightmare.
Let's get this one up to the end of the lap, and then just pop back a couple of cars, and just give someone else a bit of love for this one.
Get Harry Mears.
What number's Harry?
Harry is car 2.
Car 2, if we can. Let's see where car 2 is. About halfway around the lap now.
There he is.
There you
Got
go.
him. Cameraman's professional.
Jim, Wonder Jim we call him, and you can now see why.
Young Harry from the deepest, darkest parts of Cornwall.
Oh, and there's a mobile on the track.
Oh,
you've seen it? There's bank details in that. Okay, minute left on the clock in this one. So Harry going over. Harry, really quick driver from the southwest.
He's had some really good national results. He's in line for his F1 this year.
Is he really?
Wow. I think he's top 30, maybe top 40 for a two-wheel drive.
Lucky to get away with just touching the cone of justice there.
Oh, we won't mention that cone. That cone's everybody's best friend.
I got told off for calling it a dong of justice last year at Robin Hood. So they are now just cones rather than dongs. I mean, these don't dong anyway, so. Up the step up he goes. Oh, caught a nasty bit of a short jump on the step up.
Mayo.
So they'll all be finishing as they cross the line now. As we know, the timer on screen starts on the last car off of the line rather than the first one. So Harry coming through nicely over the last set of doubles there. You can see the track is pretty greasy, but the four-wheel drives are soaking it up pretty well. Well, I think Joey has just had some lunch brought to him. Looks like you got the special there, Joe.
Oh, look at that. I'll come and get it in a minute.
Wow. John cannot believe his ears. Joey has told him to walk away with the food he's brought for him.
He's had to pay for it, but I've told him to bugger off.
Nice. There we go. So it's Jens Becker that takes that one from Halvergrand, and Harry Mears brings it in the third spot with a 9 in a 5:31. So nines and eights. You can see how much slower this track's got.
Let's hope it improves with the big boys coming.
Well, I believe we're going to be going into group number 8, or heat number 8.
Ah, my friend Moritz.
Not Mortis.
Mortis, no. I can't say anything bad about Moritz. Moritz gives me high praise when he speaks about me.
Why?
Because he says I'm a really nice guy and I'm a legend.
I know, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty average, really.
Yeah,
What do you want? What do you
well,
want on that?
average is fine by me. sure please my wife.
Moritz Lautenbach from Germany, of course, in the number 1. Baptiste Roach from France in the 2. Antonio Kowalski, Austrian, in the 3. Harley Eldridge from the UK in the 4. Yolanda Weird from Belgium in the 5. Dan Pole in the 6 from Great Britain. Valentin Puziat from France in the 7. Lucas Didier in the 8 from France. Matt Peters in the 9 from the UK. And rounding us out on this one in the 10 is Rick Hamers from the Netherlands.
Right.
Can't help it.
And on that note, I'm going to go and eat food.
It has been a genuine pleasure.
You're very welcome.
Come back and see me sometime.
Thank you. See you, Matt. Bye.
Take it steady. Thanks, buddy. There we go, everyone. What an absolute pleasure that was. Joey Cockhill comes in to grace us with his wonderful words. Always nice to hear from Joey. But we're going into Group 8, Matt. Group 8. Heat 8, I should say. Get around for their warm-up now. This track is still looking slippery. Oh, they do not like the black switchbacks. The black rubber on the switchbacks. Really slippery, apparently, by the looks of things. The guys and girls going through there. I knew Joey wouldn't be long after he'd seen that food. Oh man, and we've got a broken car in the warm-up. Can't see the number on it because my old man eyes won't let me see that far across the track without my glasses on. If I put them, oh, it's just craziness happens. And they're only sunglasses that I've got here anyway, so... Alrighty, so let's take Moritz off the line. Car number 1, please. You may well be starting first. Okay. Oh, yeah, loads of understeer on that corner there, aren't there? Whew. So Moritz up the step up. They are struggling now. Let's see what this opening lap's going to be like. Jim's getting hammered by the Mozzies by the looks of it. Oh, that was lovely round there. Spectacular. Not the fastest way round, but certainly good to look at. Over the bridge then, and across the line for an opening lap of a 34.3. Harley Eldridge a 36. 34 for Dan Pole. Oh, Dan Pole smoking it out the blocks. But we're going to stay with Moritz. I think my way of saying Mortis was much better. Hey, who am I to say you should change your children's names? Oh, Moritz catches the corner marker there over the bridge. Lovely little slide round the bottom corner. And I mean, it looks spectacular, but the time is just, every time those back wheels are spinning or sliding, the time is just sliding further and further and further away. And it's actually Peters, that's Matt Peters from the UK, that's quickest in this one at the moment. UK guys, obviously, pretty used to racing in the wet. There you go, round past the line again. So Lautenbach is leading at the moment. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to keep an eye on where Matt Peters is. He should be finishing about now. And Peters does jump up to the top. So let's drop back a few cars and see if we can pick up the number 9 car of Matt Peters. That should be in one of those two there, I think. Yeah, it's going to be the green one because it's much, much quicker. Oh, I say that. What's going on? Couldn't make it over the ripples. Lovely tight line round the wall of death for Peters there. Safely over the doubles. Past the other car that was sliding around in front of him. And he's now free to open the taps and get some quick laps in. Not the step up. Peters is now taking us round. 3 minutes left in this one. Oh, my word, that was as close to the cone of justice as you can get without getting caught up in it. Just scrapes the track marker on the way round the wall of death. Over the bridge, a little bit of a struggle getting through there. Let's have a look what these lap times are like. 33s. See, 33s, 40s, 37s, 35s. Not awesome with it as wet as it is. We're going to keep a check on it though, because it does seem that despite the rain we had, the track isn't doing too badly. Has definitely lost a bit of pace. However, these cars are definitely not as edgy as they were going into the corners. So, you lose in some bits, you gain in others. Down the step off again. Back around into the triple single. Through the switchbacks. Out the wall of death again. Now, is he going to cut it really tight to that last bit of... just that last bit of tubing there on the exit to the wall of death. Peters over the line. Let's see. Still leading us round. So, Peters at the moment only on for a 9-lapper. 9 in a 5:04. Joey Cockill's going to be rubbing his hands after every one of these heats. I mean, we've got 3 more heats left. So you can see what a difference a little bit of rain makes. Halfway through a round, all of a sudden, those round by round scores really do mix things up sometimes. Okay, so we're going to stick with Peters for a minute. 45 seconds on the clock now. I'm giving Matt Peters plenty of love in this one. But we are going to stick with him there because he is doing a pretty good run in these conditions. So, nicely round the last hairpin onto the straight again. This is going to be the final lap. So Matt Peters with a 31. Couple of 31s for Matt Peters in this one. So even in the wet, even with it slippery, Matt Peters is managing to find some fairly good times out there. Round he goes. Oh, that was lovely to get through all of those cars there. Really tight line round the wall of death. And over the line for the final time. Oh, man, look at that for a time. 9 in a 5:01. So there's definitely 10 lappers coming back in. Definitely some 10 lappers coming back in today, Matt. But it is Matt Peters.
Glad to hear it.
Good. Matt Peters that takes that one. Harley Eldridge follows up. 9 in a 5:08. 5:09 for Lautenbach. Hamers, 9 in a 5:11, 9.5.16 for Didier, 9.5.23 for De Weerd, 9.5.24 for Pole, Roach, a 9 in a 5.28. Kowalski doesn't seem to have started, but Pusiat rounds out the bottom of that one in a 7 in a 5 dead. So some struggling more than others. Heat 8 going to be coming up next. Round 2 qualifying for your EFRA 1/10th Buggy Euros 2023. We're RC Racing TV and we are here in association with Schumacher, X-Ray, S-Works, Hobbywing and Brudog.eu. Top manufacturers and suppliers out there. Go and check them out. You're checking them out, you can click like and subscribe on the YouTube channel. Leave a comment on the video.
Nice.
If
Ding
you
the bell.
subscribe, ring that bell. We'll ring your bell every time we go live or put something awesome out for you to watch.
We're currently live at 3 events right now, all at the same time.
No message.
Which is fun. Busy old day. but we wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay, who's in this one? Hubert Honegall, Lee Martin, Florent Gallup, Luke Holdsworth, Jamie Gabrielson, Ben Smith, Elias Johansson, Tim Gibel, Josh Holdsworth, and Sen Powells. So these guys and girls go around for their warm-ups.
It's raining again.
It is raining. It really is raining again, Matt. So we've had one round with a slight break from that rain, and now it's back. And honestly, I see Joey Cockhill hopping, both hands in the air. He's not even eating his food. He's giving it up because he knows he's on for a good score in this round now. He knows he's on for a really good score. Not only does he know he's on for a really good score, he knows on the round where he's on for a really good score, he beat Martin Owen. What more could anybody want from a day? So, he's going to be going off. I think it's going to be Lee Martin leading us out. So we'll follow Lee for a little bit. Try and get through a few of them if we can.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Let's see how multi-European champion Lee Martin can handle these wet and slippery conditions. Versed in driving in the wet is Lee. Oh, goodness, that was a wide old line round the off-camber, wasn't it? Triple single, pretty tight to the old cone of justice there. The cone of justice has taken a wee battering today. Double, no, is she there for Lee? Oh, bit of a slide. So Lee Martin comes across the line at an opening lap. 35 seconds. 35 seconds. Well. You can see how much the rain changes things. Those switchbacks are not pleasant for the guys out there when it's like this, but wow, what a power slide round that wall. So this time round, Lee Martin crosses the line and gives us a 34.5. And you know, Lee's only predicted a 9 and a 5.13 at the moment. And that is not enough. Not enough to get a good score in this round. I'm sure a few of them will be writing this round off as a I mean, if you could stand here and see the rain that I can see coming down. I don't know how well you guys at home can see it on the camera, but it is pouring right now. Pouring down. And it's that really rubbish rain that gets you wet. Ben Smith looks like he's popped himself up into the 2 spot for a moment. Oh, it's Jamil Gabrielson, though. He's gone above that. So, we are going to see if we can pick up Jamil, the 5 car, if that's possible. Maybe just about halfway through the lap right now. So, the number 5. Number 5? Yeah, isn't that one? Yeah, I think it's that one. So, bit of a challenge for Lee. 1 second between them. Two seconds on the overall, though, predicted time. So 5.18 and a 9 for Lee, 9 and a 5.20 for Gabrielson. So a couple of seconds to make up on the predicted times there. Oh, look at that. Lovely bit of... Just flick the back end round and just power it back down. Oh, lovely slide round the corner. There we go. Roller. Oh, can't make the double. I'm losing a lot of time now with the rain coming down. Stuffing it into the pipes, all sorts going on. So this time would have really ebbed away from Gabrielson. was up at the top. Lee Martin sort of must have had a bit of a nightmare. And Lee's crossed the line already. We're going to see now where Jamil ends up. So across the line now, timing updated. So it's Ben Smith that's taking it up at the front of this one. Okay, we'll leave Jamil there. We'll try and find Ben Smith if we can. Car number 6. Ben is about halfway around the lap. It'll be Lee Martin there. So I think just in front of Lee. Oh no, just behind. There you go. That's possibly Ben. That is the 6 car. Okay, so Ben probably about quarter of the way through the lap now. It's coming up to about halfway. That's the 4. So one in front, maybe? Ben should be crossing the line roughly now-ish. Not crossed it yet, so I think it's that one that crashed. That one there. There we go. All right, so that's Ben. Ben was leading. Hubert Honigle's gone in front now. That crash from Ben knocked him off the top spot, but everybody else seems to be crashing around him as well. So Hubert Honigle's taking us around, but we'll stick with Ben Smith to the end. There we go. Pushes it round. We'll see what Ben's got in the tank to finish this one out. Yeah, Ben doing 38 on his last lap, so definitely dropped him back. 9 in a 5.22 for Ben. 9 in a 5.22. 9 for Honegal. Lee Martin, 9 in a 5.33. 5.26 for Gabrielson. 5.26 for Jubel. 5.32 for Johansson. All in the 9s. Everybody else on 8 laps there. Tough heat. But still Joey Cogill, I think, has outqualified every single one of them. Jumping for joy. It's going to be Joey. Hi, Neil Bades. Send me a message just to say he's tuned in. Glad you're liking the sound of the show. It's just how we roll. Well, that was Group 9. And now we've got the last 2 groups coming through. 2 heats coming through for this one. So rain is still coming down.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll be interested. You'll be interested to know that our other live stream in Groningen, 2 hours up the road, is completely dry. And our other live stream over in Austria is bright sunshine. So, unfortunately, Utrecht's got the worst end of the weather deal right now.
Oh, we are racing off-road, so bring it on.
Bring it on.
Come on, Rain, what you got, eh? You threatening Rain, you?
Yeah, let's have some snow.
Yeah, bring it. Snow, blizzards, gales. Couldn't handle it, Matt. That's why I ain't doing it. Couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle the pressure from us. So I don't think we're going to see that 27.1 second lap from Carup get toppled just yet. Certainly not in this round. Up next we've got heat number 10. It's confusing when that one comes up. So car 1, Wesley Van Helmond. 2, Clement Boda. Davide Ongaro in the 3, Tommy and Jamie Hall, respectively, in the 4 and 5 cars. Una Hatlin in the 6, Pekka Ivan 7, Alexander Landon in the 8, Neil Cragg, the People's Champ, in number 9, and Jesper Rasmussen in the 10. I mean, Ongaro should be leading us out in this one, because I think he TQ the first round. TQ. We've got a little update on the got a little TQ round thingy that we can just give everybody an update with?
Well, it will include the heat. It will include the results so far.
Oh, okay.
Of this
don't worry
round.
then. We'll do it on the end.
Okay.
Okay, so they're coming round now up to the line. So I think Ongaro's going to go off first. I think, which will be the blue one.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. On. Car 3.
There you go.
Car 2. Car 4.
Oh, wow. You can see how treacherous it's got out there. Oh, that front end of the car is really pushing, but still goes for the double single. So, Ongaro maybe trying a different line in the way. Oh, and he's got caught up on the off-camber corner. Will not be happy about that. Through the switchbacks nicely, though. Pushes up to the wall of death. Power slides around there. Four-wheel drifting. Okay, so 3 goes. Got past that one again. It's Clement Boda that's... oh, no, it's Tommy Hall. Alexander Landon, actually, is the one that's leading us out. We'll stick with Ongaro for another lap, and then we'll pick Landon up. Wow, but Pecco and Van Helmond have both come through with some good laps. However, these guys... Oh, my goodness. Wesley Van Helmond, 9 in a 5:18 predicted. See some 8s coming through for like Tommy Hall, Ongaro and Jamie. Wow. Okay, so let's see if we can pick up Alex Landon in the 8 car. Just crossed the line a second ago. Be an orange car. There he is. Yellow wheels. So this is Landon. Just in front you can see Neil Craig there in the red and white. Obviously, we're sticking with Landon, though, for the moment. It's Neil Craig just in front of him that's leading this one at the moment. So, we've got the right 2 cars in the screen, I think. Saying that, Landon's dropped way down. Come back up a bit now, though. So it's Neil that's leading us through. So we'll get Landon up to the end of this one and then just flick forward so that we're focusing all of our attention on Neil after that, because he seems to be doing pretty well in these conditions. Landon just struggling a little bit through there, but again I think a lot of these guys are going to probably scratch this one off because the conditions haven't been the same for everyone. It will skew the scores quite a bit when it comes to working out the round scores, because you've had some of the early heats on a very, very dry, very, very fast track, and then these later heats on the wet, slow, slippery surface. So it is how outdoor racing goes, but of course it does tend to shake the order up a little bit and can make for some really, really interesting finals. Really interesting finals. Whoa, Craggy there, keeping the power in all the way round. Let's see how he gets on as he crosses the line. Crag back up to the top. So, Crag is predicted a 9 in a 5:23. Yeah, what a change around. What a change around. You're not really used to seeing these guys struggle like this. Seem to have somebody else with a big camera on the track there. Look at that fancy camera there. Jim's going to be jealous of that one, I'm sure. And he's got a rain cover on it. So Craigie up with a little bit of traffic now. Hopefully they're all going to work together. They do. Minute and 20 left on this one. It's still Neil Craig out in front. Tommy Hall's managed to sneak back up into the 2 spot above Jasper Rasmussen. Oh, the power slide round there from Craig is awesome. Okay, can't make the double. Makes the second. Let's see as he crosses the line. Has he still got it? Still up at the top. Now it's 0.2 of a second between Tommy Hall and Neil Craig. So I think if we go forward, just to finish this one out to Tommy Hall, another 2 cars forward, I think. Another one again. There he is. So Tommy Hall will definitely come through for this one. There he goes. So until Craggy crosses the line. Oh no, Craggy's dropped into second now. So it's 0.1 of a second between them. So Tommy seems to be taking out about 0.2, 0.3 of a second on Neil's laps every lap round. We'll see what happens when he gets over the line in the end though. Nicely round there for Tommy. And Garo just behind him. So Tommy now crosses the line, 9 in a 5:21. Now then, let's see what Neil's got. Neil will be crossing the line about now. So Neil will be 9 in a 5:22. Okay, so Tommy Hall taking this one then. I cannot see anybody else getting any better than that, to be fair. And it's only Pecco to finish. There we go, all done. So Tommy Hall from Neil Craig, 5:21, a 5:22 for Craig. Hatnam 5:24, 25 for Rasmussen, 26 for Ongaro, 27s for Boda and Van Helmond. And then a 5:30 for Pecco. And Landon gets a 5:33, all on 9 laps. Jamie Hall, unfortunately missing out on the 9th lap, does 8 in a 5:04. Wow, you're pulling out all the fancy tunes for today, Matt.
Look at that sea of stalls. Look at those stalls. Just strewn like a tsunami of stalls.
It's like the aftermath, isn't it? Oh, there's one.
Add another one. Bring another one. Bring your own stall.
Noah Ben Mohammed has chosen his stall. You're just going to stand on it, make sure he's happy with it. Anyone else on a stall? Barak Killick.
Yeah,
of course he needs a stall. And of course Bruno Coelho needs a stall. Of course he does. Of course Bruno's less than 1.6 metres tall. I might just go up there and stand on a stall. I'm nearly 2 metres. I'm just going to get on one.
Rain watch. What are we saying?
Yeah.
What are we saying? So, is it coming down or what?
It's pouring down.
Is it really?
Yeah, have a look on camera too.
Yeah. Ugh, that's not nice, is it?
So at this point, what you're going to find is the marshals are going to get less and less willing to put those yellow jackets on that have just been out there in the pouring rain.
Put a freezing cold, wet waistcoat on.
Not just a freezing cold, wet waistcoat, but a freezing cold, wet waistcoat that somebody that may have been a little bit sweaty was wearing only a day ago in the very warm sun. So wet and sweaty, with more rain coming down to wash that sweat into your own clothes. You can see why I used to refuse to wear them in the rain. Not saying that everybody's sweaty. You do get the odd one. Nobody likes to put on somebody else's sweaty clothes, do they? Especially pants. Oh, terrible when you have to do that.
Alan O'Brien's in a bad mood, I think.
Is he really? There's a shocker.
Craig Gibson.
What's Alan
he's been
upset
moaning.
about?
He's been moaning all day, but
has he? Go on, tell me what Alan's been moaning about.
Craig Gibson said, "Has it rained?" And he went, "Nah, it snowed, Craig." So he's not having any of it.
Yeah, that's Alan. That's Alan. Go on, follow Gareth off. As you can see, the snow coming down. Come on, I don't know how Gareth got away with that. You can see the rain on our camera now. It's yeah, it's definitely still coming down. I guess if nothing else, it makes it kind of even for the top 8s. They're all wet. Carrot not really struggling over the doubles. Kicks it out a little bit off of the bridge. Slides through the first corner. Can't punch it up the main straight because he would just be doing circles. So Kobevek's taking it up at the front. Carrot's 35, so there really isn't much in it. There's not a lot you can say at this point to say who would really be out in the front on one lap. So it's Kobevek with the fastest opening lap, we'll say. Give him another couple of laps to settle in. I think Carrot's pulling a little bit of the gap there. Oh, is it Orlowski behind him? Yeah, it is Orlowski behind him. Okay, so Kobevek. Daniel Kobevek. Oh, Carrot's having a nightmare, Matt. He's having a terrible time out there. Probably not enjoying these wet conditions so much. The defending four-wheel drive European champion Marcus Carrot. Wow, there's a lovely slide round there. I'm not sure that second car did not get away with that though. So I think that was Orlowski that had a bit of a nightmare on the wall. It is, because he hasn't come through yet, so there you go. Kobevek's obviously up into the 2. I know it's Noah Ben Mohamed's up into the 2, but nobody is really keeping the steady pace of Marcus Carrot. Now, Carrot's predicted a 9 in a 5/16. And we know at this point that the round scores are going to be a little bit skewed. I mean, Joey Cockhill got a 10. So he would have currently, if we go on the scores that are on there at the moment, out-qualified current four-wheel drive European champion Marcus Carrot, 7-time European champion Jorn Newman, multi-time runner-up at the European Championships, Michael Orlowski, Martin Beyer, Bruno Coelho, world champion, multi-world champion in many disciplines. I mean, come on. Joey Cockhill, lap up on all of them. And actually, Martin Owen's got a better time than all of these guys. Oh, Carrot's over. Let's have a little switch back on that one. Comes over, tries the double, noses it in, and the back end just bounces and flicks him over. Can't quite get that car back, but the marshal's there. Okay, let's see what that does to the times as Carrot comes over the line. Oh, it's not going to be doing good things to the times for Carrot, I'm telling you now. So there you go. It is Newman up in front. So we'll try and find him. Should be a couple of cars back from there. There he is. Oh, no, I don't think that. We'll double check. Maybe that is Newman. And check as he goes over the line. I thought you had a slightly different shell to that. Yeah, it was the orange one. Go back on that orange one, mate. Yeah, so he's had a bit of a nightmare there and dropped right back down. Only a minute left in this one, so it's short-lived at the top for Newman. And we're following through to the end of this one. Orlowski seems to be taking it, though. But again, who knows? Who knows? Last lap then for Newman. didn't want that on the last lap. Did not want that one. He was up in the running around in third in this one up until then. But as we say, this is going to really, really put the cat among the pigeons. We'll see at the end of this what the round scores are. Rain still coming down. Still coming down. So there you go. All into finishing times. Orlowski takes it from Newman. Newman 9:09 in a 5:16. 9 in a 5:15 for Orlowski. Noah Ben Mohammed 9 in a 5:17. And then that seems a bit weird that Daniel Kovacic was oh no, hang on. Sorry, 9 in a 5:18 for Newman and Noah Ben Mohammed. 5:17 for Orlowski. Sorry about that. Looking at the predicted times again. Alright, 2 more rounds to go in this one. Heat 1 and Heat 2. And this is going to be how it stands, so I can't see the first 2 heats changing things too much. Okay, so you can see the difference there. Orlowski getting a 2 and a 28. I reckon that 28 might be the one that drops. But your top 10 up there on the screen for you. So, oh, there you go. Carup, Orlowski, Kovacic, Newman, Coelho, Noah Ben Mohammed, Davide Ongaro, Matt Scottsall, Clement Boda, and Tommy Hall sneaks himself into the top 10. Yeah, the rain is a bit weird. It's kind of still coming down. Kind of. Not like it was.
So, to me, are they just pushing ahead? Because from
This is
what
Heat
the
1.
schedule says.
We started on
Oh,
Heat 3,
course.
remember?
Yeah. Of course. Silly me.
Silly old you. I mean, this is the one with Oliver Rootier in it, so how you could forget that, I don't know. Paul Wood's in it as well from the UK. Peter Frillingsdorf from Germany is also there in car 3. Robert Scar in car 4 from Norway. Stephen Martins from Belgium in car 5. Tim Donk from the Netherlands in 6. Bruno Vea, Estonian driver, in the 7. Mike Moyes in 8 from Great Britain. And Brian Preddy in the 9 from the UK as well. Any requests?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alrighty, go with the first one.
Car 4.
Car 4 of Robert Scar. Followed him round in the first one, so we'll swap about a little bit in this one.
Car 8. Car 2.
Try and give everybody as much time and love as we can.
9.
We'll just give Robert the opening lap. So, Robert Scar, first time over the doubles in the wet. Doesn't seem to be doing too bad. Over the line he goes for an opener of a 39.07. Alright, so he is quickest man out on track at the moment. Everybody else into the 40 seconds. So Robert Scarr, the only one sub-40ing the opening lap. Boosh down there, over the step over. Double, catches the top of the last double. Too short, looked like he was carrying plenty of speed through there, so I'm guessing this must just be the way the track is, or where that jump throws you up on that side. Single double. Okay, so we'll follow Robert up to the end of this one. And do you know what, just for a laugh, Matt, should we follow Brian Preddy?
Yeah, why not?
In the 9 car, why not? Let's give Brian a little bit of time. We know how Brian loves driving in the wet. So he is about coming up to halfway around the lap. So probably one of those gaggle going through the, so one of them somewhere. Not too familiar with Brian's shell. We'll see as they go through. Looking for the number 9. Single for Brian. Doesn't even attempt the step up at the moment. Just wants to keep it on its wheels. No, you can blame him, really. There you go, round he goes through the switchbacks. The cars don't look like they're struggling through there as much as I thought they were, considering that's like a weird rubbery type of surface. Oh dear. Brian nearly caught the RCTV cone of doom. The camera cone of doom. Didn't though. Escaped it, luckily. There's a surprise bucket of sand in amongst those cones as well. Okay, triple single for Brian. Punches it through. Over the wall ride. Oh, favouring that ridiculously wide line there, but hey, if it gets you through, it gets you through. It's the end of the straight. All right, let's see if we can pick up car number 1. Oliver Rutter. Oliver should be most of the way through his laps. So probably somewhere around the doubles around now. Is that the one? I think that's the one, isn't it? Yeah, of course. Of course it is. Right, we'll stick with Oliver till the end. Thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget to drop us a message on the chat if you are watching. Love it when you get involved. Let us know what you think of the track, the rain, and anything else. What are you having for tea? Are you racing this weekend? Oh, Brian just catches the pipe on the inside of the up slope of the wall of death. I would imagine it's Oliver, of course. I'd imagine that it's definitely going to be the last lap. Definitely the last lap. So we'll see what they do as they all start to cross the line and finish. Robert Scarr, 8 in a 5:18. Mike Boyce finishes with a 7. Stephen Martin's 8 in a 5:27, 8 in a 5:31 for Rutter. Vea, 8 in a 5:41. Okay, most of these guys on 8s. Peter Friedingsdorf either pulled off or broke after 3 laps, so not too sure what's happened to him there. But you've got Scar, Martins, Rutter, Weyer, Donk, Preddywood, Moyes and Friedingsdorf. Best laps 38. A little bit of a rain watch update. It has stopped raining.
Sounds like there's a team manager meeting after the next heat. That's the end of the round anyway. So there's going to be a short intermission while the team manager meeting happens.
I'm not sure there is actually, because they're going up.
No, after this next one. After heat 2.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Heat 2 ends the round, and then there's a team manager meeting, so there may be a short intermission. It might mean you can get some food, Matt and Jim. Never know.
Oh,
nice,
that sounds great. Yeah, I'd love some food. Sure, Jim would like some food as well. We all like food, obviously. Okay, so last one, Heat 2. Brendan Niels from Belgium. German Lena Hertgen in the 2. Loic Didier from France. And Alexandra Debrosis from France in the 3 and 4, respectively. UK driver Chris Bowden in the 5. Miklas Sabados from the UK in the 6. Kenny Arts in the 7. Danny Clays in the 8. Sebastian Fensk in the 9.
Hi, guys. Thanks for the top coverage, says Andy Booth. Tommy
Thanks,
Tansley
Andy.
says, can you follow Miklos in this race?
Of course.
Tommy Tansley also said, hi Matt, can you give a shout out to us guys racing at the Roger Wood meeting at Bury on Sunday? I don't know if he wants the shout out on Sunday or if he wants to shout out now for the guys racing on Sunday.
I'll do my best to remember, but I'm not going to be about on Sunday because we will already be home. But massive shout out to the guys doing the Roger Wood Memorial meeting that will be on this weekend at the wonderful Bury Metro Club up in Manchester. So why don't all you guys up there get involved and going and doing a race meeting this weekend. Hopefully it will be dry, unlike it is here at the Rayco 2000 facility in Utrecht in the Netherlands. Wet is the
Question.
order of the day.
Question, how do these guys prepare mentally for these events? And that's from Andy Booth.
That's difficult. They've all got their own way of, coping mechanisms and, calming themselves down, geeing themselves up and all of that sort of stuff. Most of them mentally prepare by making sure their cars and equipment are at the top standard that they could possibly make it. Because if you haven't got that on your mind, if you're not worried about whether you've changed your shock oil, got new tyres on, rebuilt your diff, checked all your bearings, levelled your wing, if you do that, if you do all of that stuff, if you get your car right and you've got confidence in it, your confidence is already there. What more mental preparation do you need if you're already confident? So, my tip to everybody, spend more time getting your car ready before a race. Don't just turn up with it as it was from the last race meeting with bits hanging off of it and dust and crap and all sorts, rubbish and stuff hanging off of it all over the place. Strip it down in between races, rebuild it, check for broken bits, replace them, make sure it's right for the next one, put your setup on it for that is going to work at the track from the drivers that have been there and done well before. And then you get out there, and when you get up on the rostrum, you're going, I know my car's going to work. Put all that time into it. I've checked everything. If you don't, and you go out there, what are you going to be thinking about? Oh, I wish I'd done that diff. Maybe not go around the corner because my diff wasn't rebuilt, and now I've got a panic in between rounds, and my head's all over the place. I can't get food because I've got this to do and that. Man, the mental game's easy to get on top of if all of your stuff works. Then again, most of these guys are here with sort of families, and they're pitting with a few different people, so they will be helped through those sorts of things. But for me personally, And I don't know if you want me to go out there and ask some of these guys how they mentally prepared, but I would imagine the majority of them will tell you by prepping their car right, making sure their equipment's good.
If we get a guest or two, maybe if we get a guest or two this afternoon, they might also give an insight. Don't know. It's a good point.
It will depend if I remember to ask them, so do remind me when we get a guest or two in. Hold on.
Roger.
He's ignoring me. Sorry, say again, Matt. You were about to say.
No, just Roger that.
Oh, okay.
Reminding you. Want to hear from who can we get? Lucky Dip, I guess, on the guest front.
Who do you guys want to hear from? Who do you want to go and pester into getting in? Bruno.
Sven Rudig. Nice chap.
Well, I can see Bruno right there. Let's see if I can catch his attention.
Well, you don't want to go into your lunch break.
I'm
You've
not
got
sure why.
2 minutes to your lunch break.
We seem to have spectators and stuff on the inside of the track.
That's curious.
Yeah, very, very strange situation. Oh, I wouldn't
Request
leave
for
that
car
camera
number
there, mate.
1.
See if you can
Car
find
number
car number 1, which is, of course, Brent Daniels. Brent is just coming up towards the end of his lap, so one of those 3 cars there. Okay, so give Brent a bit of time if you can. Blue and white. Oh, I've lost Bruno. I think he's probably gone into the loo. So, yes, mental prep. I'm not too sure what's going on down there, actually. Very strange. I don't know if that's actually somebody from, like, the local media that's come to do a bit of coverage. So, we're still with Daniels at the moment. Let's have a look. 32s coming in. 32 second laps, 32, 32, 34s for everybody else, 36s down the bottom there. Miklos has done a fast lap of a 34.5 for those of us, or those of you following Miklos. There we go, just coming past me now are the 2 that are, oh dear, you don't want to stand there. So when the cars come round the wall of death, you're going to see the position that these two have put themselves in the firing line. Oh man. I don't think safety regs over here are not quite what they would be in the UK, I'm pretty sure. Hey, here we are. Daniels then. We're still with Daniels at the moment. Taking us down to the wall of death. Let's see. Gets round there without maiming anybody. Good job there. Well done. Cuts up the inside past the line. And 1 more lap to go. And these guys will be finished. I feel like leaning out the window and telling the lady to put a luminous jacket on. Goodness me.
A wet one.
Paul Worsley must be having a kitten over there somewhere. Okay, time's over. That'll be the race finished. So, these guys all through. Oh, we had a couple of 10-lappers. Brendan Niels and Alexandra Dobrosis. 10s in a 5:31. Wow. Who saw that coming? It wasn't me. I didn't see it coming. I did not see it coming at all. Okay, so sounds like you know more than I do about this managers' meeting, so I think we are on a wee bit of a break for a few minutes. I'm going to run off, and I'm going to see if I can pester Paul Worsley to find out exactly what's going on for a second. So, we'll be back soon. So last couple of corners, Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks, and your European four-wheel drive champion Marcus Carup takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
High-flying, fast, and action-packed. Modeled on classic off-road racing buggies and racing on tracks inspired by stadium off-road racing, this is 1/10 scale buggy racing. Originally designed to replicate the early rear-engine, rear-wheel drive desert dune buggies, modern scale racers also feature mid-engine layouts and both 2- and 4-wheel drive. Underneath the sleek racing bodies, each racing buggy features exotic materials like advanced composites, carbon graphite, aerospace aluminum, and the latest advanced electronics. Racers stand high above the track to see the full racing circuit and all of its jumps and dips, precisely controlling their cars using computer radios to manage the steering, throttle, and braking, and racing for the win. Racing in groups of up to 10 cars for 5 minutes at a time requires excellent reaction speeds and perfectly prepared cars. Large jumps are impressive for onlookers, but passing in the air requires finesse and a good amount of luck. Every aspect of the car is completely tunable, from the aerodynamics and tires, the suspension including shock springs and tire angles, and of course the electronics. These aren't the toys you grew up with. These are highly engineered racing machines designed to compete against the very best.
room 6, room 7, you got track time. Marshals, please come on. Track's open. Group number 7 on the track. number 6. Attention please, group number 6. Of course, you get interrupted in your heavy rain, so you've got your heat between group number 10 and group number 11. Between group number 10 and group number 11. You can come out and get your 5 minutes of these conditions also, you guys, because you're interrupted in the heavy rain. Group number 6, you can have your run after group number 10. 8 is on the track, then we got 9. Yeah, and if you're after group number 12, you will have group number 6 in it, and then group number 11 will follow up. They just go into the normal schedule. 30 seconds, guys. Time to break. Please, all cars to the pit, please. It's time. No more lap, guys. 10, first up. Then we've got group number 6. But first, group number 10. Press open. Take it easy for the first lap, guys. Group number 6, you're up next. Group number 6, with that best time next. Group number 6. One 30 to go, 130. Group number 6 after group 10. Group number 6 after group 10, yeah? 6 on our track time now, group number 6. Group 6 time running. Attention, doubles. Attention, it's clear. 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes. Thank you, Wesley. We got Sierra 3. Thank you so much for helping out.
And we're back. Looks like we had a heat around a free practice to dry the track. I don't think that worked because it rained throughout most of it. So unless the buggies had giant umbrellas attached to them, which would probably not help with their aerodynamicism. Not necessarily any drier than before we started, but there's not a lot we can do about the weather. Anyway, it would appear, starting with Heat 5 for Q3. I'd like to thank X-Ray, S-Works, Rudog.eu, Hobbywing and Schumacher for supporting this coverage of the EFRA 4-wheel drive off-road 1/10th Off-Road European Championships 2023, coming to you live from Utrecht. We are RC Racing TV, and in the booth trackside we've got Mr. Matt Guppy.
Hello.
Yo.
I thought you were going to do that thing that they do at Glastonbury, where they go, I'm going to introduce my band on the drums. We've got and on the guitar,
Yeah.
Love that. Like,
So Jim will just sort of do it. Introduce Jim and he does some camera work, and then we introduce
zooming in and zooming out,
and then we introduce James and he taps on a keyboard
and he just turns the stream off.
That's not like him.
Shows us his wizard sleeve, because he's into all kinds of wizardry.
So is it feeling a lot drier now, or is it a bit wet now?
No, it's absolutely a completely pointless round of drying the track. There was like no point in that whatsoever. It peed it down, and everybody had to run for it. I've got a couple of videos of the rain like bouncing off of the marshals. So the hour ahead that we gained this morning, we're now back where we are, and certainly no better off for it. So I think it would have been more sensible to have just gone for it. But hey ho.
The other change is that we were only doing 3 rounds of qualifying, and now we're trying to do 4 rounds of qualifying.
Yeah, it seems that way. But who knows? Who knows in this crazy championship we're going through right now. I do know that it's Heat 5 up at the moment, though. Heat 5 about to...
They're in a warm... Still in their warm-up laps?
I mean, they've done a lot of warm-up laps.
Yeah.
And there's only 3, 4, 5 of them. There's only 5 of them up there. So unless we've lost and actually physically lost humans from Heat 5... Oh, no, there's another one. Okay. They're gradually coming through for the 3:10 start. We were promised from... It was actually... What are we? Q3. So, yeah, this would have been 3:17. So about 10 minutes behind schedule now. But... Oh, let's throw my papers all over the place. But we have got the guys from Heat 5, guys and girls from Heat 5, heading up. Bit by bit. Not too sure that I'd want to be just ragging my car around at this point. But you never know. I might just take a bit of the edge out of the batteries, make them a bit smoother out of the corners so it stops that wheel spin. Just burn a bit of that initial punch out of the battery with these sort of warm-up laps. And I suppose these cars realistically are going to go for, what, 15 plus minutes on the batteries they've got now? Probably fairly easy 15 minutes, to be honest. But that all comes down to the way you drive the car. Once we've got an idea of exactly what's going on, I'll start introducing these. Okay, so they're pulling the cars back in, and the marshals are going in. So maybe that wasn't Heat 5. I thought I saw some of the guys from Heat 5. Maybe it wasn't Heat 5. No timing on. I know there was a couple of rounds that got rained off, so during this track drying session where we had all of the rain, there were a number of heats that kind of ran in as they were part way through, so I'm guessing that may well have been, because we've already had a Heat 11, they've already come out, so that might have been one of the practice heats that didn't get a chance to get a full round of practice time in. So, and they were doing all of those off of a stopwatch rather than on the timing system, hence no timing coming through, not being able to see what they're doing, blah blah. As you'll see now, though, we do have what looks like a full complement of drivers up on the stand. And if this is Heat 5, which I believe it is, car 1's going to be Thomas Lepape. And we've got Nigel van Katwijk in number 2, Peter Stein 3, Simon Stegmaier in the 4, Elias Jordan in 5, Remy Bertrand in the 6, Cedric Didier 7, Victor Isaac 8, Dick Dawn in 9, and Carl Volter in 10. Now, do you know what? Pekko Ivanen roughly grabbed me by my shirt collar, shook me a little bit and said, "Why did you not follow me on that last go-round?" Something like that. He's not French, but, I mean, I was close to his accent.
It sounded a bit like a French
He grew a moustache and had a
musketeer.
stripy top on.
Right.
Started riding a bike with a big string of onions.
Okay.
And that's when he did it. But he said, I was absolutely throwing the car at everything in that last round. How could you not have filmed me? And then I obviously had a massive guilty conscience about it. So I promised him that in the next go round we will give Pekko a bit of love, and we'll just see how hard he's going to be throwing the car around. So you're going to be looking out for that one. Where is Pekko? I think he's Heat 10, isn't he? Is Pekko? I think, yeah, he is. But Heat 10. Put a little line next to Pekko. Line.
Are you going to sing whilst he goes round?
What would you like me to sing?
A song that you've composed about Pekko.
I mean, I do a lot of my composing on the spot, to be fair.
Right.
I'd like to dedicate this one. Yeah, so, I mean, still no timing going on. So I'm assuming, because nobody official has told me yet, I'm assuming this is just still practice going on, and maybe they're still trying to dry the track. Maybe we're just going to get 4 rounds of qualifying in, and they've decided to do another round of practice to dry the track out. But from the information we had, we should have already started qualifying for Q3 at this point.
And the timing on the local screens is not doing anything either, right?
No, nothing at all. No, so on our if you look on the RCTV feed screen, that comes straight off of it, doesn't it?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So from what we can tell, we're still in practice mode. Would you like me to run off and go and see Paul Worsley a minute? Okay, I'm going to fade out.
Well, yeah. Okay. Play some hold music. It's always good to be live at a developing picture, isn't it? You know it's live. The rain has not stopped you guys from commenting along, which is absolutely fantastic. And we've been attending to different issues, and we haven't paid enough attention to you guys, and for that I'm sorry. Winding back through hordes and hordes of messages, trying to see where I should start reading from. Well, X-Tech 101 saying slippery when wet. Beiklemans Dieter, Sien or Lee, Rimfire, like, with loads of thumbs up emojis. M. Graham, where's the Euros next year? Well, the Euros, this particular Euro, is going to be in Sweden. As Alan O'Brien answers straight afterwards. Yeah, and that's fine. Talk amongst yourselves. That's great. It's great when you do that. Follow car number 7. Well, not during the practice round. There wasn't even any timing. No cars on track now, but we have had a change of marshals, which may mean you never know that we get started again. Will this qualification round count because the first heats had an advantage? No. It will count, yes. That wall of death looks like a challenge in the wet. Yes, got some great shots of it. Cars going around during the rain. And it's epic. Mark Hedling Racing is asking if Guppy's going to do any racing. Not here, but is he going to do any racing? I don't know. We'll have to ask him when he comes back on his from his fact-finding mission. Oh, here he is. Hello.
So, the fact-finding mission went a little bit like this. Went a little bit like this. What's happening? I don't know. Okay, can you find out? Yes, I can. Looks on phone. The timing doesn't seem to be going. Maybe we're still in free practice. Okay. So I think we've got about 2, possibly 2 heats left of free practice, which is obviously wonderful news that the track will be hopefully bone dry by that point. But we are at the whim of race control and the weather gods right now. Yeah, a little bit up in the air, but apparently maybe 2 more heats. That's what I got told.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so cool. In that case, you can answer this question.
Okay.
From Mark Hedling. You doing any racing, Gups?
Absolutely not, Mark. No, I don't race anymore, mate. I don't race anymore. I just talk about racing these days. Don't get me wrong. I love RC racing. I love it as a sport, as a hobby, or whatever you want to take it as. It is fantastic to do. It's so rewarding. Lots and lots of fun. The atmosphere is brilliant trackside 99% of the time. But yeah, I'm too competitive, and I get too upset with myself when I can't do as well as I would like to do. So rather than be the angry guy at the track, I now get to be this guy at the track, and I think that's a much better version. So there's your answer. No, unless it's the occasional odd appearance where somebody lends me a car and says, hey, I've paid for your race entry, come and do a race meeting, here's a car and a controller you can use, then yeah, I'll come and race. I'll come and race for a laugh. But until then, yeah, all of my stuff's gone. I sold all of that after lockdown. So I mean, I haven't even got a transmitter. I don't know who's using my transponders these days. I don't know who would be using those. It certainly didn't bring me a lot of luck. But yes, the short answer is unfortunately not. Certainly at this point in life. Anyway, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen in 10 years, 20 years? Not me. What about you, Matt? Are you going to do any racing?
I am going to start racing, yes.
Get out of town.
I am intending to start racing, yes.
What are you going to race?
That is the plan. I'm gonna race this class. A
wealthy millionaire like you should be looking at 5th scale.
I'm a penniless RC hobo gypsy, no, I'll be racing this class 1/10.
Really? And have you decided on a manufacturer that you'd like to use during the 1/10 racing experiences?
I'm currently in talks. The point of it is an absolute amateur learns to race. First builds the car and then learns to race. And I'm intending to have a Yoda who will be very patient and teach me, and I'll learn what to do. No, like a really good racer, like a veteran, a really good veteran, or really good racer who will show me the ropes.
So someone
And
who
I
like,
will
maybe
go to a club meeting and see how it goes. I think it's going to be brilliant.
I think it's going to be epic, and I don't think once you've done it, you're going to be able to stop anytime soon.
No,
It's
I
really,
can't
really
wait.
good. Really, really good. And where's the local club for you?
It would be Broxtowe, the Broxtowe
Would
Club
it?
in
Oh,
Nottinghamshire.
I do like Broxtowe. Made my first B final at an Opal at Broxtowe.
Ah, okay, and I'm not too far from Robin Hood Raceway as well, so yeah,
You all know Robin
I'd
Hood.
love to go racing at both those tracks at club meetings and make some cool, funny content of me making a fool of myself. Basically, is what's going to happen. But I'm super excited.
You'll get plenty of that, don't you worry. Plenty of funny content. Nobody
There's
out
been
there who started
so
off
many
as a pro.
comments, you know. There's been so many comments, and we've just been ignoring them, and I feel really bad for the viewers having all their comments ignored by us. But,
Why?
we've been
Who said
dealing-
what?
Who said what? Well, can you follow Neil, please? Was one.
Oh, those sorts of comments. Okay.
Follow Wesley, please, from John Sneakers. He's our Dutch hero in dark days. Interesting. Neil Twitchen saying, can they still only run yellow compound tyres?
That's the
Don't
rule.
know. We told silver's banned, so yellow, I guess.
Just
Yeah.
silver. Just yellows, yeah. Just yellows on these.
Mark Bruton Young, wet rounds a write-off, really, he says. Rimfire, although there would be several asterisks, it would be pretty cool to TQ around beating these world-class drivers.
Well, ask Joey Cockhill.
Yeah.
That's what he's done in that
Yeah.
last round. TQ'd it, but he's certainly got a better score than the many world champion and European champions that are out there on the rostrum.
And we had quite a lot of arguments about whether it's fair or not to have rain during the round. We had quite a lot of comments. There's a handful of people blaming EFRA for the rain.
Clearly.
Which is, you're entitled to blame EFRA for rain if you want.
I've always
personally
blamed
don't
them for
think
rain.
it's. Personally, don't think it's really. I think it's beyond the realms of anybody's influence.
I'm
But still.
not convinced. There are many people out there who think EFRA has some control over the weather, and conspiracy theorists would go along with that.
Yeah.
Jim up there's nodding.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I know what they're like at EFRA with their weather, with their machine for the rain.
Profix 25 low. Can we have an eye on Max Gotzel? I'm copying his XB4 setups and need to check his driving style. That's a fair request. That sounds good.
Fair request.
Yeah,
Let's
we should
look
check
at
his
Max
driving
Gotzel.
style. Maybe I'll get an XB4 and I'll copy Max Gotzel's driving style, or at least his setups.
Well, I mean,
Look at
he
the
is
sun.
right,
The sun's looking a lot brighter than it was earlier in that shot now.
Don't look directly at the sun.
Okay. I always made that mistake.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. If you're going to start telling people to do it, they'll listen to you.
No Name RC podcast's been on.
Keenan's been on, has he?
Yeah, that is a humongous wall, huge. Victor's saying it's just not fair.
What's not
Alan
fair?
O'Brien, I don't know. Rain needs to
life?
be cancelled apparently. Not same conditions for everyone. That kind of business.
Okay.
Alan O'Brien, Guppy, check your phone after this heat.
Okay.
That's the look of the draw. No, this is the argument about whether it's the look of the draw or whether whether it should be
absolutely
cancelled. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. It is a bit like that, yes. I'm not going to repeat that, but yes, it is a bit like that. It's, if you're that worried about a bit of rain disturbing around, then racing outdoors probably isn't ever going to seem a particularly fair thing to do for you. This is the way these rounds go. This is why we have staggered starts. It's outdoor racing. It happens. You just got to deal with what's there in front of you. And yes, admittedly, all right, if we have an absolute downpour in the middle of a round, you know, it's going to screw things up a bit for like a round. And then all of the top boys are going to come back in, get awesome scores, and knock the others down again. It's not going to be that bad. Like, it's not going to be, you know, so bad that somebody that would have been in the A and possibly won it is then going to be in the B. It's just not. It doesn't really kind of work like that. You know, you might have got a 1 in round, but if you back that up with a 78, I don't think you're going to trouble the people with 3s and 4s. But hey, you know, I think you know you can't have it all your own way when you're racing out in conditions like this. It doesn't work. You know, lost count of how many times I've been walking the dogs, and halfway through a dog walk I've got absolutely soaked because the rain's coming down. Well,
have you cancelled the dog walk?
Yeah, I said that's it. We're not walking anymore. We're just going to stop here. All future dog walks are banned until there is no more rain, or until it's just raining all of the time. So it's even for everyone. How dare we have something slightly out of place? And whilst we're at it, let's give a medal to everyone for being here.
Well,
I'm joking. Of
funny
course,
you should say that.
joking.
Everyone is getting a medal. The
Of course they are.
50 years of EFRA coin medal,
Nice.
which I think is
Hope I get one.
fantastic.
I hope I get one, because that would be unfair, because clearly I participated in this event by bringing you all the wonderful coverage here. Not obviously just by myself, but with Wonder Jim, Matt with 1T, James Parry, who's hiding somewhere, well, occasionally
in
Frank
Austria
when he was here.
Yeah. Taking his thermometer with him. Keenan wants to know if Matt or James is channeling their inner DJ. I suppose that's a comment about the music.
Maybe they are. Maybe they are.
Maybe.
I like it. I like the music. I think it's really good. I enjoy it. I'm up for this in between rounds. And whilst there's, you know, practice and stuff going on. So, I mean, is this the start? Is this Heat 5 coming up? Is it? Oh, hold on. I'm going to just fake me out so I'm not shouting down the mic a minute.
I feel quite positive it might be, you know. Some blue sky, a little bit of blue sky there. Look, you see the timing thing refresh there? That must mean it's really happening. Oh, we're back. We're back.
Hello. Okay, so
we're back.
Heat 5.
Qualifying. Underway.
Starting with Heat 5. Here we go. Okay. We know who's in it. Any requests for anyone in Heat 5? You've had about 9 years to get your requests in. If they're not
we haven't
there,
been reading them.
if they're not there, then Matt can't find them easily. Then
can you follow Dick, please?
Of course, always. Number 9, please, Wonder Jim. Last one off the grid by the looks of things. Might not be.
Car 1, car 2, car 4, car 7, car 5, car 3, car 10, car 8, car 6, car 9.
There we go. Dick Dawn takes us from the back of the pack. I'm going to have to sit down for this one. All the sitting so far has tired me out. There we go. So we're with Dick Dawn. Triple single. It doesn't look like the track is horrendous out there, if I'm honest. It is 100% still wet, though. So the practice round, yeah, it has helped a bit. These guys are going to be going around, but you will see them still struggling a little bit on, especially on the bits of the track that have not quite dried out. Dick's over. Okay, flicking it around there. Triple and a single, makes it out there okay. Catches a funny bobble on the last single. And into the wall of death goes Dick Dawn. Double. Oh, double trouble. Let's have a look at that one. Comes over the first one. Dodgy landing with a bounce. Tries to power through it. And then Marshall catches one in the shin. Don't know who that Marshall is down there. Sorry about that, Marshall, on that point. But a valiant catch it was. Yeah, they're not looking bad at all, actually, Matt. The cars are looking pretty good out there at the moment. Certainly getting plenty of power down. Let's see if Dick can make it over. He cannot make it over. You can see the wheels are shiny. So they are coming off of the wall of death and having some issues with the wet tyres. So Elias Jordan is taking us round. That's the 5 car. There'll probably be a few back from where you are if we can find Elias. And maybe three cars back possibly. So possibly one of those two going around the wall there. Maybe the last one of them if I'm... Well, no, the first one of them. Is that him? Is that number 3? No. Yeah, I think we've lost a few numbers off of some of these cars. I've got a funny thing, that's the 5 and the 4. So let's just see where Elias is, about halfway through. So you're about the right sort of area for him, really. So, he should be coming down now. Let's see when Elias crosses the line. So, yeah, so across the line. So it's got to be in amongst those cars there. No, I think that's a 2. Okay, so definitely cross the line. So forward from where you are, Jim. Probably the... So, just gone over the doubles there. It's going to be one of those two. It's going to be one of that group there that's coming down. That's the 6. And possibly that one. 1. Oh, it's that one there. Yeah, it's really difficult to see these numbers on the cars. We'll stick with this group of 3 for a minute, because I think that last yellow car is Elias. Possibly not. That could be Stegmaier, actually. But we'll watch them anyway. So we'll go with Stegmaier for the time being in the yellow. Okay. Yeah, pretty much just impossible to see the numbers on it. So we'll just stick with that one for the time being, because everybody is finishing as they cross the line now, so it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. There's a lesson for you all. Thick numbers on your car that we can see. Or we're just going to follow somebody else. And it was Elias Jordan that took that one. 10 laps in 5:16. Sorry, it's Peter Stein in the 3. That's why I couldn't see him. Pulled off after 6 laps. That's why I was struggling there. Sorry about that. So everybody did have numbers on the car that they could see, and I've gone completely mad. There we go. So Heat 6 will be up next. Kai Koenig, Roundabout, Kim Sidensky, Marion Baresh, Laszlo Phillips, Eric Mitchells, Jonas Martins, Archie Bowman, Viktor Litvenko, and Marcus Weyer. So how are you all doing out there? Get involved in the chat, let us know. Let us know what you think of the championship so far.
I think it's great.
I think it's been wonderfully enjoyable with lots and lots of memorable moments. What more do you want?
Ups and downs, because it's an off-road race.
Mm-hmm.
Florida Life, where can I see the live updated qualifying results? Well, I will paste the link into the YouTube chat for you, because that would be my RCM. So I'll do that for you, because I'm helpful. But, yeah. Just doing that now.
Okay, looks like we're going off with Kai Koenig first. So unless we've got any requests out there, we are going to go with that.
Car 6 and car 5 from group 6, please. Car 6 and car 5.
6 and 5. Go on then. Let's go car 6 first of all. So Eric Mitchells will be the one that we follow off the line in car 6. So Mitchell's now taking us round. Still a little bit slippery out there. Yellow's not digging into the Astro like a silver would. I say not digging in, not gripping onto. Triple single through the ribbles. Around the switchbacks, up to the wall of death. Another car on the wall of death. Always a bit frightening when you go around a obstacle like that, or a feature like that one. Over the bridge, across the line. Doing pretty well at the moment. I mean, lap times into the into the 30s. So 31.09, fastest lap for Eric Michels. Lovely through the switchbacks there. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and find Kai Koenig, because Kai is leading this one, and we've given Eric plenty of love. So the car we're looking for is car number 1, which should be coming up to the end of the lap fairly soonish. Yeah, that's it. Lovely. So, Well, Kai was leading us round. We put the camera on, dropped down 2 places. And Kai into the 30s, 37.27 fastest lap. Not a million miles away from what we've seen before. Single doubles it. Doesn't quite make the double stick though. It's a bit of a cheeky landing on that one, catching the back wheels on the ridge of the jump or on the ridge of the downslope. Punches it down the back straight. Up the wall of death. Nicely over the double doubles though. So let's see this time round. Right, takes it up at the top. We'll see the others. It's knocked it down one. Knocked him down one, sorry. So Kai running in 3rd in this one currently. 4th now. Oh, slipping back. Everybody else starting to find some pace. Okay, I think we had a request for car 5. So if car 5 is still going round, which I'm not 100% sure that it is, let's just keep with this one for a minute. Okay. So, we want is the number 2 of Randolph out. I'll see if I can pick up where Randolph is. Okay, I think Randolph. Are you on Randolph already? Okay. Okie dokie, so finishing this one off. Randolph out, finishes out in front. Oh no, not quite. Yes, he does. Timing screen eventually catches up with us there. So 10 in a 5:11. And there we go. So that is heat 6 done and dusted for this one. I think it does look like the track is starting to get a little bit quicker through these rounds though. There you go, scores on the doors for you guys up on the screen there. You can see that was Randolph out, taking that one out. Heat 7 up next. I've run through a few of these guys before, but I'll make sure you are all aware. Jens Becker in the 1, Harry Mears in the 2, Nino Altmanger in the 3, Marco Storman in the 4, Michael Katzmayer in the 5, Julian Ferrandis in the 6, Martin Scar in the 7, Roman Lepap in the 8, Halvor Gran in the 9, Wu Tawainen in the 10. There we go, so these guys just swapping out the marshals now. And a few of them going across the track still, so they'll hold the cars until we've got people in the position.
think you need to go up there with a tape measure, Matt.
There's more people on boxes than not now.
They just should have built the stand higher, shouldn't they, basically?
They should. Or the railing lower.
Or dug a hole to make the track lower.
Okay, there we go. That is a list of your competitors there. Any requests would be super duper. Otherwise, we're just going to follow the first one off the line because they're obviously leading us through. Oh, God, I thought that was somebody catching our chair and cone and bucket of chaos down here. I'm sure why there's a big brush caught up in that net, actually. Somebody brushing the net on. Okay, it is going to be the one car of Jens Becker that takes us out, so we will follow that one off the line.
Request for car 10.
We will get that.
Wouterweinen.
Wouterweinen. We also had one for Harry Mears, I think, in this one as well, didn't we? A little bit of a while ago. But we'll go with Jens for the time being. And there we go. Jens taking us through. First run over the single doubles. So we should start to see these lap times really start to tumble at this point. Last heat lapping into the 30s. So I'd like to see a sub 30 out of this one. I would anyway. How about any of you? There we go. Over the line for the first one, a 30.9 on the opener. So I think we really should be seeing these 30-second laps tumble into the 29s. A lot of them into the 30s on the opening lap now. So at least 3 of them put a 30-second lap in. 31s, 32s, all over the place. I'll stick with Jens for the minute. Easily makes it over the double doubles. You can see how quickly the track is sorting itself out now. Okay, single doubles. Flicks it back, triple single. Nicely over the ripples there, into the switchbacks, and punches it up the back straight to the wall of death. Single, double, double. Okie dokie, so a number 10 car of Wouterweinen. Okay. So Wouter should be somewhere around the double doubles about now. If we flick over to the start finish, we'll catch him just as we go over the line. It's the number 10 we're after. Should have just crossed the line then. Okay then. So, Weiner now up the step up. Around the wall of death. Nice tight line around there. I've seen some of the top guys do that a little bit sharper. Let's have a look. We have got times into the 29 seconds on these laps now. So, Halvor Gran, sorry, 29.8. That was the fastest lap. So, quickest one we've seen so far then, 29.8. So these times are starting to fall. Oh dear, catches a bit of a dodgy bobble there. Couple of minutes left on the clock. Okay, so let's follow Wouter all the way round. We'll get across the line and then we'll see if we can pick Harry Mears out of this one. There we go. Okay, right, let's see if we can pick up Harry Mears, who should just be finishing his lap now. Just crossed the line, so it'll be one of those two there. I think Harry's the front one of those two. Number 5, is it? Number 2 on it there? Pretty sure that's Harry. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so we'll follow Harry out to the end. Lovely. So Harry over the bridge, punches it down the first of the short straights, back up the second. Single double. Oh, just catches that. Just makes it over the last double. Oh, nightmare for Harry there. On its roof at the top of the corner tabletop. Not going to be too happy with this lap. So 8 seconds left in this one, so you're going to see these guys starting to finish as they come through. And that is Harry on for a 10. There you go, Harry 10 in a 5:16. Quickest in this one, Ronan Willapap in a 5:07 for 10 laps. Jens Becker does 10 in 5:09. Julian Ferrandis 10 in a 5:11. Halvergran drops down. Same as Julian Ferrandis at 10 in a 5:11.7 though. Then we've got Harry Mears, then Michael Katzmeyer, Wouter Weinen, Nino Altbinger, Martin Scar, and Marco Storman didn't get past the 8th lap. Okay. Well, interesting turn of events there. We've seen a sub 30-second lap come in now. And we've still got 4 heats to go. So we should be seeing like sub 20-second laps by the time the top guys come out, right? I think so. Okay, in this one, the one car of Moritz Lautenbach, and then we've got Baptiste Roach in the 2, Antonio Kowalski in the 3, Harley Eldridge in the 4, Jolan de Weerd in the 5, Daniel Pohl in the 6, Valentin Puziat in the 7, Lucas Didier in the 8, Matt Peters in the 9, and Rick Hamers in the 10. So it looks like Lautenbach's going off first, so we'll follow him round for a couple of laps just to see how he's getting on. Should be the number 1 car. Just enough time to tell you that you're watching the EFRA 1/10th Buggy Euros 2023. Brought to you by RCTV in association with Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works. We are at the Rayco 2000 facility in Utrecht in the Netherlands. I'm Matt Guppy, I'm your host for the event. Up on the camera is Wonder Jim over there, doing a fantastic job of keeping an eye on all of the guys and girls out on track. Got Matt McCallum back in the hole in the UK, doing some awesome bits back there. And of course, the other members of the crew that were here, James Parry and Frank McKinney, were about with us as well. Frank is doing a live event of his own, large-scale thing on road. Only a couple of hours down the road.
Track. It's got Formula 1s and touring cars.
Has he really? Oh, cool. There's actually a fifth scale Formula One in the clubhouse here. So we'll go off with the one car.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Should be loud than that.
start. On car 1,
There we go.
car 9, car 10, car 6, car 8, car 5,
Taking it steady on this opening lap. Making sure the bobbles go up. Cool, that was close to the cone of justice there. Punches it down the back straight. First time in this round around the wall of death. Double doubles nicely. Let's see how many laps Moritz can do like that one. So it comes out the block. 30.009 on the first lap. So we are definitely going to see some sub-30s in this one. A lovely line round the wall of death. Double doubles nicely. Oh, too far on the jump over the bridge. And let's see, that was a 29.8 on that one. Loads of 29s coming in. Well, 3. But still, it's almost 30% of the field doing 29s. So we are seeing the track get quicker. Whether it's getting that much quicker or whether these guys are just getting a bit quicker is anybody's guess. Doesn't look like it's too slippery out there anymore. And the drainage here is fantastic, to be honest. Even though we've had some pretty torrential downpours of rain, and there is not a puddle on this track anywhere at all. It really does hold it well and drains it off even better. So, there we go. Loughton back taking us round. Single, double, double. Makes it over them clean. Still leading this one. So it goes through last lap of the 30.2. Eldridge goes through 30.2. So they're matching each other's lap times at the moment, the front two. So we should be able to drop back one car to the 4 car of Harley Eldridge right there. So that's Eldridge. Loughton back just in front. You've seen the gap between them. See if anything changes there. No, Eldridge still behind. Loughton back still out in front, so there's a back marker between them at the moment. Nicely round the wall of death. Double doubles done. Okay, up the step up. Drops it down into the off-camber corner. Oh dear. There you go. Harley's all right, though. Straight on through there. And he's actually leading this one at this point. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so yeah, definitely leading because Moritz was... he is still... That's okay. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on these two for a moment. Punches it up towards the wall of death again. And there you can see my broom. I wonder where I put that. Double, double, over the bridge. And a good turn of pace there. So, Eldridge now. Last lap was a 30 dead. Almost a 30.1 actually. But it is Loughton back. Just in front of Harley. That is leading this one still. Just off screen from what we can see. Max crosses the line. Moritz, crosses the line. Just gone over. There you go. Harley's gone over. So, I mean, these two close, really, really close to getting an 11. But solid 10s coming through at the moment. Yeah, they'd need like a 27 and a 28 to be able to get through for another one. So definitely up to the line, I think. Harley goes. Yeah, caught the line. So 5:03 for both. 10 in a 5:03, 2:85 for Lautenbach. 10 in a 5:03, 7:88 for Eldridge. Hamers does a 5:06. Peters a 5:11. Roach 5:09. All in the 10 laps. Dan Pole only manages to scrape a 9 this time round. 9 in a 5:22. But Puziat does a 10, and Kowalski also does a 10. 5:11 and 5:12. Kowalski with the 11. And there you go. Heat 8. Done and dusted. Okay. There you go. Scores up there for you guys. You can see the 29-second laps for both Harley and Moritz. Heat 9 up next. And we got some quick ones in this. Hubert Honegal in the 1. Lee Martin in the 2. Florent Gallant in the 3. Luke Holdsworth in the 4. Jamil Gabrielson in the 5. Ben Smith in the 6. Elias Johansson in the 7. Tim Jubal in the 8. Josh Holdsworth 9. And Sen Hamels in the 10. I actually think two-wheel drive was a little bit more hectic than this, even with the rain. Don't forget to get involved on the chats. Let us know you're out there. And whilst you're doing that, click like and subscribe. Click the little bell on YouTube. And then you'll never miss another feed from RCTV ever, ever, ever again. Not even ever. When you miss one. So, warm-up lap coming now. Start to see all of these start to follow through.
Request-ageddon. I've had a request NATO.
A request what, sorry?
A request NATO.
Request NATO.
A request Narmy. A request
Nice.
Narmy. A request-ageddon.
Request-ageddon, I think is the right one.
Lee Martin, Ben Smith, Elias Johansson, Jamil. That might have been the previous heat.
Yeah, Jamil's in there, Gabrielson.
Another request for Lee Martin, for Mark Anthony. Hello to Mark, Andrew Leach, Frederick Ingman, Tara Ivanen, of course.
Go on then, Lee Martin off the line. There we go. It was Ben Smith that had the best score in the last one, but we'll go with Lee for a minute, who has a nightmare on the first set of doubles. You call it a daymare, really, considering it's happening in the day. He's not just having a bad dream. Okay, doubles for Lee. We've got some of the others crashing in front of us there. Let's wait for the timing to kick in. So, Lee Martin with a 31-1 on his opening lap. Now, we've seen a number of cars be a bit quicker than that. Lee's over again. Oh, Lee Martin. Overtakes them. Overtakes them going through the doubles to take his place back out the front of those two. So, single double for Lee. Makes it round this time. But yeah, he's had a nightmare there. See if he can get around a couple of laps without any crashes. Oh, he's hit that pole on the way down. Double's okay though. Over the bridge, not too bad there. Makes the most out of that bottom corner. Punches it over the first of the doubles. Up the step, makes it all the way through. Okay. Punches it up to the wall. Round the wall of death he goes. Catches the pipe on the way down. Hasn't slowed him down at all. And across the line, let's see where he is. So the thing is, he's going up the list because he's got the extra lap, but then all of a sudden drops down quite a way, especially when the Holdsworth brothers go across. So who else have we had the request for? Jamil Gabrison, Ben Smith as well. So let's see if we can pick up car 5. Now, that is going to be... So car 5 should be not far off the end of the lap about now. Should be somewhere crossing the line. One of those two. Okay, let's just see if we can pick up the 5. That's 4. I think the green one there is the 5, actually. So we'll just see as they come through. No, let's say Jamil's off. Either off or had a terrible, terrible lap. Yeah, gone. The 5 car is out. See, that must have literally been on that lap there. Must have been on that last lap going through. Okay, so we'll try and find Ben Smith, car 6 then. Now, Ben will be about a quarter of the way through his lap. That's coming up to about halfway. So... There we go. So into the 29s for sure for Ben. Ben's actually had a 28. So definitely knocking those lap times down. Lovely bit of power around there. Got a car over. Oh, nightmare. Ben's going to be gutted by that one because he was doing pretty well then. Oh, and again, he's had an issue with the car. Oh, bits all over the place. Marshals can't even do anything about it because some of them have gone off with some bits, some have gone off with other bits. It's the Holdsworth brothers leading us now. They're all into the last lap, so... Oh, man... That's the 4 of Luke Holdsworth. Wheel off. Was in second. Oh man, what a nightmare. So Elias Johansson, 10 in a... Oh no, on to the last lap. Going to be going through some 11s here. Even Lee Martin's made it through, I think. Has he made it through? No, not quite. 10 in a 502. So we've got three drivers, Josh Holdsworth, Elias Johansson and Hubert Honegel, all on 11 lap pace. Just waiting for Josh to finish. There you go. So it's Elias Johansson that takes this one, 11 and 5:25. 11.525 for Holdsworth as well. 0.1 of a second. 0.1 of a second between them. So you can see how tight the times are out there. And then Honegal is 11 in a 5:27.2. So pretty tight at the top there. Shame for the few that dropped out of this one with a few breakages. But there really isn't a lot you can do about it. Okay, so next heat we're going to be following Pekka Ivanum. I know there's some big names in this next heat, but if you remember, Pekka said to us, follow me in the next one, I'm going to be giving it everything I've got. Let's see if we can see Pekka creeping up onto the stand. Maybe he'll get himself a box. There's Pekka, first one on the camera right next to us there. Craggy stands next to him. Now, why wouldn't you want to stand next to Pekka, eh? Okay, a few of these guys just to swap over. So Wesley Van Helmond is in this one in the 1, and we've got Clement Boda in the 2, Davide Ongaro in the 3, Tommy Hall in the 4, Jamie Hall in the 5, Una Hackman in the 6, Pekka Ivanen in the 7, Alexander Landon in the 8, Neil Cragg in the 9, and Jesper Rasmussen in the 10. So just a quick warm-up for these guys. And there you go. There's your list. Let us know who you want to follow, as we'll do Pekka for a few laps. We'll get a few laps in with Pekka. Go on.
Pekka, lots of Pekka requesting. Requesto Pekka. Craggy, please, from Andrew Leach. Frederick Ingman, please. Car 8, Alexander Langdon from Sweden. Rimfire, is Q3 the last round today? No, we believe there's another round after this one. We're prepared to be wrong. We're prepared to be wrong.
Be nice if they got all the qualifying done today and we could just go into an hour and a half of finals tomorrow morning.
Can you imagine?
Oh,
Wesley
man.
Van Helmond as well,
would be dancing
please.
a jig, I'm telling you. Be like, woo, loads of time for the airport.
Look, Lawrence Ware wants Wesley Van Helmond. Beef wants Ongaro, please. Pekka or Una, please. Anyway.
Okie dokie. All right. So lots of requests for these ones. So we'll go with Pekka. Sorry about that. That was my missing the camera cue there. There he goes. So Pekka is 7. Third from the back. I think. Third or second from the back anyway. Possibly Una Hatton there. Yeah, I think that's Una. I'm just keeping an eye out for the 7, so I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, nice one. Lovely job. Jim's all over it. Why has everybody got a really similar shelter Una Hatton these days with the green and black? What's that about? So Pekka takes a tumble. Let's see where he ends up. Bottom of the pile at the moment, nearly. Only Hatton and Van Helmond not having a better time. Oh, Pekko. Got a wonky wing. There he goes, round the wall of death. First double, second double. He's not messing about. Smashes it down the straight there. Back up the second straight. First single. Goes for the double. Oh, and that That is what will happen in a final if we have people jumping double single and single double. So I think Pecco put off by that then. Oh no! Oh, and there you go. There's Pecco out. So just go to the right, Jim. We should be able to pick up Neil Cragg somewhere around there. It's probably the car in front of that yellow one, actually. I think that might be Tommy Hall. Actually, that is Tommy Hall. Sorry, mate. That is Tommy Hall. So I'll keep an eye out for Craggy a minute. So Craggy just gone past the, just gone over the bridge, over the line now, down the straight, around the bottom corner, around the next one, over the single, double. There he is. First one of those two. Lovely. So let's have a couple of laps with Mr. Cragg. Oh, I thought he was going to go for it. I thought he was going to do the quad then, but he didn't. Super fast, even in these conditions where it's a little bit slippery still. Still, Neil. Not really where he wants to be in this class at the moment. Punches it up towards the wall of death. Oh man! Wow, gets a boost. Oh no, he didn't. He punted the other one. Okay. So there we go. A few laps with Neil. Neil's not having the best of times out there at the moment. These guys doing 28s pretty solidly all the way through up to Pecco, though. Everybody into the 28-second laps. So we haven't seen any 27. Oh, Ongaro does a 26.9 as I say that. Okay, let's have Davide Ongaro. The number 3 car won't have far gone past the start grid, so about, yeah, probably just up there towards the back blue car. So... Ongaro coming towards the end of the lap right now. It should be a blue one, unless he's changed shell again. Ongaro's in the 3. Okay, so it looks like Davide Ongaro's gone from a blue shell to a white shell. Not confusing at all. Thanks, Davide. Okay, fastest man out on track at the moment, though. Oh, not quite. Jamie Hall. Oh, no, that was a 29, not a 28. Sorry. So, 27.9. Ongaro onto his last lap for 11. 11 in a 5.15 is predicted. Oof, nicely through there. Powers it round the wall of death. Double. And over the line for the last time. So 11 in a 5.14.4. Let's see what everybody else has got. Nobody really anywhere near him within sort of 3 seconds or so. So Clement Boda's 11 in a 5.17. Jamie Hall 11 in a 5.17. So 28.3, 28.2, 28.2, 28.4. Lots of quick laps here, but Davide certainly finding the pace out there with a 27.9. Scores on the doors for you guys. Heat 11 coming up right about now. So you can see everybody starting to build up, or I can certainly see everybody starting to build up around the rostrum to watch these top drivers go around. Certainly top seeded drivers in this event anyway. Max Gotzel in the 1 car, Michael Orlowski in the 2, Marcus Kerup in the 3, Danny Kubovic in the 4, Martin Bayer in the 5, Jorn Newman in the 6, Nurben Mohammed in the 7, Mika Widmeyer in the 8, Barak Killick in the 9, and Bruno Coelho rounds this one out in the 10 car. Now, don't forget, we started with Heat 5. We did start with Heat 5. So started with Heat 5. So after this one, we've still got Heats 1, 2, 3, and 4 to go. There you go, warm-up laps underway. Don't forget that we are here in association with Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rodog.eu and S-Works. We're at the EFRA European 1/10th Buggy Championships for 2023 at Reco 2000 Arena in Utrecht in the Netherlands. We are RC Racing TV. If you go onto our YouTube channel, you will be able to find a like and a subscribe button. And that will give you notifications every single time we post some content.
Boom.
Babu.
Lots of requests for Orlowski, requests for Bruno Coelho. They think he's going to get faster this time. Car 8, is that Mika Widmeyer, maybe? Poor old Pecco,
Give
eh?
Mika some, poor old Pecco. Poor old Pecco. Go on, give Mika some love then. Car 8 if we can.
Car 7, car 3, car 5, car 9, car 10, car 8.
There we go.
Everybody down the way, good luck driving. Qualifying round number 3 in the car. Group number 11.
So I'm hopeful that after this one we might get a little chat with Jamie Hall. You never know. I can see him right there, Marshall Point 5 in front of me. We're with Mika at the moment though. Let's see
Also,
what
I
Mika's
tuned in
got.
to hear from Bruno.
We haven't seen Bruno yet. We haven't seen him to get him in at this point. I'll try my best after he's finished. Let's have a look. Yeah, he is. I mean, he is in this one, so we'll try and get him over once he's finished his race here. Have a quick chat with Jamie, and then we'll wave at Bruno like mad people and see if we can get him in. So Mika taking this round at the moment. Now, Mika's had a pretty quick lap out there, 28. Oh, 28, where's he gone? 28.3. Lovely. Kurbavec does a 28 dead. Nobody's touched that 27 of Ongaro yet, though. So there we go. There's a little bit of time with Mika. Let's flick forward one car, and that will be Coelho in the orange and white. A few people said he would be one of the favourites for this portion of the Euros. So last lap for Coelho a 28.4. Apologies, 28.7 for Bruno on the last one. 28.4 is his quickest. So triple singles it. Yet to see anybody do the quad like Lee Martin was doing yesterday. Oh, Bruno. There you go. He's got back on. Very unfortunate. There's a lot of time he would have lost. And he's fairly well down the bottom of the pack as it stands, to be fair. Orlowski at the moment. Kurbavec takes it up. Okay, Bruno not looking bad though, other than a bit of a mistake. I'm pretty sure that was driver error more than anything else. Pretty sure Bruno's looking fairly solid out there. Tell you what we could do is just pick up Daniel Kovac. He should be just across the line now, so he'll be on the straights. One of those two. I think it's a number 4 car. So one of those. I think the front one may be Orlowski, so it'd probably be the back of those two. Okay, let's see. Yes, it is. Okay, so Kobovic is leading at the moment with Orlowski, the car in front of him, in second. So, not much in it between them, really. Kovic's on for about 0.6 of a second finish ahead of Orlowski. Well, Widmeyer's just popped up there. So, in between the two of them. But it is Kobovic that we're with that is leading us round in this one right now. Only about 50 seconds before the initial race clock runs out. We'll see how these guys go. So Orlowski there. Kobovic just behind him. Widmeyer, wherever Widmeyer is now on the track, is in between them on the timing screen. Oh, Kobovic, oh my goodness, that has got to be the luckiest roll I think I've ever seen, ever. And I didn't quite get the replay on it. Sorry about that. So, it's Orlowski this time. Orlowski's taking it up. So, because of that roll, that has allowed Orlowski and Widmeyer to push Kobovic down to the 3. Okay, so Orlowski across the line. Kobovic across the line. Those two are done. So all that remains really is just to see where Mika finishes. Coming across, there you go. So splits the two of them. So Orlowski in this one with 11 in a 5:12. A 5:12.5. Widmeyer a 5:13.1. So really nothing between them. 5:13.2 for Kobovic. Oh, he's going to be spitting feathers over that one. And then we've got Killick with a 11 in a 5:15, 11 in a 5:16 for Bayer, 5:16 for Newman, 5:19 for Noah Ben Mohammed. Coelho does a 5:20, as does Max Gotzel. And Carup out after 8 laps. Well. Certainly some changes going on. Have we got a current sort of overall-y type list that you can pop up there, Matt? Or are you still filling out the numbers?
I can. No, I can. I can produce this list based on 1 count or 2 counts. So that's well, it's not Q3 done, isn't it? But it's the sharp end of Q3 done. So it's unlikely to change all that much.
I think the first 4 heats are going to struggle to change that. If I'm honest about it, yes.
So with 1 count, it's looking like that.
Okay. There you go. Oh, what's going on there? I'll tell you what we have got. We've got the sultry tones of Jamie Hall just about to join us. So I'll wait for him to come in a second. Here he is. Come on in, buddy. Pull yourself up a chair. Oh, we can stand. It's entirely up to you. You can come this way. There's your headphones there, bud. Make sure you can see out the window so you can see what's going on. So we just had the overalls on the screen there. And they've just gone off at the moment. But joining us right now, Jamie Hall. How's it going?
Hello. Not too bad. My best round I've had then, so I'm kind of happy now.
Yeah, good.
It's all right.
Good. How's the feeling in the camp over there? Good?
Yeah, we're all getting on all right. I think we're we're kind of glad that it's dried now and it's like a, you know, like a level playing field for everyone, so we can all get the best scores we can. So yeah, we're having a good time.
Well, Joey Cockhill getting a 9 in rounds probably shaking things up, eh?
Yeah, he has told us about it quite a few times now already, so which people do keep calling him out on, but yeah, he's pretty happy with himself. So
yeah, I bet he is.
Yeah,
I bet he is. I'll take a rain assist any day of the week.
yeah.
Any day. But other than that, so best round for you. You're happy. Any changes you're going to do to the car now? Because it does look pretty solid out there. I mean, it's looking like almost like we didn't have the rain now at this point with the cars and the way they're gripping.
Yeah, it was actually basically fully dry there. I didn't notice any parts which felt slippier than before. It felt like a fully dry track to me. So
nice.
Yeah, I think my car was definitely the best it's been then. So I think we'll probably leave it now and get used to it. I kind of keep changing it because we're a bit off where we want to be. And I keep changing it like thinking it's the car, but really it's probably just the driving. So yeah, so I think I'm just going to try and leave it now and get used to it. So yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. How are you finding the actual track then? We've had really mixed feelings, shall we say, rather than mixed reviews, because we all know it's obviously a great facility. But how are you finding the surface? Because for me, this seems like a really good off-road track, a challenging off-road track, but an off-road track, rather than, you know, just a lot of flat Astro that doesn't really cause anyone any trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very off-road. It's not super slippy, but it's definitely not grippy either. The car's kind of moving around quite a lot. It almost feels like slimy to drive on in a way.
Oh, no way.
It's like a little bit like, your car kind of feels like it's just driving on like it's got, because they run 8 scale on it as well,
Yeah.
like it's got some fuel in the track or something. It kind of feels like you're kind of running on a bit of oil or something, like a little bit floaty like that. So, I mean, the grip level's slightly weird, which is, I think, one thing which then makes it harder to do the jumps and things, because your car's kind of moving around. And then when you add the bumps into it as well, you've got bumps and then your car slides as well after hitting the bumps. So trying to line up these jumps here, it's just very difficult. So, yeah, it's super hard track. When you get a lap right, it's good fun.
Yeah.
But, like, it's so frustrating when it goes wrong. But, yeah, I mean, this jump section here, this double-double, it looks easy, like, just to look at the track.
Yeah.
But there's so many ways of getting it wrong. Like, you have to hit it in the right spot to start with.
Yeah.
Then you've got to like hit it on the right angle because it's angled as well.
Yeah,
if you don't get the angle right, you end up flying off the side. And also, if you over jump it slightly, there's like huge bumps after the down ramp. So if you land on one of them, you bounce back up, and then you can't make the second one properly, and you end up flying off the track. So you've just got to get every part of it right coming off the wall. And yeah, it's same type of thing. And then with those fingers over there, I don't know what you're calling them, the
ripples.
Single, yeah, the ripples, yeah. Those are like, so the up ramp is like so different as you go across it. It's steep, then it's shallow, then it's steep again, then it's shallow again. Right. So like, depending on which car's width you hit it, depends how much lift you get by like a very long way. So you have to hit it in the same spot every time. Otherwise you're going to come up short or way too long. So that's kind of what's making it hard, is the way the up faces are, all the bumps, the slippiness as well. And the fact it's just a big, fast sort of 8 scale track. It's just not what us Brits are used to, which is kind of our excuse.
Is it not what we've been crying out for, though?
I think it is. I think in the UK this is more like what we need. We need more big jumps and things like this, because when we come to Europe, we do struggle sometimes because they have big jumps like this.
Yeah.
And a lot of air time. You need to be able to control the car in the air and save it when it's gone wrong. And I think that's where we're lacking slightly compared to some of the Europeans.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. It's not really until we go sort of indoors that we get any level of cars being in the air for any sort of time. You know, and it's only thanks to these new sort of style of jumps that are on the indoor tracks now, which kick the cars up nicely. Do you get those sort of that feel in a way? But we are definitely lacking some of the bigger jumps that you see on these European tracks for sure. And I think, you know, that coupled with the very off-road nature of this track has thrown a lot of the British guys off, which is, 25 years in the A finals. You can't have every A final go your way, can you?
No, it's just it's a very unique challenge and something we're not used to in the UK. Our tracks are usually very small, very much corner flows into the next corner, so you're kind of keeping the rhythm the whole time. Whereas here it's like corner straight. It's what it kind of feels like to drive. So it's just different to what we're used to, and we're just not on it, if you know what I mean. We're just not quite as tuned in as some other people. So yeah, we're just struggling a little bit, but we're trying our best. We're still trying to make the main and see how we get on.
Yeah, you're doing pretty well out there in the four-wheel drive at the moment.
Yeah.
What we've seen, well, you mentioned the ripples there with the different faces on it. What we can see on camera must be really different to what you guys are feeling up there on the rostrum, because it looks like if you go from the first corner tight and jump diagonally towards the cone of justice here on the exit, that seems to be where all of the cars are just flowing through really nicely and keeping sort of flat. But I think that seems easier to say than it is to hit every lap.
Yeah, very much. I mean, a lot of people, like, say you watch the top heat there, the fastest way to do that section is to jump it on an angle and then to hop the last one and land on the black. So, but obviously you're close to the cone, you're close to the curb. So that's the fastest way to do it. But like I say, what makes that jump in particular so challenging is how different the up face is across the up ramp. It's just so different depending where you hit it. The amount of lift you get is totally different. And also, you're trying to jump the last bit straight as well, but it kind of, sometimes it takes off and twists a bit.
Right.
So then you land sort of off. You end up not landing straight, and then you just
almost
jump
land digging in, don't
direction. So it's hard to land in the right place, because obviously you've got to land it quite short to be able to brake for the last one. But so it's hard to land it in the right place, and it's tough to land it, tough to keep it straight in the air as well to then jump the last one onto the black. So
I got you.
It's that's probably one of the toughest ones that a lot of us are struggling with.
And what about the Lee Martin line over it?
I've not seen the Lee Martin line.
You've not seen the Lee Martin do the quad?
Did he do the quad?
All of them, yeah, all of it, and the triple on the first set.
I've tried it. I've tried it a few times to do that quad, but I think you just can't stop. You just can't stop for the corner. Well, you can if you get it like perfect, but the way it is, you just can't get it perfect every lap. So I think that's why we're seeing the triple single.
I think I've seen him do the triple twice here on the first set.
Oh right, okay.
And there was one round of practice. I think it was some of the practice round. I might have it on camera actually from last night if you go on the EFRA page. But every lap he was coming over that and he was doing the quad. I caught it out the corner of my eye and I was like, I can't believe I didn't pick up on that when I was filming it. But then when I watched it back and went, oh my God, he's doing that lap after lap. So it was impressive to see.
Impressive, yeah.
So would that save a lot of time, do you think, doing the quad rather than the triple single?
I think it would save a bit if you could get it right for definite, but the way they kind of jump in that curve a little bit and just getting near the cone, probably not as much as you'd think, but I do think you'd definitely gain some if you could do that, yeah. But for me, I couldn't do that consistently, so I've got to stick to the triple single.
I'd be doing 4 singles as I come along there, I think. Oh, look, you've got the general bringing a drink in for you. Oh, no, he's just brought a drink in for himself.
Yes.
Is it? What's kicking off? What's happening, Craig? Tell us.
People moving on the drivers' stand after having been there for 2 days and causing conflict with a certain grid that's now had to go down the other end for one qualifier's throwing his toilet on the back.
Would this be in Heat 3 by any chance?
Probably, yeah. That's about right.
Okay. Yeah, I think I might have walked into the clubhouse while the discussion was going on earlier.
Oh, let's have a look at Heat 3. It's on now. What heat's on now?
We've got Heat 1 on now.
So it's okay, so the Heat 3 controversy is there's something else gone on in Heat 1.
Oh, it's this one and it's Heat 3. Oh, okay. Okay, so a bit of spice. Bit of spice at Rayco 2000. Well, That is Heat 1 done, Jamie. We're seeing 9 lappers come through with the best lap of 32.1. So, I mean, well off the pace of you top guys, but not as far off as I thought they'd be at this point, especially if it's dry.
Yeah, no, everyone's pretty close. If you have a mistake or something at this Euros, you're going to drop like 10, 20 places. So it's, especially four-wheel drive, has been super close. So even, like you say, even the lower heats are only really, what's that, like 4 seconds off the best lap, something like that. So yeah, they're pretty on it.
Yeah, it's surprising. I think we've had a 27.1 from Marcus was the fastest one that we've seen. I mean, obviously, defending champions, so you'd expect him to be well on it. And when we're looking at Heat 1, of course, we're not expecting that. But to be as close as they are is pretty nice to see.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they're all getting up to speed now. I think now everyone's kind of had the whole two-wheel drive event, and they've had the whole practice day in four-wheel as well. Obviously, the layout, I mean, it's changed a little bit with the wall, but it's basically the same. So I think everyone's getting closer together now and really getting dialed into the track.
What's your favourite bit so far then? Favourite bit of the track in four-wheel drive, favourite bit in two-wheel drive?
I actually think the wall is my favourite bit in four-wheel drive because, I mean, it's just cool, isn't it? Look how big that thing is. The wall's got to be my favourite bit.
It's so impressive seeing everyone come round with all four wheels drifting around it.
And the speed you come off it to have to stop for this little hop here is just it's just slightly scary. But yeah, it's really cool, that wall, I think. And the two-wheel drive, I quite like the step up in the corner. I quite like that.
There's a lot of chance to overtake up there because people overshooting that is causing that wide line at the top, which is. We've had so many overtakes on there in the finals. It was awesome to watch up there.
Yeah, that's a pretty good corner, and that's one as well where if you can just hug the inside, you gain so much time just because it starts to drop off. So you're a lot quicker if you're right in.
Yeah.
But it's so easy to drive straight into that big post because you can't actually, from the rostrum, you can't actually really see it because the wall there kind of covers like quite a bit of the track.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to judge getting close to it. But if you do get close to it, you gain a load of time up there.
Where are you standing on the rostrum then, Jamie? Have you got your spot that you've had all week?
I've kind of been aiming for the middle, so like the middle pole. I was on the left of it all of two-wheel drive, and then Tommy stole my spot for this heat in four-wheel drive. So now I'm on the right of it. So it's all his fault.
Yeah, well,
so far.
You can give him a few digs when you get home.
Yeah.
Who's your money on in this one then? Heat 2.
Heat 2, let's have a look.
There you go, Heat 2, second one down.
Oh, I've got to say Chris Bowden. Chris
Bowden. Come on, let's have a look at Jamie Hall's choice, Chris Bowden. So Bowden is in the 5 car, and he would have gone off last. And I think he's kind of a whitey purpley type shell. So I'll try and watch him as he comes through. Have you seen him?
Yeah, he's on the screen now.
Oh, okay, you've got. Let's have one of them, shall we? Up he goes.
Bang.
He Bowdens it into the net, and there you go. So worth going with Bowden. Well done. Yeah. Opens with a 38.2.
He can still win it. He can still win it from here.
Yeah, stranger things have definitely happened. But Bowden trying as hard as he can. Catches a bobble. As you said, different angles coming over that. He's thrown him off a wee bit. Yeah, he made sure he got up that time, didn't he?
Oh, and that's what I mean, how you can end up wide out there if you don't get the angle right. It's really easy to end up right next to the pipe coming off the second double.
It's the worst place to crash is on the straight. I always say if you're going to crash on a slow corner so you're not losing too much time, but you crash on the straight and everybody's going top speed down there. That's where you lose it the most. So it comes back round. Let's see how he does it this time. There you go. Good. Much better. Pushes through the switchbacks. Up the wall of death. Not quite the tightest line we see going along there. And he almost took the marshal out. We'll see that one again, just because it's Bowden. over to the marshal. Nearly has him. Nearly has him there. We don't tend to bring people a lot of luck when we follow them, Jamie. So, have you got something against Chris?
No. I mean, I would never try and do that to him, ever. But, he's got that good. Oh, okay.
What was that?
I think he caught the pike.
Yeah, not a pleasant one that time. And another roll. So he's just not quite there, is he? He's not having the best of time from what he said to me this morning.
We've probably picked the worst heat to follow him. It's probably his worst run by miles.
Probably his worst one. So he's gone for a double single. He went for a double single over the first one, yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny, that jump. Looking at it, you'd think double single would be way faster. But when you're next to someone on the track, it's just simply just quicker when you single double. So everyone's doing single
again
double.
on the thing there. Look at this. Look, comes up.
Oh, grip roll.
His grip roll's going up it. Oh, poor old Bowden. I'll tell you what, after this comes back, cameraman's choice, you pick someone else, because Bowden's going to be pretty upset that we've got all of this on camera, unless the cameraman does just want to stick with Bowden for the rest of this one. We'll let him choose. We'll let you choose, Jim.
We can follow.
You take your pick.
We can follow Miklos as well.
Go on then.
Let's see how Miklos is getting on.
Come on, let's see how Miklos is getting on.
A lot of people at home will be interested in how
I mean, to be fair, you've picked the only one that's behind Bowden.
Oh. I've really not helped anyone in this heat.
It's Miklos. Is that Miklos that we're with now? Are we still with Bowden? I think we're still with Bowden. We might be with I don't know. I'm not too sure. I think that's Bowden we're still with. Oh, dear. Yeah, so the double single is not the way to go there. We've only got a minute left in this one. Let's give Bowden his full 5 minutes of fame here, and then we'll leave him alone for the rest of the qualifying. So come on, Bowden. That's better. There we go. Finally gets one. Finally gets a lap all the way through. And what was that? That's got to be his fastest lap there. So Bowden does a 33.3. He's done a 32.6. Has been his quickest one.
This one's good so far.
Triple single, lovely. Switchbacks, keeps them fairly tight. Punches it down, avoids the pipe on the inside.
Oh, this is good.
There you go.
This is good.
He's done it. The car crashed out his way graciously.
This is a 31. That's it.
33.
33.
Well, he's certainly got the heart. That's what we'll say about Bowden.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, man. And we got him on the outlap as well. Yeah, I think this is it for the event. We've got enough out of this 5 minutes to do a complete string of outtakes for him. So, plans for the next heat then?
I think I'm going to leave it the same and just go again in the next one, because I definitely need another round, because I don't know what I got in that one, but I think my other score was like a 19 or 20 or something. So I definitely need something else, like another banker, definitely. And then maybe I'll try something else in the morning if it goes well. But I think I'm going to leave it for this one and just go again.
Fair
See
enough.
what we can get.
Fair enough. That has been awesome. I can't thank you enough for coming in and joining us, Jamie. It's lovely to hear from you guys. I'll catch up with you again for sure. But anyone you want to say hello to out there in TV land?
I mean, just I guess all the guys we race with in the UK who are watching. Hello, anyone who we're normally with. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage and watching the Euros. So that'll do.
Awesome.
All right,
awesome stuff. Thank you, buddy. Really, really appreciate you coming in. Superstar, mate. Thank you. Well. He knows how to pick 'em, eh? That was a good 5 minutes, entertaining 5 minutes of racing we got from Bowden there. Might not be his best run, but it was certainly one of the most entertaining ones we've seen all day. Kept us on our toes. We've got the General in here as well with us. The General is in here, giving us all the goss, like he does. Just going through the timings, these guys now. Having a look. So you can just see Bowden out there on track at the moment. Let's see if I can. I can't. He's on the doubles. I haven't quite got a shot of him there. You've seen when he walked back towards his spot on the wall of death. He's talking to someone. I think he might be talking to Miklos there actually. Okay. Heat number 3 on its way. And up on the rostrum we have Cedric Card, Martin Owen, Harriet Thames, Dan Tonneson, Freddie Russell, Lee Charnock, Cone Middlecoop, Vladimir Federico, and William White, of course, from Raceway 1. Great job for Will White helping us out yesterday with some pictures and a few bits and bobs. You'll see him on the pit walk when we post that one out to you guys later on, or at some point. No promises on when it's coming. Okay, off with car 1 on this one. Should be the first one off the line. There we go. So, Cedric Ricard from France taking us round nicely over the doubles. And as if by magic, who do we have with us? None other than 11-time European champion. Some of you know him as the General, but we know him. It's Craig Drescher. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm good, thanks. This chair's a bit squeaky.
They're all a bit squeaky. Don't worry, we're used to them now.
As I'd say in the Netherlands, it's squeaky.
Squeaky. Squeaky chair.
Squeaky chair.
How are you, sir?
Good. Tired. Good. Obviously, rain affected play for a couple of runs, which screwed us a little bit, I'd say. It's nice to see the Brits kind of coming back and fighting back a little bit.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can redeem their credibility after a poor show in two-wheel drive.
It's always going to hurt when you're expecting to do a bit better and you come away with the results from the two-wheel drive that the guys came away with this week.
It does, and it's you kind of have to rethink. I don't know what the stats are. Somebody will probably be able to tell you, but obviously, I think we've discussed it a little bit. Having no Brits in a final for decades.
25 years.
Is that what it is? 25. So, yeah, that's a hard pill to follow, I guess. To swallow, should I say? And not quite sure why. We've got our reasons. We don't know if they're valid, but of course we don't race on these styles of track. So, we tend to have little bumps and jumps, and no kind of like scary or exciting, should I say, kind of rhythm sections and technical jump sections. They do tend to be more difficult on the high bite stuff because the cars aren't very forgiving, but maybe we need to readdress that, allow some bigger jumps to take place and, some of the top guys to kind of push themselves forward for international racing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what do you think what do you think the issue is with the big jumps in the UK? I know, obviously, safety sort of comes into it, but
I don't know the reason why we don't have them. We've never had them. We started to have them at one point, and then I think it was kind of all squashed and everything was made to be small for, I don't know if it's insurance purposes or just safety or why we were the only country in the world that couldn't have ones, or maybe we're just living back in the 90s.
Maybe.
So
Maybe, yeah.
I'm sure we had bigger jumps in the 90s, to be honest with you, at times. But, you know, the biggest difference is, you know, like certainly in the UK when we have tracks that we lay, the jumps go in the straight sections.
Yeah.
And 8 scale, the jumps are always in the corners, and they're very technical, and it's difficult to get right because you're not only trying to jump the car, but you've got to get your timing, your positioning, everything right. You know, so you're not just getting over an obstacle, you're trying to drive a proper racing line through it and make time, you know, in a 3D way, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
But no, we you know, we tend to have them kind of hop, skips, and jumps that I'd say are relatively easy to get over. And if we do have a section that, say, if it's a triple and a single, and there was a possibility of doing the quad, we'd probably back it down a little bit because we're not pushed as much as we are when we come to these events, and we would end up doing the triple and the single rather than going for the quad.
Yeah.
As an example, I know that's a bad example because here you could do the quad, and some people have been doing the quad through the whoop section in the middle there.
Yeah.
But I think obviously the nature of the corner after it makes it even more difficult to do that. But you can't replicate this. You can't go and practice on this style of track to get better at it. And the guys that have been born with it and race on it all the time, I think that's what's benefited some of the A-scale racers, because these bigger, like more difficult technical jumps don't phase them. That 8-scale has that in them. So we do miss that. You know, we miss a little bit of flamboyance in the styles of tracks that we race on. I've been to a couple of, I remember we raced in Germany at Rhine-Main, and it's a great 8-scale track that's evolved over the years into, you know, predominantly Astro track, but it's got some concrete and stuff on it. I think there was, you know, the Euros, electric Euros were there, but they have a little 10-scale track in the back there, and that's a cracking looking little track. Very, very technical up and down jumps, and, you know, it looks fun.
Yeah.
So this to me, I slated the track a little bit in the beginning, and I'm not a fan of it, choosing 8-scale tracks for 10-scale cars, but I do like the big jumps. I just, you know, for the 10-scale cars, I need to be a little bit more consistent, you know, so you have a wider window to hit them in. You know, they don't like bumps that are bigger than the cars, and not that, you know, but when the traction's high and, you know, it's just...
And we do race on high traction, and that's another part of the puzzle, isn't it?
It is, and, you know, the annoying part is, and the issue comes with having people that can come and test so much. It's, you know, it's difficult for us to afford to do it. It's forcing people down the route of having to do it. You know, that then detracts away from, you know, people doing racing in their own backyard, club racing, all that kind of stuff. We're getting too into these test sessions and detracting away from doing some of the grassroots stuff, which is really important for bringing people along and getting people into it. So I think we've just got to pare it back a little bit, and you know, I would love to see this event be a fresh layout, either for the warm-up race and then change back to allow people to come and run on a completely different, but do a good job of keeping it different. Don't have some secret guy that can come and test on it and be faster than everybody else from out the blocks and, you know, have a huge advantage over everybody. You know, Neo Buggy was brilliant in the past because people love the fact that it was a fresh layout. EOS says people like it because it's a level playing field.
Yeah.
Okay, the surface may be the same, but, you know, the layouts change the setups and the speeds of the cars and require, you know, different driving styles and tuning. So for me, you know, it needs to be, things need to be stripped back and looked at. You know, I said before, when people are walking around the pits pretty peed off that the track is so difficult to get round with such, you know, limited time compared to others, you got to start asking questions.
Yeah.
You know, the good stuff is when people come back and go, that track was awesome. People still talk about Finland 10, 12 years after it happened in Vasa. how good the track was.
Yeah.
You know, that resonates with people. It's what's going to pull people back, and having people in the pits being down and dour about the results and how difficult the track is not going to encourage people to want to go to a Euros later on down the line. So I think, you know, I always look at the tracks and what they give you from the outside. So from the outside, this kind of thing, it is exciting. It causes crashes, it causes pressure, it causes different forms of excitement that we need for these races as well. You know, all the technical, difficult bits are where all the excitement happens, and for me, the drivers hate it. I love to watch it. That's what, you know, causes the most excitement, and gives us good races. You know, we get the best passes, the best crashes, the best accidents and incidents that take place, and they're the bits and pieces that, you know, kind of show who's got the kahunas to push hard and make time, or, you know, who chokes a little bit and makes, you know, a unwarranted mistake where they probably never crashed all weekend.
Yeah, of course.
So there's no right or wrong answer, but, you know, the size of the track I don't think is a massive issue. You know, it is a big 10 scale track. It is a small 8 scale track, somewhere in between, but just the bumps and the finesse needed for, you know, smoothing out some of the jumps. You know, this wedge that was used in 2-wheel drive that was put in to try and slow things down. It's just an obstacle. It's not a nice part of the track. Yeah. But then again, it caused some moments in finals which made it very exciting. So
to watch,
yeah,
this is a cracking track to watch for racing.
On the screens, because you don't see the hardship people are going through to kind of get round. But once again, the good guys make it look good. You know, when you see the guys get it right on a big track like this, which is so difficult, it's great to watch. You know, the cars are fluent and fluid, and, you know, just cruise around like they're just on air.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you get some of the guys that you know, can't string more than half a lap together, and that's really a hard pill to swallow.
It is.
And I see the frustrations from when I was racing, you know, coming out in the people, that it's just so difficult to manage your emotions when things are just, you're not loving the track, you're not getting the results, and everything's just a grind.
So, because of course you manage Team Associated for the team that's here, and you look after the guys at these events. When you've got issues like we've had with the teams at the event here, what is it you're saying to the guys that are really down? How do you relate back to when you were racing? You were having a really hard weekend. You never had a hard weekend. You just won them all. But when you were having a hard time in the real world, how do you relate that back and just go, look, you know, try doing this? What's your kind of advice to them?
I don't know, because in the moment, it's, you know, they won't be listening to you because their head's just filled with everything that's wrong and what, you know, expectations of what they wanted and what hasn't happened, and still also working on trying to figure out what they need to be doing to the cars and where they should be driving, and just, you know, seeing the runs disappear and the pressure mounts. So, you know, we've had I'll use Marcus as an example. We were 3/4 of the way through practice. He wasn't overly happy with his car. We were going back to baseline, which is where it was best. Then we'd try a few little things. It wasn't good. We'd go back to baseline, do another run. Then it wasn't the best. Then we'd try something else, and it wasn't the right way, so we'd go back to baseline. So we always ended up reverting back to baseline. Have we got some naked guy on the track? We've got a streaker. And again, Martin. Oh, he won't do it now. He's on camera. But no. So at some point, we kind of said, "Okay, I think enough's enough. You know, we've played around enough. I don't think we're going to get any more from the platform. Now let's just work on having that same feeling underneath you every run. You go out and you just try and improve on your lines, build confidence." Get a real feel for what the car's doing, and don't mess around with too much. Of course, the weather's kind of screwed us a little bit with that, but it meant 3 runs, I think it was, that the car was pretty much identical.
Yeah.
So by the time he went out for Q1, he'd come off from practice with it being exactly the same. The last practice yesterday, I think it was, the same. So he was comfortable, and it showed. You know, he had maybe not the outright raw pace, but he could do 5 minutes, and it was a stellar run. So
well, I think the thing is, and I think a lot of the guys have got to remember as well, on a track like this with so many different variations of obstacle and jump and slippery, so the rubber bit in the middle, you know, the big wall ride, the ripples, there's so much to it. Having a car that works perfectly on every single one of these sections isn't going to happen.
I think the guys expect that these days. You know, it's the cars work so good and you know, are so well honed for these kind of tracks that I think they do expect that. Maybe. And they're probably used to it from back home. And yeah, like back in the day, we'd accept that we'd tried everything that we could to say get more steering on this one particular track, and we said, you know what, you have to take your medicine. It's just not going to steer on that part of the track. So it's good on 95% of the track. Just deal with it as a driver on that section. Yeah. So I think there's probably an element of that, but you know, when these guys are in such close quarters now, and you know, there's tenths and hundreds of seconds between, you know, two fast timed laps, and you know, a couple of seconds over qualifiers, you know, sometimes just a couple over the top 10 positions. Every little counts, and if you're in a qualifier and somebody's faster in that section, and it makes you tense because they've caught a bit of ground, and you know, it plays with your mind a little bit. But you do have that elastic effect in a race where certain brands of cars will be slightly better in a particular part of the track, and other brands will be, you know, better in other parts. So I think just you know, it is a confidence game. So, but going back to, you know, what we tell drivers, obviously Tommy's had a bit of a stinker for two-wheel drive, so he's not really experienced that since he's had such a upward trajectory for performance over a very short period of time. Yeah, you know, nationals, TQs, national wins, European championships, and then national championships have all happened. It feels like pretty much within the space of a year, really. Yeah. But it's not. It's probably not much over that. The start of last year, when it started, when he got his first TQ and his first win was, I think, Kidderminster. Then of course the Euros was in the same year, and then obviously the national championships. It's the back end of this year, so a year and a half, and he's kind of achieved a lot of things that everybody would want to achieve in you know, when racing RC cars. So for him, it's probably a tough pill to swallow. Jamie, I think, had a really bad round at the last national round. Yeah. So he kind of experienced it. Of course, he experienced it again coming here. So it takes a little bit out of you. It takes a little bit of refresh and stuff. But the kids are young enough to kind of just brush it under the carpet and move on. These are the bits that you learn from, and that's what, you know, Neil, myself, and the guys have tried to say to them, that, you know, you will have these. It won't be the last one that you have. And
absolutely, but the lessons you take from it.
I think the Halls, you know, will and have already looked at this and just said, we need to be better on technical sections. How do we go and do that? Yeah. That, you know, so they're already trying to figure out a way in how they can kind of practice that. It's difficult because you can't replicate it so easily. Yeah. They've had exams and all that kind of stuff going on as well, so I think people do forget that. So their time's not been as dedicated to RC. They've had little time than they wanted to prepare. They wanted to get down to 8 scale tracks in the UK and, you know, try some of this really difficult, big, bumpy, gnarly tracks in preparation for this. Not that it would have been anywhere near the same, but it probably would have keyed them in a little bit. Yeah. Not having had like any dry run in here in the warm-up. But, you know, Bruno, them guys, they came for the warm-up and they look like they've struggled as well because the pace of the track just wasn't there for the warm-up race. The layout was different and, you know, they haven't had the days and days of dry running. Marcus obviously did come outside of the warm-up race, so he got lots of valuable time, but he had to come back because he only had 1 day of practice before his gear was stolen. Yeah. So, you know, they didn't want to. They got the cars relatively good after 1 day of practice, so they drove home with broken windows and police reports and then decided that they would come back and kind of finish their testing and get new cars built and kind of up to scratch because, Jonas and I from the past with the TC3s and stuff, we always kind of had a philosophy when we raced on the same team that if the car's working, you then don't go and take it all apart and prepare it for a race. You clean it up, you change and work on the things that are necessary, but you know that car works for that track and was decent, and you leave it. So that's what he wanted to do, but because he hadn't had the opportunity, or the cars that he was running were stolen, he wanted to do it again, so he had to get lots and lots of cars ready. And
as always with kids, eh?
Yeah.
That's what it's like when you're a kid.
So yeah, I mean, fair play to them. They put the time in. I think it was hard work. I was speaking to Jonas, multiple times when he's wrenching in the garage trying to get stuff ready with questions about this and that, and do we really need to do this? And it was kind of, and he also couldn't remember a lot of the bits and tricks that he'd done to the cars that were working. So it was difficult for him. They struggled to get themselves back up to a good performance level with their new kits, basically.
Yeah.
We all know. I mean, it's like at this end, you can build two cars identical, and they work differently on the track. And Jonas is he's pretty meticulous with all that stuff. Racing with him in the past was a bit of a nightmare. Constantly cleaning drive shafts and bearings, and with a toothbrush doing gears and running in gears in the TC3 with running in paste, and it was just the prep work was relentless. And I did ask him why he did it, why he was so, because I call him Mr. Intense, why he was so intense with all this, and he said it was the only way he could beat me. So I did remind him that he didn't do that very often. No, I'm only kidding.
Marcus did say to us actually that he said when the cars went, he said it's one thing having a good car, but you can't build two cars the same.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. So they got there in the end. If I'm honest, we didn't have the best car on the track. We had one of the strongest minded drivers, with just guts and determination. But Lady Luck fell in our lap. Marcus won one race all weekend in two-wheel drive.
Yeah.
The one that counted by less than 0.4 of a second over the guy that won the last leg.
Yeah.
Of course, both Jorn and Michael had an opportunity to win it, and it's hard to see. Of course you're excited because your guy gets the win, but I've been I don't know if I've been in that position where it's it's kind of gone that way, but obviously I know what it means to these guys, and it's I've commiserated both of them, and you don't like to rub these things in, so you don't. It's not fair to do so because of the time and effort that people put in, and I don't begrudge the guys putting in this time and effort. I think it takes a mammoth mental capacity to be able to go and do days and days and weeks of testing at a RC track with all the work that's involved in the preparation and
it's cost time.
Yeah, it's just it's mind-numbingly tedious.
Yeah, and you look at it and you think, oh, awesome, RC cars, that looks like a great laugh, but you don't realise that to get where these guys have got, that hours and hours they've spent wrenching, not just at a track doing lap after lap, but sat there in an evening at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, wrenching on a car, getting it ready for the next day. And
it's not just that, it's having your kit ready as well. Screw boxes, part boxes. It's not just all thrown in a bag. These you've seen I don't know if you've ever done when you do a pit walk, pick a few bags and ask them if you can have a look through the kit.
Okay.
And see how meticulous some of them are, some of them aren't. But I guarantee guys certainly one which stands out to me, which is kind of like ridiculously prepared, is Nuno with Davide.
Yeah.
He's the same with his 8-scale stuff. It's just every part has its place, every box has its place, every bag has its place, it's all just, it's so, he's got everything that he needs, so well prepared. So it's quite impressive to see. I mean, you've probably got both ends of scales, but I'm guessing, a lot of the top guys are kind of prepared that way. Bruno, Michael, they have to be, I think, why grabbing bags to go to races back to back. And
of course.
You know,
Yeah, of course.
I know. In the past, I think I saw a video about Tessman. You know, he's got his Ojo for his on-road. For his 8 scale. He's got his Ojo for his 10 scale. So you know, got different tools, different oils, that kind of stuff in there. All because you need all of the tuning parts, roll bar, springs. You know,
and you carry them around. See, I would be the same when I was racing. I would have all the options. I had all the inserts that you'd need, all the different, complete set of springs, virtually a complete set of oils, which, you know, yourself isn't the cheapest thing to pick up. And you build it all up and you think, I haven't used a 55 weight oil or a 75 weight or whatever, you know, one of the really thick ones. Never really used it. And then one day you go, oh my God, that's the one that works. And because you've got it there, you know you're not worried.
And you need it. There's nothing worse than go, oh, have you got this? Have you got that? Can I borrow this? Can I borrow that?
Yeah.
Mick Cragg's one of the worst for that. He'll borrow everything he can to. I think to save him going in his own box to try and find it. He's probably got it. He's probably got 10 of them, but it's just easier for him to. Neil at the beginning of the race said, "Hey Craig, come here, look at this." I said, "What's that?" He said, "Look at this pen." And I went, "All right." And he turned it round, and it's got my name on it. And then I looked in Marcus's pit box after the MKGP, and I was like, "What's this? This shock tool? It's got my initials on it, and my MIP nut driver as well." They're all at it. If they see something they like, they just seem to take it. So, you know, it's part and parcel of being in the pits. It's kind of fun when things are going well, but you know, the other end of the pits, the second pits that's here with the Brits and stuff in, it's not as happy as I've seen it in the past. Kind of a shame that the pits have to be separated, to be honest. So, but it'd be nice to see the morale a little bit higher, because there's kids here that it's their first Euros from the British team, and you want to make it as fun for them as you can do.
I'd like to think if they get to a point where they're going to watch this back to see themselves, they'll see the fun side of it through us.
They will. It's all the heat of the moment and the tensions that are there, the expectations before they come, the time, preparation, effort, cost, all that kind of combined. And then, of course, 1-2 days back, then 95% of these guys will be looking towards the next race. So,
absolutely.
You know, some of them have actually got championships to kind of nail down and win. I think the two-wheel drive championship in the UK is between Neil and Tommy. So Tommy could actually get a back-to-back, well, his first double. Well, his first championship and then his first double.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, but I don't know what Neil will have to say about that. I don't know if this will have knocked a little bit of stuffing out of him.
What's he got, 22 UK titles, Neil?
Oh, I've lost count.
It's an insane amount across two-wheel drive.
Hundreds of wins, dozens of titles. Yeah, he's. Do you see him retiring?
No.
Don't you?
No, not until little Rupert's got a controller in his hand and he's the mechanic.
Yeah.
But I think we're a few years off of that yet.
Well, Lee asked me the other day. He said, "When did you know it was time to retire?" And I thought to myself, if you're asking me that question, then you can't be far away.
Yeah, too right.
Oh, what's going on here?
I'm not too sure. We've been having this weird break, and they've been thrashing the timing up on the screen, so I'm not.
They've got an issue with the timing computer, unfortunately.
Okay.
Who was that?
Oh, there you go. Well done.
Yay.
Well done.
Has Paul just put a virus in the computer?
He possibly has. So, are we at the end now of Q3 Heat 4? So, this is the last one now, isn't it, of qualifying round number 3?
So we started
Correct.
round 1, obviously, with Heat 1, round 3 with round 2 with 3, round 3 with 5.
Yeah. So we've just got this one. That's the end of it, and then we'll be on to the final round of qualifying for the day.
So starting in 7, is it? No. Oh, so this is
Starting
this
in
the final
8. We'll be starting in 8 for the next round.
after this heat.
Yes. So after this heat, then it jumps to.
Start, 8, is it?
12 o'clock.
Yep, 8 through to 7.
Brilliant. Oh, so we should have all the fast guys coming up soon then.
Yeah, so it'll be this one, Q4, Heat 4, and then it'll be Heat 8.
So who's in the Heat 8?
I'll let you have a look.
We've got the Ukrainians in this heat as well.
We do. Dmitry Chubb is car number 1, Manny Panesar, car number 2.
Pani Manasar, I'm racing against him next week.
Very nice.
Yeah, Manny.
Frenchman, Sylvain Gallo-Selva is the 3. Cyril Castaldo is the 4. We've got Sven Ruddick, sponsor on the live feed here in the 5. Joey Cockhill. You know, Joey came in for a chat earlier on in the 6. Christian McConaughey in the 7. Rene Lavezzo in the 8. And rounding us out in this one is Eugene Galley in the 9.
So Sven in round 2 was PQ4, 4th in round.
It's not bad.
I think we should sign him up.
It's not bad. I mean, Joey Cockhill got a 9 in round in the second one.
Amazing. So maybe there is life in the old dogs yet.
Maybe. Yeah.
So I wonder if they can replicate in the dry round.
Well, let's see what happens here. So we'll go off with who do you want to go off with, Craig?
Let's have a look. Who's in it? Let's have a look at Chubb. Let's give Chubb some love.
Go on then, car 1.
And I like his name as well.
So yeah, just gone off. Car, that one. That's it. I think anyway. Yeah,
we see these guys at the EOS and they're a cracking bunch of guys. I know obviously it's a big thing from being here at the Euros and, EFRA has made that happen, but we see these guys a lot and communicate with them on Messenger and our group apps and stuff. So whilst all the war started over there, we contacted them just to make sure that they're okay. And
Chubb's gone over the line already. Sorry, but he's one in for that one there. Sorry, mate. That's it. Sorry, that was completely my fault for picking the 7 car instead. But this is Dmitry Chubb now.
So what number is he?
That's it. Coming over the bobbles there. He's number 1, I believe.
Well, that's number 2, isn't it? That one.
Oh, that is number 2.
Number
Sorry,
5.
pull out. We'll find him in a second.
My old eyes can't see that.
So Chubb.
That's him. That's his colours.
There we go. Craig knows him.
Yeah. So yeah, we see these guys. Obviously, when all the war kicked off over there, these guys were in a lot of trouble, and at least 2 of them that I know had to vacate the country and get out of there. So it was nice to hear that they were obviously not doing well, but they were safe. So it's good to see them here.
Yeah,
really good.
Of course.
So a great bunch of guys, and they always at the EOS before all of the issues kicked off, I'd always be super proud of their country and have the picture taken with the flag, and everybody else would have the picture taken with them with the flag, and so it's really nice to see that they're safe and here competing really. So
nice. Yeah, they did it with the on the opening ceremony. They were all out in the middle with the flag and all the cars walking. It was really nice to see. Actually, they're definitely proud.
Yeah, really proud. It's nice to see.
Okay,
we kind of lose that side of it a little bit, don't we?
I think we're a bit proud, aren't we?
Yeah, it's the Union Jack was not cool for a while, although it's come back. So I said to the guys next year, I think it'd be nice, our blue kind of like BRCA shirts a little bit kind of dated now, and I think like a nice Union Jack blazer, full Union Jack with a Union Jack bowler hat go down quite well.
I'd be up for that.
Red trousers.
You know I'd be up for that all day long. Shiny shoes.
Shiny shoes, the full works. Get the guys out there.
And a stick. Everybody with a walking stick. Or an umbrella. So he's not doing too bad at the moment. We haven't got... So our actual timing system in here hasn't quite updated. I'm going to have to get them to come in. So we haven't got the lap times on us.
So is this the positions they're running in?
That's it, yeah.
So Pani Manasar's running in 9th. Oh, that's a good sign for me next week.
Oh, off the track.
Belly flop.
On a flip. Let's have a quick look back at that one. Comes off the track.
Doink.
Tries to force the issue. And there you go.
So you can do an instant replay on here. Oh, that's good. Look at him go. So we've got. Let's have a look at Sven.
You want Sven Ruddick? He
So-
is the 5 car. Can't tell you where he is on the track.
Just coming over the double now. Yellow wheels.
Oh, there you go. Craig's all over it.
Onto the straight now.
Just
That's
gone
him.
past
That's
that. There we go. Lovely. There's Sven.
Always well prepared car. Looks nice all the time.
Nicely over the single doubles.
You
But
might-
Jamie was telling us the quick line is to single double it rather than double single it.
Yeah, you just carry. When you double single it, then you've got the landing to contend with on the corner, which you want to be carrying speed to get up to the step up. So it just, whilst you probably believe it's not, you have to check up to get over the first one, scrub the speed and get the downside to get the drive. It just carries more speed on the landing and through the corner.
Yeah, of course.
So it doesn't quite flow for the single part, but I've not seen anybody attempt the quad yet. The triple.
Leaded the triple yesterday a couple of times.
And he made it, the big one.
Yeah. The first set of 3 jumps.
Did he really?
Yeah, I've got it on video. Look on the EFRA page at the practice round that I put up.
And made it no problem, or it was a bit
made it.
bit of a struggle?
Hit the down.
Yeah, that's
because he was doing the quad over the ripples. Like, just lap after lap, he was jumping over the quad. And I never noticed it whilst I was actually doing the video. I never noticed, but when I got back to the hotel and went, I'll just have a quick watch through that, see how it went.
Because I've seen a few of them attempt this, the triple single ripples as a quad.
Yeah.
And do that.
Lee was flying that yesterday. Absolutely flying that as a quad. I think the risk versus the reward for doing it maybe didn't quite pay off. Saved such a small amount of time to do the quad compared to the triple single that getting it wrong, you had I think probably a far higher chance of getting the quad wrong.
Yeah, it's. I think the biggest thing that they tell me, and I know it from past races where I've had similar issues on tracks, is the whole going away from you and coming straight towards you perception. You just can't gauge speed, and especially there because you kind of lose the car behind the bump as well, and it's one of the furthest points of the track. So
yeah,
I think they're really, and of course you've got the lines on the top of the humps. And all the humps are higgledy-piggledy, but then you've got lines going across them as well. So I think your eyes and your mind are kind of a little bit distracted. It's quite a busy-looking section. It looks quite narrow as well coming into it.
Yeah.
So you're kind of avoiding the inside, which is a higher section. You're trying to get the car wide to straighten it up to approach it straight, and then you can't see it.
Yeah. And
then you can't gauge the speed. So I think that's where a lot of pickers. You watch some of the sections and you go, what are you doing? It looks like you've just completely lost your mind and gone for it. But they say I had no idea how fast I was kind of going into it. So it's a tricky little section. I think if I was racing that bit, the one thing that would kind of get me down on this track is how difficult that little section is.
I think a lot of the guys have, they were, the beginning of the week with the 2-wheel drives, I heard it more, was the upslope on the first double in front of us here.
Oh, yes.
Because the car disappears.
So that was...
You go off that roller, the car disappears, and then all of a sudden you're over it.
And again, that's, this feature was put in for the 8-scale guys because they were coming off the bank and quadding it, and it was just too dangerous. So they tried to slow it down by putting this speed hump in to slow the cars down to stop them, obviously, attempting to do it. But it's a little bit higgledy-piggledy for our cars. And again, you've got this white line kind of diagonally across it. But, I mean, I don't think that would have been such a problem if they weren't trying to navigate the wedge of cheese before it. It was, the wedge is kind of like, the wedge jumps just...
They don't work, do they? They've never worked. They're never going to work. Then you're never going to get a nice run off of them. And you're never going to get a nice landing if you've just got to go off a wedge onto flat. It just throws them out.
And it's bumpy, and it's, the approach is bumpy. You can't see it because it's tall. It's just, it just didn't work. I don't know what to kill the speed, maybe because I thought the 10-scale cars were coming in there too quick, because obviously that potentially would have been the main straight section.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they could have done. kind of opened it up and made it into a straight. So actually, the cars are going straight.
Yeah.
And on a section where you could actually have 10 cars starting.
Well, you'd think
together,
with the length of lap time that we've got with this one, and it's a long lap, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, a 30-second lap is a long lap for a 10th scale car.
It is.
So to have had something like that with that straight section through the middle, I think don't think would have been too bad, really. I don't think we would have suffered too much. Might have got an extra lap. I might be looking at 12 laps rather than 11. But it's not a huge amount, is it? Really, it's just that was long. That was a long lap for the 2-wheel drive guys, and for these with the 4-wheel drives. Of course, 30-second laps with these is not a short lap.
But to me, I mean, like, I think 2-wheel drive, certainly that was one of the areas that most people said was a bit rubbish. Broke the flow of the track, what flow there is, and made it even more difficult than it needed to be. So, at that point, you do a couple of runs, everybody's in the same boat, nobody likes it. You kind of make an executive decision to say, guys, shall we take it out?
Yeah.
It's not great, doesn't look fun, it's a bit ugly, and the cars just don't work over it. So, should we just take it out and let people enjoy coming through the really difficult jump section? So, but it is what it is. I was always told by my dad, don't complain about the track, which is exactly what I'm doing. So, but I'm not racing, so I'm allowed to. But no, like we've said, it makes for some interesting racing. It's had some great finals. We've had a great event so far up to this point. Not only Marcus winning, but 3 cars in the final, which I'm really happy about. And then obviously stacked out the B final, plenty in the C and the D and downwards. Actually, we've got the #1 car brand here, which I'm really proud of. So by popularity, it's been the chosen brand of choice, which is really nice. I don't know if we've had that at the Euros before, where we've been actually the most popular brand. We must have way back when, but I keep stats at home, and I'd need to plug these figures in and have a look and compare and contrast. But we've probably been close, but I don't remember when we were. It could have been maybe in Pinerolo where we had a good number, but then the entries were so low that it was actually low numbers anyway.
Yeah.
So, but no, it would be nice to have a race that's got 150 entries in it.
Man, that's a long day for me, Craig.
Yeah, we could do it.
Well, the MKGP wasn't. Was that? What was that? 13, 14 heats?
Of what, 12 cars or 11 car heats?
Yeah, it must have been about 150 in them. Because they were. I mean, those were killer long days. I can remember my feet almost feeling like they were going to fall off at the end of those.
So would that be a problem for a big size track like this to have 12 car heats?
Oh no, absolutely not. No, 12 going around here wouldn't be an issue.
Probably not in the rule book, though, is it?
I don't know how.
Although some of the rules
run.
Don't seem to be adhered to here. So does that mean that we can?
We've had step gate going on with the amount of people on steps up there. There's a bit of tape on this pole. Just when he moves his head there, you see it. So if you're taller than the bottom bit of that tape, you can't have a box.
Right.
But we've got like Barak Killick on a box. We've got Bruno Coelho on a box.
Is that because they're still under that height, or they're
under 1.6 metres? They're fully grown men.
I know, but they can still be short. So,
yeah, we've had a lot. of people on the boxes.
So you're saying they're breaking the rules?
Well, I'm saying that maybe the rules are
there to be broken,
bent a little bit for the shorter drivers.
Well, I've never known a Euros where you can, they start the cars off. Obviously, it's an 8-scale pit ramp, and they're having everybody going full chat backwards down the straight. In all of my years racing, they've been screaming at people not to do that. Yeah, it seems pretty chilled out here until somebody snaps an arm off, I guess, which hasn't happened yet. The guys have been fairly sensible, but.
Well, I don't know. Did it happen on the on-road track? Must have had a few arms go there.
Yes. We on the Derby race,
Mm.
yeah, there was lots of broken cars. I think there's probably only a handful of cars that didn't come off with broken bits.
The funny thing is, I spoke to Dan Pole when we did the pit walk the other day, and I asked him and said, how expensive on the Destruction Derby then? You think you got a lot of repairs to do? And Duncan went, no, it's fine, yeah, it's all right. And Daniel said, no, it's fine. I looked at Duncan and I went, so was it expensive? And he went, yeah, that was a really expensive race. I've got loads to repair. I've got loads to do.
Duncan will just glue it back together.
Yeah,
it's quite this. I like where the camera is on the driver's stand because it
nice,
looks like people are giving some attitude to the camera, and I guess they're just looking at the times.
They
aren't
are,
they?
yeah.
Is there a screen up there?
It's great at the end of a race when they come off. You can see the emotion as they come past that door.
So I've not watched any of it back. Did Michael know that he hadn't won it straight away by looking at the screen? Did he? Because I thought because I had no idea. It was somebody else that told me Marcus had won because I for whatever reason, I just didn't think.
No, we didn't.
We were in with
in
a
a
chance.
bit. It was only when we saw the trophy come out. But yeah, I think if you watch that one back, we certainly got some reactions up there. And I don't think he was as pleased with that as he would have liked to have been. But I think he said when we spoke to him, when did we speak to Mark? I think we had a quick interview with him by the banner on yesterday, and he just said I had to give myself 5 minutes and just take myself off and just have a word with myself and calm down a little bit because he was clearly upset with that.
And you would be. It's
well, how many times has he come second at a Euros? It must be. It must. I mean, I'd find that really difficult to take.
Yeah, it's got to be difficult to build yourself up after that each time, and maybe it means he's got a big one in him, a W.
Imagine.
Maybe that's what it's all waiting for.
Yeah, maybe that's the one Schumacher really are putting the effort in for.
So I know the States is going to be a tough one, but maybe there's an on-road one in there somewhere. He seems to like his on-road stuff, and he's kind of and they are great classes when the cars are working well. So he's obviously got a team that puts a lot of effort in as well in that class in that class of racing. So he gets results as well and wins in that. So he's had a tough ride, I guess, with the results that he's had. He has, like you say, I've not really thought about it that much, but he does. He has come in second a lot.
And it's got to be difficult because, like you say, I mean, look, as we spoke about earlier, the amount of time and effort and prep. I mean, there's no shadow of a doubt that Michael is probably one of the most dedicated racers out there as far as that's concerned. He's always at the track. He's always practicing. He's always got a controller in his hand, always spannering or putting a video up or something along those lines. He's an ambassador for the sport, really.
He is, but maybe he's a little burnt out. I don't know. It's I look at him in the pits and he doesn't look like he's enjoying it as much as he should be, really, for where he's at within his racing. I don't know if he feels the pressure. I don't know how he handles the pressure. It's but certainly putting. I mean, he's got to be doing more racing and more testing than anybody I know over Bruno, over the likes of Ongaro. They seem to kind of have like a heavy stint prior to a race, whereas his seems to be
all the time,
constant.
Yeah.
If it's not one class, it's another. But if he's and if he's finished one class,
you have to be careful though, don't you? Because it will burn you out.
You do, because he's been at it a long time. I don't know what's he got. 2 Euros. He's just won the electric Euros.
Yeah.
So that's one, and he got one at Robin Hood, I think it was, in 16 maybe. Has he got any more on top of that? I'm not sure, but
what, even for 10th off-road?
Yeah. So it's been a while since he's won a Euros at 10 scale. So he's been around a lot longer than you think.
2016 was Neil Craig.
I don't remember.
There's no two-wheel drive. I've got up to 2019, and we know that the next one after 2019 was Tommy.
So it's four-wheel drive at Robin Hood. So maybe 15.
Orlowski 2015
So
from
2015.
Poland. That was Retford.
Yeah, that was Worksop.
But no others.
Robin Hood on the dirt.
No other off-road ones.
So, but yeah, maybe he does need some time off.
Hey, we all need a holiday, right?
He does look like a beaten man at times, but
You know what they do say, though, Craig? A change is as good as a holiday. So, maybe a nice Team Associated contract to do him some good.
well, he's been at Schumacher a while, hasn't he? So, you know, we always hear rumours that this guy's off here and that guy's off there. I did hear, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, that it was possibly off somewhere. I think maybe he was close, I don't know, but this happens all the time. I've heard that Tommy's off to Schumacher next year. Every year I hear that Neil's off to Schumacher.
Neil's never going anywhere.
So
crazy.
Maybe he will for his swan
his retirement
song.
year.
Just drop in and go to Losi or something like that, you know, just to kind of rock the boat a little bit. But no, it's nice when people stay loyal to a brand.
It is.
And I think it's well respected because of that. You know, it's, I guess like Bruno, you know, you can never see him leaving X-Ray, can you?
No.
But
no, I really couldn't. And, you know, Bruno, Neil... mind you, I didn't think I'd ever see Lee move from Yokomo, but then I was too new into it to know really the history when I was thinking that. But I thought Lee had some great results for Yokomo, and I thought he was great in that team. So I was really surprised when he went from them, to be honest.
Yeah, I think with Yokomo it was just tough company to deal with, not knowing what was going on. Obviously, they had the acquisition. I think the information flow was tricky and limited. I think the company probably to deal with at that time was quite sporadic and not knowing what's going on with the car development. And I think at the time possibly struggling a little bit indoors and with the four-wheel drive wasn't quite up to speed at the time. So when you know you can get the results and you're not getting the results and you're thinking the car's not doing it for you and you can't see the direction or you're not told the direction, then it's it's a tough one. But I don't know, with Lee, he's kind of pulled himself back into it a little bit. He's had some good results at the Nationals, hasn't he, in a couple of hard-fought seconds. So that's good to see him kind of kick on a little bit. But I did think he'd be quicker than he has been. You know, I think he probably did as well.
Oh, he did. If you could see his face.
Knowing that them cars are kind of, you know, designed for the tracks that he's racing on. But, you know, it's tough out there. You got to put the time in. And guys like Tommy, Jamie, the Holsworths, you know, they're putting a lot of time in and dedicating a lot of time. And it gets harder and harder to compete. You know, Neil's struggling to compete against them guys now. So credit to him for being able to, really, because he's not doing the testing days and the practice times. And it's, you know, it's a tough ask. But then Neil's always kind of relied on his natural ability. You know, he's being one of them that needs less track time than anybody else and less practice. And that's probably what's given him such an extended career. You know, the fact that he doesn't burn himself out, he doesn't kind of get wrapped up in racing outside of racing. It's just, you know, racing is his racing, and you know, once he's put his transmitter down and got back home on a Sunday night, that's it until the next time he goes racing. Well,
he said to me a long time ago. I remember we had him on the Big Blue Tent podcast, I think many years ago now. And I think one of the things he said to me was that Dad always keeps him grounded, so Mick always keeps him grounded, and said, you know, he said, oh, you know, I could make a career out of this, and I could earn enough to pay my bills and that sort of stuff. I could do it, but Dad won't let me.
Yeah,
I've got to have a career. I've got to have a job aside from this, because this ain't going to last forever.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's actually, do you know what? Then you are just incredibly talented at throwing a toy car around a track.
He always reminds me, I always compare, like, Lee and Neil to, like, Kinwald, and obviously different generations, but the Kinwald and Pavidis kind of, like, national fight, if you like.
Yeah.
You know, Kinwald and Pavidis, they ran different brands. two brands head-to-head, and basically completely different approaches to racing. Back then, they were doing the most track time, but I bet it wasn't a patch on what the guys are doing this day and age.
Yeah.
But, Pavidis was the talented driver, raw talent, and Kinwald was the consummate professional who won through setup, knowledge, tricks and tips.
Yeah.
Mark won on raw talent. He would hustle a car and get a car that wasn't necessarily as fast or as well set up around a track. So, and I think a little bit the same with Lee and Neil. Lee can be unbelievable. He's got such a nice, smooth driving style when things work well. He's such a fluid driver. But he had to put the time in to be as fast as he was. Whereas Neil, natural ability, just, rock up, kind of work through, get himself up to speed, and then, go and win and do that. So,
I mean, I'd have to agree with you because, just looking at Lee there, I do think Kinwald.
So it's Lee's got a young family now, and career to think about. Maybe his focus is a little bit elsewhere. He's tried the brand switch, which should motivate him, and he was going out and doing testing. But obviously he's not come here. He's not done any of this. He was working away in Paris, and so his mind is probably elsewhere. And at that age, against the young kids, you're always going to be playing catch up.
Yeah.
I'm sure on any given day, if somebody gave him a car that worked for him, of course he could race with these guys again. So could Neil.
Yeah.
But that's the missing piece.
Yeah.
That it's just not quite right.
Yeah.
This track, unfortunately, I hate saying it, but it has made the old guys look a little bit old. Yeah, it feels like the change of the guard a little bit now. And the kind of... I
think we saw it at Robin Hood, didn't we? We really saw it at Robin Hood with Tommy and Marcus coming through in the way that they did. And I don't think going into that anybody went, Tommy Hall's going to smash this, and Marcus Garrett's going to come in and romp the four-wheel. Orlowski, Lee, Neil. The top names you'd always see in the top 10, 20, they were on the list all the time. But now, you look at the top 30, the top 3 heats that we've got here. So Group 9, Group 8 and Group 10. And pick a top 10 out of all of them, out of the top 30.
Yeah. It's making Ongaro look old, isn't it? Hey, all this. I was gutted for Jorn, to be honest, in the two-wheel drive, because I was plugging for Jorn. And I didn't think I'd ever say that, but being one of the older gentlemen of the field, it's nice to see them kind of, and it's been years since he's won a Euros as well, so it would have been kind of nice to see, of course, if we weren't in the mix, which actually, at the time, at the end of qualifying, I thought a podium would have been good for us, in all honesty. So, getting third was kind of like second would have been a bonus. Obviously, we won through events that took place, but yeah, I really wanted to see Jorn do well.
Yeah,
having been knocked down from the Schumacher team and kind of like having to pick himself up again and then put the time in and being so dominant in qualification. He looked absolutely stellar. Practice and qualifying,
almost untouchable, really.
Yeah, it was, but he was really gracious and. He's been around long enough to know, but, I'm sure he's thinking that his opportunities are running out. I don't know.
Maybe.
You've got to be. I mean,
maybe.
He's got a good few titles under his belt. 7 maybe or something?
Yeah, 7 for Jorn.
So it's, yeah.
Yeah, he was looking solid, and it was lovely to see him up there with where you feel he should be with these guys,
He's another one that's, is a bit of a... He's been a bit of a bridesmaid. Of course, he won a lot of EOSs and all that kind of stuff, but had the failure at the Worlds in Finland when he should have won that one. Really, it was his. He was so dominant all through the event, and then
sometimes it goes like that, doesn't it? You can dominate qualifying all day long, but it's those finals, those 3-leg finals are.
What do you think's harder to swallow? A mechanical malfunction that never ever happens, Like, I think he had something break on his motor or something that stopped him winning the Worlds, or a choke.
Yeah.
What's harder?
I mean, a breakage you can take, but if you choke, that's down to you.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Do you know what I mean? I would go, oh, damn, yeah, my motor's blown up, my battery's caught on fire. Oh, yeah,
Wasn't
not
my
really a lot I
fault.
can do with that. Right, who am I texting now to get some money back, kind of thing. But if I've just decked it into a wall because I've been a twit, trying to overjump a jump or trying to race somebody a bit too hard when I know I shouldn't, who else can you blame?
Actually, the Touring Car Worlds was... I don't think I've ever won a leg of a Worlds final. And I was leading the one in Torino, the one that Andy Moore won. I can't remember which leg it was, but there'd been chaos, and we'd come through the pack, and I can't remember if Rick ended up leading in front of me, or if I ended up leading in front of... I think I ended up getting into the lead, and I had it's very early stages of brushless systems, and also kind of like we had bonded rotors. Sintered rotors weren't allowed back then.
Okay.
And Bob Novak was, kind of helping me with the Novak team and stuff, and I was leading the leg through incidents that took place, and I think I led for 2 or 3 laps. I was in a really comfortable spot.
Yeah.
Cruise control. I had a motor shut down, the speed controller shut down, thermaled on me. So I pulled over, pretty peed off with it, and Rick went on to take the lead. Rick Howard, I think it was, and I think he did 3 laps in the lead, and then he had a thermal as well. So both of us ended up parking up. But I think when we took my motor apart at the time, which wouldn't have got teched because I didn't get I think we'd accidentally put not me, but whoever was doing the work at the time had put a sintered rotor in. So had I won that leg anyway, it probably wouldn't have counted. Yeah, the early days of brushless were painful as well.
Yeah, I bet they were. We seem to have a team managers meeting going on at the moment. Now, I can only imagine that's down to some issues with the timing system. Nobody's given us an update on it yet. But it looks like there's a team managers meeting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the opportunity, Craig, and I'm going to go for a natural break. But I think we do have... Matt, are you still around?
Yeah, I'm around. What I'm thinking is we'll play a few ads out, we'll get the gist of the situation, and then we'll come back and find out if we're going to have any more qualifying today.
That sounds
like
a brilliant idea. Matt McCallum
It's
back in the UK.
The one and only.
Where that voice was coming from.
He's looking around in here.
What do you mean? I'm under the desk. I'm down here under the
desk. I
desk.
thought I recognised your voice, but you didn't talk much, and I was like, I kept looking over at the camera guy, thinking his voice doesn't match his look. You should have joined in the conversation.
I don't want to get in the way. It was flowing lovely.
It's riveting, isn't it? Hey, do you have a little
Absolutely.
snooze? Am I still on air?
No.
Yeah, we're still on. We're still there.
Did you have a little snooze, Matt?
I was sat there thinking of all the sponsors we have on the screen, thinking, oh, God. Anyway, yes. Nice little associated half hour. Brilliant.
Yeah, there you go.
Super. Well,
don't forget that associated half hour.
Actually, that wasn't the intention, to be honest with you.
It has been brought to you by Schumacher Hobby Wing, X-Ray, Rodog.eu and S-Works at the EFRA 1/10th Off-Road Euros for 2023 here at Rayco 2000 in Utrecht in the Netherlands. This has been Craig Drescher. I've been Matt Guppy. We're going to fade out now and leave you with some ads and take the opportunity to get a natural break in. But we'll update you probably in the next 10-15 minutes, hopefully, if we can get some news by then after the managers' meeting, and we'll come back to you with some updates. Thank you very much, Craig. You've been an absolute legend as always.
You're welcome.
last couple of corners. Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks. And your European four-wheel drive champion, Marcus Carup, takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
So we're back. Well, we're not exactly back.
No, we're not. We're not really.
We're back for now.
We're back for a minute or two,
Just-
anyway.
I'm going to remove this graphic because it's in bad taste now.
It is in bad taste. Okay, so there it appears that the program running the timing system has had a moment. It's had a moment to itself, and it's decided it's going to keep itself to itself until tomorrow.
Oh, no.
So I'm not 100% sure whether we're abandoning this last round because I don't think we got the last one in, did we? We didn't get the Heat 4.
No, we had one to go.
Yeah, so because everybody couldn't run, they've been talking about doing it, counting manually for the last heat. I don't think anybody in the managers' meeting was very impressed with that. So that was the talk. So the issue then was everybody's going, well, what if you don't fix it tonight? What if you don't fix it tonight? We've got to run in the rain tomorrow, etc., etc., etc. So there's a few chats about it being done manually. I mean, I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible for the rest of the race meeting. However, there is going to be an awful lot of work going on overnight tonight to fix the system or the issues in it. So hopefully what will happen is we'll come back tomorrow. We have to get, I think,
Bright
3 rounds of qualifying in. Bright and bushy-tailed, as we always are at RCTV and Control Sport. Bright and bushy as ever. So I think what's going to happen is we are going to shut the stream down now. Unfortunately for you guys, I'm really, really sorry. We were hoping for an extra round of qualifying rather than a shortened second to last round of qualifying. So really, really sorry. There isn't anything anybody can do. There are some very, very upset team managers, I can tell you now. That wasn't the most pleasant team managers meeting I think I've ever been a part of. However, everybody's fighting for you guys out there to make sure that we can bring some content to you and that the racing does continue tomorrow. However, for today, that is it. That's it from us. That's it from Rayco 2000. And that is it from the EFRA Euros 2023. Just for today, we'll be back tomorrow with some four-wheel drive finals. And weather permitting, the last round of qualifying. So, that's it from us. I've been Matt Guppy. We've been RCTV. That's been Awesome Jim up on the camera. Over there, you're just about to hear him, has been Matt McCallum.
Goodbye. Hello and goodbye.
We will see you all tomorrow morning. Thanks everyone for tuning in.